A big warm welcome to the 21st edition of the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. This will be the 10th year of DATEV being the title sponsor of the race. My name is Belinda Granger and I will be your host for today's live coverage. Joining me in the studio today is no other than the GOAT himself, Jan Frodeno. Jan, welcome and thank you so much for joining me.
Good morning, Belinda. How exciting to be here. It is a wonderful morning in Roth and I am very, very excited to be sitting on the other side for what I think will be another form of marathon.
Now, interesting you should say that, sitting on the other side. Is this indeed the first time that you've sat on the other side of the fence?
Well, I've kind of had to come in and out and commentate, and of course you can't race every single weekend, but it's the first time that I'm actually doing the full race, sitting, calling the shots, and experiencing the other side of the race.
Now, needless to say, this could actually be the toughest and undoubtedly the longest endurance event you've ever signed up for.
I have a feeling, despite everybody going to be very, very quick today, it will be a long day. And
the longest day of your life, I think.
Well, we'll have plenty of coffee to feed us through, and I'm sure you'll keep us all entertained.
No, look, honestly, all jokes aside, it's an absolute honour and a privilege to have you here with us today. You are no stranger to this race. You won it back in 2016. In fact, you set a new course record, and it was a world fastest time. I think we have footage on screen right now of that incredible day. Talk us through it, Jan.
Yeah, it was indeed quite an experience, you know, because we'd made the call early on to say we wanted to have the world's fastest time, and here giving the man himself, Felix, a hug, and my wife Emma being there. It was a special day indeed. The conditions remind me a lot of what we have today, you know, slightly cooler, beautiful, clear blue skies. And that whole vibe, you know, when you experience it for the first time, Roth is once in a lifetime or once in the world event where, you know, the vibe, the spectators, the whole energy comes together, and it really is, as the signs say, the home of triathlon. And I was fortunate enough to have a great day the first time I was here, and yeah, really experienced the best of it.
Unreal. And you talk about the weather conditions. We saw them just up on screen then. 15 degrees Celsius right now, so it's a little chilly. Jan, you were saying this is a little colder than I anticipated. We are expecting it to climb up to about 27 degrees Celsius today. So it's beautiful conditions, sunny skies. The water is sitting at 21.9 degrees Celsius. So it is smack bang on wetsuit legal. So it will be wetsuits for both our professional athletes and our age group athletes today. Will that make a big difference?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with a wetsuit swim, you can certainly take, I would say, probably 3 minutes off the swim time, between 3 and 4, depending. And, you know, the other thing is also you just manage to save your legs a little bit more. It's basically you can almost not kick when you're wearing a wetsuit, which does help, I find, for the next 222 kilometers that follow after the swim. And it's a long day out there, and really what you want to be doing is maximizing your energy and using as little of it as possible early on. So I do think a wetsuit's going to make a difference in terms of the overall time, and we have everything set for an extremely fast day here in Roth.
And that is the $1 million question, Jan Frodeno. Fast day. You still hold the fastest time here in Roth. It was the fastest time and still is one of the fastest times in the world. Will we see that record fall?
Well, you know, I've always said records are there to be broken, and whereas I personally probably wouldn't have the ambition of starting a race with the idea of breaking a record in mind, simply because it changes the dynamic. I mean, the wonderful thing these girls and guys have is that they've got such a depth in field. They're going to be pushing each other. You know, when I was doing it, it was purely against the clock. And it becomes a different kind of race dynamic, whereas I think this will be a natural race unfolding, and I do think that they will push each other to the limit and therefore will push that world record or the fastest time here by quite a margin.
Now, Jan, you've pretty much done it all. You're an Olympic gold medalist, a multiple Ironman champion. You've won here in Roth. Your race record still stands. You've done just about everything, but as we said, the big question today is, will someone get your record? We're looking at the course right now, going through that course. You can see 3.8 kilometres in the Danube. They will then head out onto a 2-loop bike course. Now, Jan, it's not as easy as it looks on paper. They go through, I think, something like 28 small villages throughout it, and that's each lap. So it is quite a technical course, and it certainly is not flat.
Well, you know, this course has obviously come around over the years, and it's got its incredibly famous hotspots. Of course, we all know the Sodaro Berg, which is proper Tour de France kind of atmosphere. But what's important about this course is that the surface is extremely fast on the bike, and the climbs that you've got are fairly steep, and you've got sort of long descents, and it just makes for, very fast times. The run course that we're seeing right now has changed over the years. I only got to see 3 kilometers of it last year. Well, they haven't changed much, but I think the run course is perhaps not quite as fast as it has been in the past. But I mean, it's all speculative. You know, things have changed, and we're going to see one heck of a race unfold between the super cyclists and the fast runners coming to push up from the back in the marathon. So I'm very excited to be watching it.
And look, that great shot. I love that drone shot of the swim start here. You can see already that bridge is starting to get packed full of spectators. We are expecting around 20,000 spectators to be at the swim start. You can see they line both sides of the canal. We've got 3,500 competitors racing here today. On top of that, we've got 600 relay teams from 92 different nations around the world. So it is indeed the largest triathlon event in the world. 3,500 athletes racing in the canal today.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it really is. But I tell you what, the 2,000 people that they're expecting on the sides, they certainly make themselves be heard. And it's quite a narrow field, so that indeed we can see everybody who's lining up, the top 12 that we just had there on the men's field. Who are you particularly excited to see?
This has been the big question on everyone's lips. Obviously, Magnus Ditlev wearing bib number 1. He's our defending champion. He is coming into this race incredibly fit, and you can just, you know, Jan, when you spend a bit of time watching the athletes, and I was there at the press conference, and you can see that quiet air of confidence that an athlete has. And Magnus Ditlev, you know, he's so young, 24 years of age, but he has just come such a long way in such a short amount of time. And the maturity he shows when he races is far beyond his young years. So for me, I still think Magnus Ditlev from Denmark is the man to beat. However, you throw Sam Laidlow, Daniel Bakkegaard, Patrick Lange, Ben Canute into the mix, and honestly, that podium, I cannot tell you who's going to take those next 2 spots on the podium.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting. I'm also looking forward to seeing Brad Weiss. He's been up in Andorra, and we've done a few training sessions together. I know he's worked hard on his swim, and he's in good shape actually. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. And of course, we have to give a big mention to Sebastian Kienle, his last Challenge Roth as a competitor on his discontinued tour. What a guy, what a competitor, and you know, we might not be necessarily looking for him for the very top spot as a favorite per se, but you never know. You know, he's pulled off some amazing races. First rookie under 8 hours at this very race.
Definitely.
And there's a lot of history here.
And I think regardless of the position he finishes in today, he's absolutely going to be sentimental favourite. And I'd be lying if I said that I think there will be a tear or two shed this afternoon.
That could well be the case. You know, I'm kind of getting goosebumps thinking about it. It's, it's just a year of, you know, a lot of new athletes coming in. Kind of normal racing has resumed, and a few of the old guys kind of
well, you know,
stepping out.
I never discount the old guys, because what you lack maybe in that physicality, you more than make up for in the experience side of things. But looking at our women's field, we did have them up earlier. Of course, our favourite, our defending champ, Annie Haug, wearing bib 101. Fenella Langridge from Great Britain also. She led the race for quite a long time last year until she was overtaken by Annie Haug about halfway through the marathon. But what I am really interested in seeing this year are these 2 women, well, actually 3 women, Daniela Riff, Laura Philipp here for the very first time, and Chelsea Sodaro, our current Ironman world champion. This women's field is insane. It
is absolutely, and I mean, there's so much suspense around it, because Daniela, you know, the last couple of years, she's had some ups and downs, but we know when she's on, she is indeed on. Chelsea Sodaro made some big statements before the race that we've only seen a glimpse of what she's capable of. I thought that was quite interesting, just the way she came across in that interview. And of course,
Laura Philipp.
Laura Philipp is just, you know, she's just an amazing athlete with an amazing record that somehow, you know, against these ladies has yet something to prove, I think. And today could be that big day for her.
Now, we've just gone through some of our starters here today. 5 world champions racing here today, but I'd like to include 2 more. Yourself sitting next to me, and we've also got Chrissy Wellington here as well. So that is 7 world champions, and I think it's 9 previous Roth winners that are here today in Roth. I mean, we've never seen anything like it before. Yeah,
it is truly amazing, and I mean, we have to say this is certainly the very fast shaping into the race of the year. It's just, you know, it's been around, it's tradition, it's, you know, all the things we want in terms of family, that living out the sport. And I think it is a well and truly deserving field of such a great race.
Absolutely. And what I love most about this race here in Roth is that we've just had so many epic battles back in the day, and I'm talking way back in the day now. Mecca versus Lothar, 2003, still one of the best battles ever. More recently, Lucy Charles Barclay and Daniela Blymel back in 2018. For me personally, still the most epic battle I've ever seen between 2 women in a race. We've still got your record, we've still got Chrissy Wellington's record, but I think we're in for a treat today, because with the women's field we have assembled and the men's field, I think there is a really good chance that both records will fall.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree that, you know, the record is something that it's most likely going to take for the win here in both fields. And that really is such an amazing opportunity. We can see the depth of the sport and how much it's grown over the last, 4 or 5 years. And it really is at a point now, where you used to have athletes dropping off towards the back of the bike or even during the marathon. And that just doesn't happen anymore. And therefore, the consistency is, as always, key in endurance sports to getting very fast times, good results. And yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what the clock says in, I'm guessing, probably under 7.5 hours.
Well, there you
now.
go. Jan Frodeno's called it early. Of course, we are set up here at the finish line. It is very, very empty right now, but we are expecting it to be full to the brim. 10,000 this stadium can handle, so it will be full. There will not be a seat left. Been given reports down on ground that the conditions at the canal at the Danube are absolutely pristine. And if you look at the footage we are showing you right now, you can see it is like a mill pond out there. So it's one big giant loop, anti-clockwise loop, that the swimmers will do today. So one big 3.8K loop, thanks to zone 3. We know that our professional men will be starting at exactly 6:30, so 2 minutes to go before our professional men are underway. Our women will be at 6:33, and then our age group waves will start at 6:50, heading off in 5-minute increments. But you can see now both sides of the canal are packed solid, full of spectators, and of course up on the bridge. But Jan, what was it like? Just talk us through those minutes. For me personally, this was the worst time of the race. Those 5 to 10 minutes before the start, the anticipation, the nerves, they really start to get the better of you. What did you do to keep it all under control?
Well, at that time you're warming up and you've actually got something to do, whereas before you get in the water, it's always, have I done this? Have I got everything? Have I checked the bike? And really, I find that's a moment of, actually starting to get to a point where you can call upon what you've trained for over the last months. And it's, definitely a great energy as we are about to set off here and see the race unfold. And that is what everybody has been waiting for, the start of the 2023 Challenge Roth. And let's see what's going on here. I mean, this is a very intense phase of the race. Generally, you find a lot of athletes taking it out very hard for the first 100 to 200 meters, which makes absolutely no sense in an Ironman. But, the nerves are there and the carbo loading's up there. And you can see, look, there's already a few little peaks forming.
And of course, we do know that we've got some really good swimmers out there today. Our top swimmers, of course, being Ben Knut from the US and Robert Vilkovetsky. Now, let me tell you, it's taken me all week to finally pronounce his name correctly, but it is Robert Vilkovetsky from Poland. We do expect these two to take an early lead, but of course we've got Sam Laidlow from France, also a very, very fast swimmer, so we expect him to be right there with them, along with Daniel Beckergaard, Patrick Lange, Bradley Weiss. Now, just to let you know, we have got some coloured caps just to make it a little easier for you to spot who is who in the water. Magnus Ditlev will be in the gold cap, Sam Laidlow wearing a silver cap, Daniel Beckergaard in white, Bradley Weiss in black, Patrick Lange in light blue, Ben Knut in purple, and we do expect to see that purple cat right at the front of the field. Sebastian Kienle in neon yellow, Joe Skipper in navy blue, Andreas Dreitz in mint green, Nils Frommhold in dark blue, Andrew Starkowitz.
Jeez,
yes, he is here. That's right, the oldest in the field. He is wearing a red cap. And as I said...
And currently leading, I think.
Well, that'll be interesting. I mean, Starkey, I always like to call him the race disruptor. He may not be in the top 3 overall at the end, but he loves to disrupt, and he does it very, very well. So Robert Vilkovetsky in the high vis green. Honestly, by the end of today, I'm hoping I have got it down pat.
Oh, you've got it.
I've got it all right. Kieran Linders in neon pink and Tristan Olay in orange. And one guy we haven't spoken about, Peter Hemrick, wearing light purple from Belgium. He had that terrific race only a few weeks ago in Hamburg. Will he be recovered, though? What was it, 3 weeks ago? Is it possible?
I can't believe it. Just as we were starting off, I saw that he's on the list, and I'm like, wow, that is indeed very, very impressive. It's a short turnaround from from, well, at least what I thought was a hard race, and he obviously had a magnificent performance. But he's also one of those athletes who's just really, found himself closing that gap over the years.
Oh, look at this. Jan, you are actually a decent TV pundit. That's lovely. Oh, good. There, right? You get your first tick of approval.
Oh, gosh. Give me another hour till I run out of things to say.
And we have got our women now underway as well. So that came around really, really quickly. 6:33 on the dot. German precision at its best. So our professional women are now also underway here.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at the
big
left-hand
spread.
side taking
Absolutely.
off
And
like
you know
a
what?
rocket ship.
I wouldn't be surprised. We know Fenella Lange of Great Britain is indeed the fastest swimmer by quite a way here. She led out last year. She will be in the purple cap. So just to go through our women.
I had no idea Fenella is racing under Great Britain flag.
Yes. Fenella Lange, she is, definitely Great Britain, and wearing a purple cap. Annie Haug in gold, Chelsea Sodaro in orange, Laura Philipp in neon yellow, Daniela Riff in fluoro green, Lisa Norden from Sweden wearing the white cap, Margie Santa Maria from Italy in neon pink, and Joanna Arens from Germany in mint green. But as I said, we are expecting Fenella to take it out hard. She wants to lead. She made it abundantly clear she wants to be the first up Solaraberg. She was last year. I think we are...
First or second time round?
Both,
That's the question.
Both times round she was up. She was up there in first. She's an incredible swim biker. So we do expect to see her take the lead early. But we know that Laura Philippe, Danny Reef is also very strong, as is Margie Santa Maria. So going to be very interesting to see what happens early on. But you can see right now, in our men's race, we've got someone already right at the front. We do expect it to be either Ben Canute. Had a talk to his coach, Tim Vance, who's here with him, who said Ben's in absolutely scintillating form. It's his second full-distance race ever. However, it's the first full-distance race that he's actually trained specifically for.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, the first one, he probably just showed up and tried to wing it. I mean, honestly, I love those kind of statements. It really is. Oh, what cap can we see? That looks, geez, it's hard to tell with the color tone whether it's blue or white, but light. What do we have?
So it's indeed Sam Laidlow. It is Sam Laidlow right up there, but we know Daniel Bakkegaard is in white, so Sam Laidlow is in silver. And we've got Patrick Lange in light blue, but it's so difficult to see who is actually...
It's just the colouring of our screen.
It is the colouring of our screen. It is the silver cap. You're right. It is the silver cap of Sam Laidlow. So Sam Laidlow from France is indeed our early swim leader here.
Yeah, it does look like his stroke as well. He's very smooth in the water, very efficient. And that's the thing about Sam. You know, he's out there. He is still a bit of a surprise package because he can absolutely blow things apart or have a tough day. I mean, he's an incredibly hard trainer. He definitely puts in huge volumes during training. And he's somebody who really wants to win. He's an exciting athlete because he does also not care about opinions and traditions and whatever. And he would definitely be somebody who'd have his eye on, doing his best to destroy this field. I mean, he's made some big claims about where he wants to go in the sport. And, you know, it's exciting. It's what that new generation definitely brings to the table. It's more than just swim, bike, run, but also the pure aggression of it and the intent of going out there and wanting to absolutely destroy things. But you can see he's actually got, a little bit of a gap on the next swimmer already, which in this case was Starkey, as we said, Andrew Starkovich. There is, it looks, he's definitely not right on his feet. And if you look at his cadence, it's super smooth, right up there, whereas Starkovich is definitely looking up much more, which surprises me a little bit because it's a narrow canal. And the beauty about this swim is you actually really only have to breathe to the side and roughly keep your distance, which does help in terms of saving energy and just looking forward. But yeah, he is taking it out more like a half-distance swim than a full
distance.
But look at this shot of having the men's and the women's field in one. that won't be happening for too much longer, I don't think. But definitely, yeah, back to back.
Great to see you. As we said, 3 minutes between our professional men and our professional women. They are swimming in the Danube, the main Danube canal. And of course, this is the longest or second longest canal in the world? For those that are wondering, when you do the championship, the Challenge Family, the championship in Slovakia, the swim, well, the old swim, used to also be in the Danube. So it's incredible to think that you can be in Slovakia and now we're in Germany swimming in the same canal, but great overhead shot there of our...
That is Fenella at the front. That would be the women's field, and that is strung out completely. I mean, there is no pack here. It is on.
Well, you can see
and look at that cadence she's putting up at the front.
She doesn't want anyone with a Jan.
No, she's definitely got her intentions set straight. And you see a lot of athletes lifting their cadence, so they have to kick less because it does sort of bring your legs up a little bit. But she's got the kick and the cadence, so she's definitely got the intentions of heading out hard. Yeah, but a 3.8k swim, as you know, can also turn quite long.
And of course, that was Margie Santamaria from Italy, trying ever so hard to stay on her feet. I think that elastic band had just started to break, and Fenella was definitely getting away. But great start from our women.
Well, you could see in that long shot that Fenella is actually not too far off. There's somebody dangling off the back in the men's pro field, and she's going to start getting
catching
some company
those well
for what will all be a millisecond at the pace that she's going.
All right, we are going to take a look at a swim preview that we did earlier this week.
The biggest joy of a canal swim is that we have a lot of spectators on the side of the canal. So literally, when I'm swimming in the canal, if I put my hand up now, I can high five somebody, which is pretty cool.
In Roth, it's a very, very easy swim actually, because everyone starts in the water in groups. The groups are registered by their expected finish time, so we don't have too many overtaking action going on, not only in the water but later on, especially on the bike course. So you start in the water, you swim until the bridge, which is turnaround point 1, you turn around, go all the way back to the lock. There we have turnaround point 2, turn around, go back, and then under the bridge, we call it triathlon balcony because thousands of people are on that balcony. You exit to your right side.
There's not going to be any huge waves, that's one positive. There could be current, so I think it's actually quite easy to orientate. It's just, you follow the line and you turn twice, so hopefully no one gets lost.
To be among everybody, age groupers, pro athletes, is what makes our sport so special. And I receive so much support from the age groupers also during the race, and this is always some very special moments because I'm always asking myself, like, where do they get the energy from to cheer me on during their own race?
Yeah, I mean, that's triathlon, huh? That's the cool thing, that we all share the same fears and the same expectation and the same nerves. So I think it doesn't matter if you're a pro or age group, or you have expectation on yourself and you can feel it. And yeah, it's great to share that with everyone.
The special thing is really that you have spectators on the swim, which is really cool. I'm breathing towards the right side, so I've always been able to see my supporters and welcome every spectators also to go to the swim, because especially those guys that are serious about triathlon, you get insights about group dynamics in the swim, which is something absolutely unique and very special.
And welcome back to DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP 2023. We are here. We are into the swim. We know that we have Sam Laidlow of France leading. Daniel Bakkegaard is up there. Ben Knut is up there, as is Robert Wilkowiecki from Poland. And we've got our professional men underway. Our professional women are underway. Fenella Langridge leading our women's race. Just to let our audience know, if you want to write in and ask us a question, please do so. We will be here to answer them. In fact, you'll have no other than Jan Frodeno here to answer your questions. But we have got our roaming reporter, Travis Mendel, who is down at the canal, walking up beside the swimmers. He has the absolute bird's eye view. Travis, can you hear me? And let me know, what is it like down there right now?
Yes, I can hear you, Belinda. Can you hear me?
I certainly can.
Awesome. Well, it's been absolutely electric since I got down here. After the gun went off, the crowds just went mad. I'm right by the front of the women's race here, and it looks like a group of 5 have managed to get away. I couldn't tell quite who that was, but Purple Cap is in the lead. And yeah, the men's race looks like it was splitting up a little bit as they just went by here earlier.
And that purple cap is indeed no other than Fenella Langridge from Great Britain. We expected her to lead, but I am surprised to hear that she's got some swimmers with her. Last year she got out early and she led pretty much the entire day till the half marathon stage of the run. So it's interesting she's got a little bit of company now. And of course you can see right on screen now our professional men. That silver cap still leading is, of course, Sam Laidlow. That light green cap is Robert Wilkowiecki of Poland. We did know that these two, Torsten Rader, our stats man extraordinaire, who does all our stats for us. So big shout out to Torsten. He did say that it would be both Robert and Ben Canute leading early, but of course, we've got a lot more in that front group right now, including Sam Laidlow up front. We know Starkey's in that group. We know Ben Canute from the US is in that group, as is Daniel Bakkegaard.
Yeah, it's an interesting group that will certainly light things up on the bike as well. But let's not forget, we are not even near the halfway mark on the swim. So there's, you know, we've got 14 minutes. That means we're about a third of the way down. And that swim, you know, tends to get long. After about 2Ks, there are still gaps to be made. And, you know, if somebody's kind of being smart about their race and really wants to attack it, I think they're going to wait a little bit. So let's see what happens over these next few boys. You know, it's always fascinating. I tend to do one of the, like a 4K straight swim somewhere within a week before a race, just to remind myself of how long it actually is. You know, because if you're doing a swim set in a pool, it's one thing. You know, you get in 4K, 5K, even 6K, whatever. It's not a big deal. But I find 4 kilometers continuously, 3.8 here. Yep. It just, time just doesn't pass, you know, because you have no reference.
Mental battle.
You're not passing, despite there being spectators. It really is one of those things where you just got to keep going, and you don't know exactly where you are. So I always find that, yeah, just quite a distance actually. It does certainly, yeah, fit the theme of long distance.
Long distance triathlon. Now, Travis, have we still got you down on ground? Are you able to give us an update on the men's race?
Yes, unfortunately the men are too far down for me, and I've ran a lot already to get to this spot, and I can't keep up with them. They're flying.
What? What's going on? What do you mean you can't keep up? I thought you were in training for this.
After 15 minutes? Come on, Travis. Let's step it up, buddy.
I can't tell you, I've seen a lot of the coaches on bikes, riding down, running down, so they're trying to keep up and yelling at their athletes. Don't know if they can hear them in the water, but that's pretty exciting.
Actually, you've brought up a really interesting point, and that's the beauty of this swim course here, that the coaches can actually ride up and down on the other side of the canal. So once they've made that first turn, the longest section of this swim course is actually down the backside of the canal, and there is that dirt path that all of the coaches can, as you said, follow their athletes all the way down to the far end, which they're doing now. And you can see right now on screen. And, you know, I think as long as those athletes are breathing to the right-hand side, then they might even get a glimpse of their coach. And I think that just gives them that extra push. But you can see now they're making that that's the first turn that they make at the first far end of the canal.
Yeah, and it's a decent-sized pack. You can see it's Daniel Bakkegaard up at the front. Again, excuse us because the coloring on the screen is makes it a little bit tricky to decipher the exact colors of the caps. But I can tell by his wetsuit that is Daniel Bakkegaard. Yes, Daniel Bakkegaard leading. But I do think I've spotted the light blue cap of Patrick Lange in that first pack.
Wow, now that's dangerous.
Would be quite
that's
something.
Dangerous.
I mean, we know the man is a weapon on the run. Of course, there's still 180 Ks to bring him to that run. But yeah, this is quite a pack, and that would be quite a surprise.
Now, listen, Travis, before we let you go, can you just give us an update? What are the conditions like down there?
They were nice and crisp this morning, a little bit chilly coming into the parking lot, but now it's heating up a little bit. But still, the conditions in the water perfectly still. And yeah, everybody's just been buzzing. It's unreal down here.
Brilliant. Well, listen, we're going to check in with you throughout the day. I know that you're going to hit some of the top hot spots on the bike, so we look forward to hearing back from you then.
Thank you, Belinda. Yeah, I think I've got the best job today, but it's just hard to keep my excitement down. So I'll do my best.
Yeah. You've got a long day ahead of you. You need to just, stay calm, cool and collected. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure you get some nutrition in. We need you firing on all 4 cylinders right to the last, till they get to the finish line.
Sounds good. Will do, Belinda. See you later.
Catch you in later. Okay, and of course that was Travis Mundell. He will be our on-ground supporter, or on-ground reporter and supporter all day long today. But Jan, obviously now they've made that first turn, that 180-degree turn down the first end of the canal. This is now the longest, straightest section of the swim. So is this the hardest? Is this the one where you really need to stay focused, to stay on those feet? When your mind starts to wander, as you said, it's a long swim. When your mind starts to wander and you just start to lose those feet, which can happen, what do you do to stay focused, to make sure that you keep your eye on the prize?
Well, I think right now this is actually quite a grateful point, because we've seen that sharp turnaround, which is your first landmark in the swim, whereas you're along the canal, and when you're in the water from that perspective, not much changes in terms of scenery, but it's a firm landmark. That's for the first time where you're about 1,500 meters in, and now it's on the way back. But this pack looks pretty set, actually. It's very hard to kind of push the pace that much that you're going to break someone to fall out of the slipstream. And yeah, this pace looks pretty set. And here we have on the opposite side the women coming up. Fenella still flying up the front, creating a little bit of a gap and breaking that group of 5 to now just down to 2. And
that looks like Daniela Riff. Now we know that Daniela Riff is wearing the high vis or the neon green. I have a feeling that is Danny Reef on Fenella Langridge's, well, almost, yeah, pretty much on Fenella's feet. Could that be right? That's a great swim for Daniela.
Well, it's hard to tell between neon yellow and mint yellow, which we have for Johanna as a swim cap.
And also the high vis green. Oh, indeed, that's better. Yeah. Here we go. That's a better shot. Look at this. So
but that does look very...
That looks green to me.
Yeah.
So... Great swim. If that's indeed Daniela Riff, it looks like it is. That's a fantastic swim from Daniela. We know that she's back with her old coach, Brett Sutton. She's been training up in St. Moritz, looking really cool and calm in the week leading in. She was at the press conference. I got to have a short conversation with her. She had that fantastic race in Switzerland where she absolutely obliterated that bike. She beat Ash Gentle in the process, and we know that's pretty tough to beat Ash Gentle over the half distance. And Daniela had a great race in Switzerland, and that was only a couple of weeks ago. So we know that she's coming into this race in very good form. But look at that, Jan, straight onto the feet of Fenella Langridge.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a meter or two there a little bit earlier, and that gap's been closed. Again, to be very frank, I'm not 100% convinced that's Daniela, or it could be Johanna as well.
Yeah, she is in the mint green. You are right. So we have been told, just so everyone knows, Daniela Riff is in the high vis green. Johanna Arenz, another German, in the mint green. So we not 100%.
It certainly sticks out like dog balls.
Yeah, it does. It does. So it's either or. But it would be a great swim from Daniela. But we also know Johanna Arenz is a very good swimmer.
And here we go. They're catching the green cap of the men. So, yeah, they've already made up almost 3 minutes on the last of the pro gentlemen there. So, yeah, lighting up the field. And here now we can see, again, we've got a landmark, and that's a good point to actually get a reference, because sometimes with a long lens you don't know how close something is, but you can see that is a solid gap now starting to form. And over this long straight that we're about to see, which is actually about 2K, because it's about 1,500 to that first turnaround, then we go back past the start point and then do another U-turn to basically come in through the back of the start, whilst the age groupers start their long day here in Roth as well. And, that's one of the things I think we always appreciate about triathlon is that you get to share that race and you get to have that very same race course experience as the 3,500 other age groupers do today as well, even though they'll probably be seeing more of the 27-degree high temperatures because they'll be out there for a little bit longer. But yeah, it's certainly time to sit down, get a coffee, and ready for a long day of exciting racing.
All right, we are going to now head to one of our graphics. Be up on screen shortly.
And there we go. We can see the age groupers making their way by waves. And yeah, it's an exciting energy, you know, because a lot of people are so much more invested in the race. Whereas if you have a pure spectating sport, it's one thing to be there. And of course, people are, you know, very fired up. But here, it's so much more relatable because so many people have either gone through the process of preparing or have watched their friend, spouse, and partner get ready for it, which is also quite an intense experience.
Yes,
I believe. Not that I've been on that side of the fence, but it's definitely something that brings out the passion, I think, in triathletes. You think it's such a long distance kind of event that doesn't really bring out as much emotion, but you can tell when you're on the ground. For those of us who are into this sport, it's just, yeah, something that consumes you, that drives you, that makes you and defines you to a sense. And you can definitely see that on the swim start, where everybody is very nervous, whether they're racing or not. It's just something where it all comes together.
And I have been given confirmation down on course that that is indeed Dani Reef on Fenella Langridge's feet. So she is having a ripper.
When Daniela gets fired up, oh gosh, she does have the nickname Angry Bird. And
she certainly
when
does.
When you anger her, oh gosh, that's not a good start. And I cannot believe the gap they've put in here.
It's incredible.
You know, it doesn't look like too much from this angle, but she also doesn't need much on the bike. She's used to making up time, so she can actually start at the front. Have we seen that before? That she has come out the water near the front and started her, you know, march.
Already at the front end of the field, no. And I did expect her obviously to get to the front of the field at some point during the bike, but if she's already there at the end of this swim, that's a scary prospect for the other women. I did see in that chase group, though, I did see Chelsea Sodaro wearing the orange cap. So Chelsea Sodaro from the US here for the very first time. We've got two Americans in the field, Chelsea Sodaro for the women and Ben Canute in the men, along with Starkey, of course. But tell me, I've got a question for you. No American has ever won this race since it's been a Challenge family, Challenge Roth race, so since it's become a Challenge race. Why is that? So we've got Ben Canute trying to get to be the first US male, and we've got Chelsea Sodaro, our current world champion, trying to be the first US female. But why is it? Is there a reason why the US have not been able to crack this race?
You know, I think it's one thing you could say in terms of travel and actually getting here and, you know, the preparation and all that kind of thing, which is the same that all of the rest of the world has in order to perform in the US. And I think that sometimes can be a little bit tricky if you have the luxurious situation of the most prestigious race perhaps being in your country, and you're just not exposing yourself to that international competition, whereas here you grow up with it. You know, you have always had years of German athletes dominating, then you've had French athletes, and you've got British athletes, you know, and it's all a bit of a melting pot in terms of facing the best on a regular basis. And I think, you know, really it's something that's going to show today again that we have more athletes venturing out. I mean, of course, we had Sam Long here last year.
That's right.
He didn't quite have the race that he was looking for, but that's also something, you know, it can be quite nerve-wracking because racing in the US can be quite lonely actually compared to here. You know, we're expecting I think there'll be along the course somewhere between 150 and 250,000 spectators, and that can be something that's intimidating. There's the history of the race, but quite honestly, in terms of racing, you know, may I be biased in saying Europeans are just, you know, we have been up there for a while. Australia, of course, has a huge and rich triathlon history of providing some of the best athletes for as long as the sport's been around. But, you know, that American era has been a while between drinks. And I think a lot of US athletes and media are, of course, very excited about this happening. We have the question, can Chelsea Sodaro be the first American to win? You know, I think she definitely can. There's no doubt about it that she has the capability. But coming out and performing on such a hyped up day, you know, where you're in here, you're in the studio, it's being talked about days out, rather than just showing up to the middle of nowhere and having a press conference 2 days out and 3 or 5 questions and you're left to yourself. Whereas here,
not here.
You know,
that is not the case.
If I try to walk from here to the exit of the expo this afternoon, that'll take me roughly an hour.
Exactly.
And that's something that I think a lot of US athletes might be new to.
And while we've got this up, can Chelsea Sodaro be the first American to win? Hashtag Chelsea can, hashtag Chelsea cannot.
Jeez.
So please.
That's a harsh hashtag to actually be writing out.
Exactly.
Chelsea cannot.
Cannot.
No way.
So give us your thoughts. You can write in and give us what you think, whether you think it is possible for Chelsea. Now, the reason I like Chelsea for today, she's been based in Switzerland up at St. Moritz for quite some time now with her coach Dan Plews and with training partner Jan van Berkel. I know that they have done an incredible stint of training up there. And speaking to Dan Plews earlier this week, he has been very, very happy with the way things have been going. She's nailed pretty much every session she's started, so we know that she's coming in really, really good form. But I love this story between Dan Plews and Chelsea Sodaro. He took her on when she was 6 weeks pregnant. Now, there are not many coaches around the world that would take such a chance. And so since she was 6 weeks pregnant, he stayed with her through the entire pregnancy. Through the other side, we know that Chelsea gave birth to Sky not that long ago, and it's been, you know, it hasn't been all smooth sailing for Chelsea since then, but she's come out the other side. She absolutely obliterated the fields in Kona last year, becoming Ironman world champion. It was one of the best races I've ever seen. She took hold of that race and she never looked back. So coming in as defending champion, that puts a little bit of a target on you for sure. But first time here, she's really handled the pressure so far very, very well.
Well, you know, I think it's quite a common theme amongst athletes that the biggest pressure and the highest kind of stress you put is the one that you put on yourself. And Chelsea certainly seems to have that champion's mentality of wanting more, of wanting it all. And that's what, you know, what you live with. It's kind of the expectation that you have is also what drives you. And, you know, Chelsea seems to want everything and wants to win the biggest races, and I think here's a good opportunity to really show herself, as you said, with a target on her back. You know, people knew of her run capability, and she did have an amazing race also in Hamburg last year, I believe, where she had a great running battle with Philipp. But, you know, that certainly was nothing compared to what she then later on showed at the World Championships. It was quite something to witness. Just the elegance and ease that she runs with. She's so incredibly efficient and makes it look so smooth, which is always nice to see someone at the top of their craft. But let's see what she's left with. You know, those two girls, they certainly seem to have opened up a bit of a gap. So let's see what they're left with at the end of the swim in terms of a deficit. And yeah, where she finds herself on the bike and who's actually willing to work with her, because that's another problem when you're that quick and that potent of a runner, is that the girls will be looking for her to do some work on the bike just to give themselves a chance, I think.
Well, we do know that lead now for Fenella and Danny Reef is out to 1:10. So they now have 1:10 over the likes of Annie Haug, Laura Philipp, Joanna Arenz and Chelsea Sodaro. So that's a decent lead to have about the halfway mark of the swim here today.
Yeah, where are they? 29 minutes. Yeah, so they're a little longer than that.
Yep.
But it is indeed, since that turnaround, you know, that long straight has opened up a big gap, because just before there were still 5 girls, and you know we were still surprised how the pack was quite strong. But you know, Daniela seems to have the luck of Fenella just being on a mission. She is there, and she wants to bite the back of that boat in the bum and just stick to it. It's definitely something where you can see, the fighting spirit come out. And you know, they've still got a good bit of time or distance to make up some more time.
Yeah, and looked great, and that gives you an exact look at that. You can see right where that next chase group of professional women are. So our lead women, that's Fenella Langridge on the front. She's been on the front since the gun. That's Daniela Riff from Switzerland right on her heels. And then we know that it's a minute 10 back to our chase group, which contains the likes of Annie Haug, Laura Philipp, Joanna Arens and Chelsea Sodaro. Our age group athletes are underway here. 3,500 in total here today. Our men's race sitting at 33 minutes and 31 seconds into the race. Spotters down on course have told us that Sam Laidlow has actually decided to take a little bit of a different direction. He's gone onto the left.
Not good.
Well, he's still in the right direction, but you know, this is an interesting, because I know back when I used to race here, and I've raced here 10 times, along that back straight, I was always told to stay close to the shore, so close to the side of the canal, which is where I think that our lead men are. But it looks like what's happened is Sam Laidlow has decided to go left, and he's going it alone. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get a shot of the professional men down there, that you can see that apparently he was over to the side. He may have rejoined, but our spotters down on course were telling us that Sam Laidlow had specifically taken a slightly different direction.
It looks like everyone's
joined back together. So
indeed, I was also probably a little bit wider in my swims here, but wow, that is a big pack, and it looks like
wow, it really is.
Together. Yeah, a lot of splashing going on. So it seems like the pace is on, but yeah, the depth is what we were talking about earlier. It's just increasing. You know, people know that you can no longer kind of just ease your way through the swim and try and find your place on the bike. It really has become more of a race than a survival, and that's why, everybody talks about it being a very exciting time in the sport. And that's the exact reason. It's just the amount of guys and girls racing head to head make for, exciting racing, something that we all love to see and watch. And let's see who is all in that group. But it looks like there's still about 10 of them.
Yeah, it is, and it's a big group. While we're talking about all of that, we have got a preview on our who to watch specifically today.
It's very important, because your professional triathlon career is not complete unless you win this race here. It's, especially in this year, I would say it's probably even the most important race of the year, because we have women and men combined. So it's the strongest professional field we'll have in the sport.
So I didn't really focus too much about, of course I had heard that Roth was a big race, but it wasn't until I really got here and felt the atmosphere myself that it just blew my mind, and then being able to take the victory, it definitely changed something.
It's been something that I've grown up with, hearing people talk about it, and if you would have told me 1 year ago that I'd be here as one of the favourites, racing some previous Ironman World Champions, Challenge Roth champions, it's an amazing experience. I'm looking forward to it, because I don't think even I'm ready to see what it's all about.
Yeah, I think the field is strong enough to definitely put this world record time in danger, at least. I think the sport developed over the past few years, and of course there are certain factors that needs to play into this time, but I wouldn't say no, so I wouldn't be surprised if you have to go sub this world record time to even be able to win this race here.
I'm obviously here to defend my title from last year. That's what I'm aiming for, but I also know that it's probably the deepest field in Roth ever, so it's going to be extremely difficult. And I usually approach a race knowing that I have a chance to win if I execute all my smaller goals. So that's what I focus on, is just doing everything I can to execute those.
Soak it all in and leave it all out there.
And that was just a few of our top contenders here today. Sebi Kienle, of course, probably not capable of the top spot today, but he is definitely the sentimental favourite. He's on his final year. Now, speaking of retirement, he's decided to do the long road. So he's decided on a year-long retirement. Jan, is it something you've thought about doing, or it's not the way you're going to go?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just distracted because the front field has definitely done a bit of a kink in
a
the
little
swim.
bit of a wobbly, yep.
They definitely all went over the wrong way. So we've just gone past the start again, and this is that little, you know, that little appendix pit where we basically make up the distance and go past the start and under the bridge.
Oh, and look at that, they are going. That's interesting.
Made a mess, or
wow.
maybe there's some intentional racing here. I don't think so, but yeah, there was definitely some very, very skew swimming there. To the point that I can't remember your question. What was your question?
Retirement,
oh,
Jan.
Gosh,
retirement.
Come on. Seriously, the hard questions early on. Yeah, it's definitely a topic that's been on my mind for a while, and you know, championship level racing is definitely something very all-consuming.
Yeah.
And I've enjoyed it and I've loved it, but you know, I've basically had to come back from, you know, being very, very far down the line. I've had to teach myself, honestly, I've had to teach myself to run, to even walk straight again after what was 4 surgeries last year. And it's hard coming back, you know, it takes a while. I can definitely tell that, you know, my body needs more time, and the early season racing has been tricky, but you know, it's something that I'm really looking forward to because I see the body responding so well. After 2 years of not racing, it's something where I can tell that, you know, things are going forwards again. And certainly watching these images today here make me realize that I still love it.
You still love it, I know.
I've still got a bit of FOMO, the good old fear of missing out. Watching these boys and girls go at it, it is an amazing race, and you know, you're like, oh, why didn't I do this? Why am I sitting here again? I should have probably done a Peter and doubled up.
Doubled up. Oh, I love it. Look, no, we know we're going to see you later on this year, and I think a race course is always a way better place when you are on the start line. But look at that now. They have finally worked their way out. They are now down at the far turn. So once they make this turn, Jan, they will come back to the, not quite to the start, because they'll actually, where they get out is a little bit before the start line.
Yeah, but it's only about, maybe 50, 100 meters or so.
Yep.
Oh my, hang on. Oh no, they have to go around the whole triangle.
They go around this,
okay,
that's
yeah.
right. But it has been a little bit of a dog's breakfast this last couple of 100 meters, hasn't it, to be honest?
I'll tell you what, that's, I didn't think it was quite so tricky to go in a straight line in the canal. But of course, it does happen, and especially when there's, you know, a lot of sighting going on, quite tactical racing. But this is a long string beat of what is about 10 competitors. That second and last turnaround now completed for the first of the athletes, and you know, mentally this is a point where you're kind of thinking to bring in the legs a little bit, to get a bit of blood flow to the legs. You can see, you know, the kick picking up probably for a lot of these guys. They're getting ready for T1. Mentally, you're kind of going through the process of where you have to go. It's a short transition here always, which is of course something that contributes to some quick times. And yeah, we have the second group going the other way, which will probably have some of the fast cyclists, but without a doubt, there are going to be some strong bikers in that. And who knows, this group is big
It's
enough
big.
that
It
we
is.
might just see Magnus Ditlev
Funny-
there from the beginning. Imagine
Funny
that.
you should say
Daniela
that.
and-
Funny you should say that. I've just been given an update down on course, and indeed, Magnus Ditlev
Oh my
is in
gosh.
that lead
Wow.
group. So that is a scary prospect for all of these professional men. Now, let's be honest. On paper, I had the stats, I had their swim times, and we were not expecting a group this large to be exiting the swim together. We have got upward of about 8 to 10 swimmers in this group, as we said, including the likes of Magnus Ditlev. We know Patrick Lange is there. We've got Sam Laidlow, Daniel Bakkegaard, Ben Canute. It's a way bigger group than we thought. We were anticipating a group of 2 or 3, then a small gap, then another group of about 3 and 4, then another small gap. Has there been a difference because it's been wetsuits, or is it just because we have the quality and we have the depth here today?
Well, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. You know, it's definitely an incredible race that has been talked about and hyped up for a long, long time, which means athletes have been getting ready. And if you look at the structure of a race and what you want to do as an athlete, well, then you go to the drawing board and you say, okay, well, in the swim, I have to be up in the front. And that's the thing about long distance swimming, is that the pace is significantly lower if you compare it to what would be a half distance or a 70.3 distance. And you can make up a lot more of swimming ground through aerobic fitness. And it's just a lot more athletes putting in the work in the pool rather than just, you know, showing up for a 3K set and, you know, relying on the bike to make up the chunk of time, because it's getting much closer. The racing is much tighter. But again, this is an exciting point of the race that we haven't really seen before. You know, Magnus Ditlev being at the front from the beginning. We're now 44 minutes into the swim, so they'll be coming out at around probably a touch under 46 minutes. And Magnus was out last year in 50 minutes, 49 or 50 minutes. So he's already, you know, 3 to 4 minutes up on that time.
Big difference.
And without a doubt, that bike leg is going to be absolutely smoking.
Well, we know he set the bike record here last year, 4:01.56. Can he dip under that magical 4-hour mark?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think, you know, since we have Starkey racing, Andrew Starkowicz was always somebody who was very adamant on going under that 4-hour mark. And I think Magnus is such a good racer because he's a smart racer and he doesn't care about a record, an individual record. He's going for the overall, he's going for the total package, and he's riding to his numbers. He's very, very smart about it. I think the conditions are extremely good. I did get to see that 4:01 live.
You did indeed.
Yes, last year. And let me tell you, the numbers, yeah, in order to go that quick were certainly quite demanding. But yeah, I'm actually very much looking forward to seeing how they go, because, you know, we'll have a good indication after the first lap of where they go. It's actually one of the local bike shops has got a preem on the quickest lap because it's even. Fritz Buchstaller, I think it is.
Yes, of course. Famous around these parts.
Yeah, indeed. And he gave me a whole rundown in 2016 of my splits and where they were. And I think I was within a few seconds, and that's something that I would expect from Magnus as well, just to be extremely evenly paced. And here we are, 46 minutes and change for the first to get out, get their feet on land, and hopefully have a smooth and fast transition.
Well, speaking of splits too for the bike, we've also got the Ekoi €1,500 preem today that I am sure Magnus Ditlev is not thinking about right now, but is almost a sure thing to take today. As you can see, they make their way out of the swim now. They will collect their bags. They'll make their way into the change tents. Now, their helmets must be left on their bikes. So they had to leave their helmets on their bikes yesterday when they checked them in. So they will be going into the tent now to take off their wetsuits. Race belts will go on, nutrition will go in the pockets, and then they will make their way towards their bikes where they'll then clip their helmets. and then make their way out on to the bike course. 2 laps here today, the Canyon 180-kilometre 2-loop course. It is definitely not a flat course here. We've got about 3 decent climbs, including Solaraberg and the one out at Greeting. As you can see, our first male looks like...
Is that Patrick?
It's either Patrick or Ben Canute. I'm trying to get a close-up here.
That could well be, but it was certainly a lightning quick transition.
Very fast transition.
And, you know, the dynamics of this group, of course, Sam being there as well, you know, when he's on and when he wants it, it's definitely a very, very quick duo that could be here. I think we might have Joe Skipper in for a word for those $1,500 to get the quickest bike.
That's true, he could do.
So I think it's more bragging rights than the 1,500 euros that these athletes are worried about. But that was a lightning quick transition. And here we have the big man himself, Magnus, all racked up. Remember, the rules here slightly changed, so there's no hydration and there's no extra aerodynamic flares, as they can also be described, down athletes' tops for, I don't actually know why, but yeah, that is something that you won't be seeing in that race. Don't get me wrong, personally, I love it. I think it looks absolutely terrible. When
it does, it really looks terrible.
Down their stomach. And just, you know, it just becomes too much of a spaceship show. So a little bit of classic time trialing position never did the eye any harm, to be quite frank.
No, I agree. And look, just so our audience know, we are following the rules of the German Federation. So they differ slightly to World Triathlon rules. And with the German rules today, no hydration down the on the front of the chest. So that includes camelbacks, water bottles, and similar. They are also not allowed to have any water bottles on their Aerobar M. So Joe Skipper had to change his setup slightly for this race.
At least he'll be able to see the course.
This is true.
And that is indeed Ben Canute off the front, first man out. Sam Laidlow just behind him. Daniel Beckergaard, wow. And not just sitting in that pack, but actually, not just dangling off the back, but actually sitting firmly. Patrick Lange, wow.
This is incredible.
Robert, out there to go and make up the top 6. Oh!
That is a group. That is a lead group.
That is some serious firepower.
Jan, what would be going through Patrick Lange's head right now? Because I did not, and this is no disrespect to Patrick, he's a great swimmer, but I did not expect him to be in this lead group this early on.
Well, to be honest, I think his level of swimming has always been very good. He's had, you know, better and not quite as strong swims, but he's certainly somebody that I would have put as a stronger swimmer than, say, Magnus, you know. Yep. He's definitely made front packs more times than not, and it just seems to be that this group has, you know, gone out 46 minutes and change is also, it's quick, but it's not lightning quick in terms of long distance swims. We have seen some 45-minute kind of swims, so it's definitely, you know, within his capabilities to be right up there. And I think he's a smart racer. You know, he races within himself and kind of keeps to what he knows he can do. But it will be interesting now because definitely I know that, you know, Sam especially, he's going to be super aggressive, and Magnus as well, to see how he fares. Yeah, when the guys get going on the bike.
And speaking of Magnus, last year when he came here on his own. He had no support, turned up solo. This year we know he is here with his coach, Jens Pedersen back. He's here with one of his best friends, Kasper Pedersen. He's here with his girlfriend, Sif Madsen. So he's got a nice little support group around him. And you can just see that it's always nice to, I mean, when you travel, it's always better when you've got that group, that support network around you, just to keep you calm, to keep you focused, to do all the little bits and pieces that you normally would have to do by yourself, to have them do it for you, so you can just focus 100% on the job ahead.
Well, that's one thing. I mean, you know, triathlon seems like so much of an individual endeavor, but really there is so much more behind it of people that support you and people that come around. And you know, Magnus probably had all those people in his corner last year already, or he definitely did. But you know, in terms of being able to travel with them and professionalizing it all, that is something that would be new. And indeed, it's just a calming thing more than anything, you know, because yes, you can get everything done and you can go to the shops and get the oats and whatever else you need for breakfast. That's, you know, it's something we all do day to day. But when you can just take your mind off it and concentrate on the task at hand, that is definitely, yeah, something that just brings a sense of calm and lets you mentally save a few biscuits before race day. Because we all know that mentally, you know, these guys and girls are going to have to dig deep, and you want to have as much energy in your physical, but also in your mental tank as possible. As we here have the swim exit, and yeah, we can see that kind of, yeah, they put almost a minute into the next group. Peter Hemrick racing back-to-back, more or less, just 15 seconds back. He is a strong cyclist who might be able to close that gap early on.
And we have our lead women now, Jan. So our lead women now out of the water and into transition. So we are expecting Fenella Langridge and Daniela Riff. It'll be very interesting to see what sort of gap they've been able to put into the likes of Annie Haug, Laura Philipp and Chelsea Sodaro.
Still phenomenal. I'm blown away that you know, this duo has come out and put the time in that they have. You can still see there's still no one out of the water in sight. And again, looks like another quick transition. Onto the bike we go.
Now it'll be interesting to see. We know Daniela Riff is definitely the strongest bike rider here today. I wonder what Fenella Langridge's tactic will be, or will she stick to her own game plan? Last year, she was out of the water in the same position, but she was on her own. She got to dictate the first lap of the bike. She was in front all the way into transition, into T2. Now she's got company from the start. Will she try and stay with Danny for as long as she can, or will she keep to her own power? What do you do here? Because you've got to make these decisions. Do I just up my pace just a little to stay with someone to the likes of Daniela Riff, or do I say, you know what, I don't want to do this. I'm going to burn too many candles too early. I'm just going to do my own thing. Do you play it for a while? I know when I used to get out of the water with some women that were better than me, you try just for that little bit of time to see what it felt like, but it's making that decision. It's having you know, knowing when enough's enough, or whether to stay there and go with them.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's just something that brings out the racer in the athletes. There is no way you will stick to your power window if you see someone like Daniela going. And especially Daniela, she's built up such a resume and such a repertoire over the years that, you know, it'll definitely be something that will give Fenella wings and just wanna go and stick together. You know, she's no slouch herself on the bike. And I think it's definitely something that's going to make life hard for the women chasing, because Daniela's never really had somebody who can ride with her. And let's see what Fenella can produce here. Again, just beautiful to see, aggressive off the front. And here she is creating a vibe like she always does.
Always does.
She definitely, absolutely just loves a party, and she loves the atmosphere. And it's something that will push her certainly through that first lap of the bike, and you know, we'll see how she goes in the second. But I think these two women can actually continue to do quite a significant bit of damage over the first course. And this is a beautiful thing actually about the course here in Roth, where you go over the bridge. Now they're onto a left turn and there's a little bit of a descent. Yep. And it allows you to put your shoes on and take on a little bit of nutrition and get just a tiny bit of rest rather than being into that time trial position straight away. So, you know, it's only probably 30 seconds or so, but it is a little bit technical where you're actually not able to pedal, and it just gives you a little bit of time to find yourself ready for for the course, which Ben is leading on here. That number at the back is an absolute aerodynamical nightmare for me to see. It actually hurts looking at it. I'm like, mate, fix that number. What is going on here? That's costing you at least 3 or 4 watts on that otherwise incredibly aerodynamic setup. But this is the thing, you know, that happens in racing. You know, people are now wearing calf guards and have all the aerodynamic kind of setups and whatever it is. But yeah, a little mistake where the number just comes undone, you know, actually aerodynamically is quite costly. So yeah, I kind of hope for him that he can either fix it or it falls off at some stage.
And look at that, I can see Peter Heimrich has indeed made his way up to that front group. He's now 9 seconds, so he is in this front group of men. So Ben Canute from the USA leading this group. But Ben Canute, he's been here for a couple of weeks. He's got in here a couple of Wednesdays ago. He wanted to spend some time on the course. He's been over it quite a few times, as we can see. Magnus Ditlev doing exactly what he does best, going straight to the front of this race. Unbelievable. So, yeah, as I said, Ben Canute here with his coach, Jim Vance. He's been with his coach for 7 years now. And this will be only Ben's second time over this distance. But Magnus Ditlev, is there a rider like him?
Oh gosh, it really is exciting to see because, yeah, I mean, I've had some first-hand blows being dealt by this man, and it really is quite something what he can put out on the bike, you know. And it's very much a discussion often where athletes, you know, in the front are said to be gaining an advantage by being at the front simply because of the whole media coverage and lead motorbikes and all this kind of thing. And, you know, I think credit really where credit is due. Magnus, he's just the genuine package on the bike. He's no fluke, he's no slouch. He definitely just puts out an extra 50 watts that he seems to have. You know, if you look at his legs, you're not quite sure where they come from because he's not a very muscly guy.
No,
he doesn't look
not
like
at
a
all.
powerhouse.
He's a very tall guy, but not muscly.
Which, you know, is kind of the opposite of what you would imagine the perfect ideal time trialer should look like. But he, yeah, has managed to, of course, through a lot of his aerodynamic testing, which he's quite famous for, going to the wind tunnel and going to the track multiple times every season to get things right. And then having the numbers with it to back it up. You know, he can comfortably push, you know, 450 watts for you know, 5 to 10 minutes, which is a weapon that not a lot of athletes have.
And it's going to be interesting because obviously he has got that group now. He's gone to the front, so I think what we're going to see now is he's really going to start to pick up that pace. We already know that we've had a few casualties. So far, Robert Vilkovetsky has fallen off the back of that lead group, so he was out of the water in that front group, but he has now fallen out of that group. We've got Peter Heimrich, who's made his way into that group, but it's going to be interesting once we get halfway around this first loop, just to see how many have decided to bite the bullet and try and stay with Magnus Ditlev, and those that are just not able to handle this hot pace, because I think those that do stay and start burning candles too early are going to pay the price on the run.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, Magnus last year made up a minute on myself and Maurice Clavel. Actually, we were off the front within the first 40 Ks last year, and he does so intentionally. He's always very much aware of where people are in the pack in order to not drag them along. And here we see Fenella taking the bull by the horns off the front. And she has taken that energy from the bridge and the supporters onto the first lap and giving it some horns. I'm definitely excited or very much looking forward to seeing the gap as well that these two girls have created. We're yet to see that. But yeah, when they start working together, it definitely at the moment actually looks like Fenella's just done her own thing. There
was 3 seconds out of transition between both Fenella and Daniela, but right now it is Fenella the entire way. She's coached by her partner, Billy Harris. So big shout out to Billy. He does a fantastic job with Fenella. They're such a delightful couple. I love Fenella's attitude. She's always happy when she loves to race. And last year, I still have memories of her going up Sodaro Berg last year, and the joy that was on her face was absolutely priceless. I was here in studio, and I had a smile just as big as hers, because you could just see that she was absolutely thriving out there on this course. And she hasn't been the talk, let's be honest. She hasn't been the female that we've been talking about this week. It's obviously been Annie Haug, our defending champion, Laura Philipp and Dani Reiff and Chelsea Sodaro, more so than Fenella. So I think that's actually given her a little bit of an incentive to say, well, you know what, you haven't been talking about me so much this week, but I'm going to show you all. And right now she's doing it in style, leading the race. Great swim, looking very, very solid out on the bike so far.
Yeah, indeed, and you can tell by the way the motorbike is riding that there should be a definite gap there, because they were right behind. So you can tell there is daylight between her and Daniela. Of course, Fenella being used to putting out this kind of output on the swim, and I don't think Daniela is someone who would necessarily overpace. But yeah, we'll wait and see what's going on there, as Fenella absolutely dominates the first stage of this race.
Now, once we get all our age groupers out on the race course, just to let our audience know so they don't think they're seeing double, the race suit that Fenella Langridge is currently wearing, she had a little bit of a competition, and you could actually wear the same race suit as Fenella. And I know for a fact that there will be 30 other female athletes out there in the exact same race suit as Fenella is wearing on screen right now. So you aren't seeing double. There will actually be 31 athletes on course in that same race suit.
Yeah, absolutely. She's done a good job of matching up bike, wheels and suit. Certainly looks the part, so let's see how far it carries her.
Now, Jan, while we've got our professional men and women on the bike, just to let our audience know, we actually have got 40 less motos on course today. So about 3 or 4 months ago, I think it started at the end of last year, and Felix got together with quite a few of the professional athletes, including the likes of Laura Philipp and also Patrick Lange, to talk about what they could do to make this race as fair a race as possible. And both athletes, I think Laura Siddle was also involved in this discussion, said we need fewer motos on course. And so that's what they have done. So we have 40 less motos on course, making it a fairer race for all, but also in doing so, making it a safer race for all. Obviously, we'd like to acknowledge the tragic event that occurred 3 weeks ago in Hamburg, and our deepest condolences go out to the family and friends of the lost motorbike rider, as well as the athlete and photographer involved. I think we all need, as the sport of triathlon, we need to work together to ensure that all races around the world are safe, secure and fair. Not just for our professional athletes, but for our age group athletes as well. We need to unite as one and make sure that moving forward, this sort of thing never, ever happens again. I think in order to hold a fair race, you firstly need a safe race. And that is what Felix Walschaffer and his team are doing here today. And so far, looks fantastic. Looks like a very, very fair race. Fenella out in front. Daniela Reiff somewhere behind. I'm actually surprised, but like you said, I think Daniela would be just finding her own feet at the moment, getting into her own rhythm. And I don't think it'll be too long before we see Dani Reiff up with Fenella Langridge. But as you said, Fenella, very, very strong bike rider in her own right.
Yeah, as we here see the next wave of age groupers go. You know, for Daniela, this sounds quite wrong, but I almost hope something's gone a little bit wrong in T1. Because whenever it does, Daniela just fires up even more.
She really does.
I mean, she's been stung by jellyfish, and it just really, you know, kind of set her back for a little bit, and then just brought out the best in her. And I think that little bit of adversity is something where, you know, it really gets her riled up and gets her motivated, and just, you know, that little bit of adrenaline is probably what she needs in order to get her personal best out of herself.
I still remember one time here in Roth that something had happened, but she had to serve a 60-second penalty in T1. And normally that would get you frustrated, but she was as cool as a cucumber, stood there, served her time, clicked a helmet, took a bike, out she went, and got on with business. And end of the story is she did win that day, so it didn't do her any harm.
Yeah, and especially a 60-second penalty, that's normally like that. Oh, that's a minor infringement of something that you really, it just gets to you. And of course, that's the mindset of a champion. If you're able to turn adversity into forward motion, that's how you win, because it is still a very long day, even though the days, with the development of the sport are getting shorter and shorter. There is still a lot of opportunity for there to be some kind of mishap, and for everything to be super smooth still is, very, very seldom in this kind of distance of racing, and part of the beauty of it, and something that pros have to figure out.
And while our professional men and women are well and truly onto the bike course here in Roth, you can see our age group athletes still making their way around the swim course. Once we've got our 3,500 age group athletes underway, we've still got 600 relay teams left to go. So the relay race here, very, very popular.
As the canal fills up, it's not quite as glassy and clear as it was this morning. Just, 3,500 people making a splash, making waves.
As we recap from our 6:30 start this morning, our professional men started at 6:30 sharp. And it was Sam Laidlow that took an early lead in our swim today. Of course, that group would come to one, and we've got about 7 or 8 professional men swimming in that lead group. And then our professional women underway at 6:33. And it didn't take Fenella Langridge or Danny Reef long to create a huge gap between themselves and their chasers. But nice fast swims. Ben Canute was first out, 46 minutes and change for our professional men here today as they made their way into transition. Really quick transition from Ben Canute. Of course, coming from a short course background originally, we didn't expect anything less. Our women coming out in around that 50-minute mark, and it was Fenella Langridge and Daniela Reef. But beautiful conditions down there in T1, glassy conditions in the canal. We know that it's only about a 9-kilometre-an-hour wind blowing. The sun is shining. It was a chilly start. I must admit, I'm still a little cold here in our studio.
Definitely, I did not expect that. I didn't bring a jumper or anything.
I can't believe you are the European. I am the silly Aussie, and I bought my jacket, and you've made a rookie mistake, and no jacket for you, just a T-shirt.
I tell you what, I don't want to be whinging, but we have had the worst start of summer in Andorra. For the last 6 weeks have been absolutely terrible. And probably 3 days ago, it just turned into summer all of a sudden. And everybody has been telling me about how great the weather is in Germany, and everybody's sweating, and it's 30+ degrees. And I am just a little bit spiteful, so probably that's why I didn't even pack a jumper, because everybody's been telling me how good it is. But I tell you what, who's not cold is Ben Canute here on screen. Magnus Ditlev, right there. It's incredible. You look at that position, and he's really upright. Which
is,
probably
compared
allows
to a lot of others. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Which is probably what allow him to push such good power, because the more you close that hip angle, the harder it is to produce power. And I think that's the mistake a lot of athletes, including myself, have actually made, that if you're too aerodynamic, you're not able to produce the power, and it's a fine balance you have to find. But with all the testing that he's done, we definitely know it's aero, despite his number also dangling on the back. My gosh, it's killing me.
We've got to stop looking at this number, Jan. It's going to be the death of you by the end of the day. And look, we know Magnus Ditlev. One thing I can say about him, and I think separates him from a lot of the others, is he is him and his team are absolutely meticulous, apart from this race number, are absolutely meticulous when it comes with those finer details, like you were just saying. So while he might not look as aerodynamic as some of his competitors, we know that there is a reason behind that obviously he gets greater power. And also when it comes to the run, he's able to get more out of himself when it comes to the marathon. But biggest question we can see on screen, can Magnus Ditlev break his own bike record? 4:01.56 is the record that he set this time last year, and can he break it today? And as you said, I don't think it's one of his goals. His sole goal is to cross that finish line in first place. We know that, but it will be interesting. Will he have to break that record in order to get across that finish line in first place?
Yeah, I think it's something that the overall record is definitely looking at being broken by a few of the athletes. But again, he's just in such an probably unfamiliar situation that he's off the front. He's able to save energy. You know, normally at this time he's burning matches like a madman, which of course is something that makes for a fast bike split. But we'll see how much that, you know, affects him on the second lap. You know, last year, probably the last 10K of the bike he did, well, I would probably tend to say conserve a bit of energy rather than drop off. And that is looking awfully close for the pack dynamics there. But we can see everybody still together. And of course, yeah, it's always the camera angle from the front that makes things look like they're all stacked up together. But from what I can definitely confirm here in Roth, I mean, the course is obviously something that over the last 40 years has been fine-tuned and perfected. But Felix Walchshofer, the man himself, is out there actually marshalling the motorbikes and making sure that the situation is fair, stays fair, and always, I think, has been some of the fairest. I remember in 2016, you know, he was sitting behind me, about 10 meters behind me, and personally marshalling each individual motorbike that was allowed to come up beside me for a shot. And that is something he's very, very passionate about. And, you know, that's something that should also be mentioned. You know, the family of Walchshofer that runs this race is just, it's just another level of passion and commitment that they bring to this event. It is close to their heart, it is close to their home, and the way that we as athletes identify as athletes, you know, they identify as Challenge Roth. It is just simply very, very impressive and cool to see where they've taken this race and continue to do. And that's why they're, you know, getting such great fields as well, because it really has become that race of the year. You know,
Absolutely.
People want to go and people want to be. And yeah, here we find ourselves freezing our butts off and having serious FOMO of being on course.
This is going to be my 18th year. I've raced this race 10 times. It's 8 years now working the other side. I know the Walchshofer family extremely well. They're not only someone I work for, they're very, very close friends of mine. Their team is without a doubt the greatest triathlon team in the world, bar none. As you said, the passion that they show for this race each and every year, they're not willing to rest on their laurels. They want to make it better. They want to make it safer. They want to make it fairer for everyone, not just the professional athletes, Jan, but for the age group athletes as well. They want to make it an experience that they will remember for the rest of their lives. And you're right, I love seeing Felix and Catherine out there on the course, making sure that everything is as it should be. We know that there's been lots of safety changes made to the bike course. For example, there's one descent switchbacks. I think you know that's rather well, the switchback section. Happy to report no more hay bales on that section. They've actually got ski impact protection mats, which might have come in handy when you raced here last, because I do believe you took a little bit of a spill. A little bit of, not that it affected you at the end of the day, you still broke the record, and but yeah, just little things like that they're always thinking outside of the box. So ski impact protection mats instead of the straw. There's no cobblestone sections on the course. There's no out and back sections on the course. The course was swept last night, so there's no no debris at all. They've made sure that there are no potholes. You can see it's absolutely pristine. And what a great shot here of the professional men. They look, you can see 12-meter rule is what we're running here today. So
yeah, well, it's kind of the thing that you have to have on a 2-lap course as well. You know, it's just something that logistically, when you have 3,500 people on a course, you need to somehow also be realistic about the gaps that you can keep. You know, because there's forever that 20 or 12-meter debate. Sam Laidlow here at the back of the pack playing a smart race earlier on. I think he paid the price earlier in one of his races in Lanzarote. That would have been where he probably did outpace himself a little bit sooner on the race. But I can attest, actually, I got in last night at about 10:30 only, and I still saw people preparing and putting the final touches on the course. It really is a stage set for great performances, and yeah, we'll see what still happens here. I think Magnus definitely controlling the race early on. Actually, I was listening to Patrick dissect his race a couple of years ago and talking about the numbers that he was looking to push on Sodaro, Berg, and the various climbs out there. And I think, you know, currently that's what you can see. The boys are playing the tactical game and looking and preparing to push some big numbers once we get to the hillier parts of the course.
Now, speaking of tactics, as we can see, that is exactly what is happening right now. We've got a short clip to show you on the tactics involved on this course here in Roth.
The security and the fairness is of highest priority. So one of the first things we changed after last year, we have thousands of hay balls that we place in all the difficult sections, downhill, steep turns, etc., etc. This year we have organized key impact protection mats for the whole course. From the talks with the pros, they told us, hey, there are too many motorcycles in the front, especially from media, photographers, etc., etc. So after speaking with the pros, the federation, etc., we took the decision to take out those motorcycles. That's 40 motorcycles less this year than last year.
The hotspots out on the bike course with the Solar Hill is of course the main one, where I remember also first time I probably rode 200 watts too much because I was just so hyped and people were screaming, and then we got to the top and got away from all the crowd, and I was thinking what is wrong with my my hearing, because it was so loud still that it was as if there was a noise in my head for 10 or 15 minutes afterwards. So it was crazy, and people were touching me on the bike, it was a little bit scary but also super cool.
The bike, obviously everybody's pointing out Solar Hill because it's so crowded, but it's not really a hill, to be honest. Grading is much more decisive in the race, in my opinion, especially on the second loop. This is usually where we see some gaps open up, and also in the first loop, if you have the power, that's where you can make a difference.
The goal is to ride as fast as possible whilst using as little energy as possible, so that should be people's main goal.
And here we are joined by Wolfgang Kohl. Welcome to the show, the man talking and knowing more about aerodynamics, well, these days innovations. But yeah, as we saw Sam Laidlow on screen, which is an athlete riding essentially your bike. Why don't you give us a little bit of insight on what you think of where the triathlon bikes have gone in the last, well, since your time.
Hey, hold on. We don't need to go.
5 or 6 years.
We don't need to go back that far.
Yeah, good morning. First of all, yeah, I think we see crazy good times the last few years. We did our best to do our part on it. We developed a little bit, also together with you, of course, the last 8 years, I think. So yeah, I think bikes development will never stop. It's an ongoing thing, and we see really good solutions to improve the aerodynamics.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. If you look at the concepts of bikes per se, like beam bikes and all these things, they're all ideas that have come from the 80s, essentially. And is it, are they new ideas, or is it better manufacturing techniques? What do you think? Where can we still see improvements coming from? Because you go to the wind tunnel and you find a watt here and there, and you find little minor increments, but you've really done something to find a lot of gains, over the last years. So, do you think? Where do you see an area where there's still possibilities?
Everywhere, I think. When we see the former times with you or Jürgen Zeck or Norman or something like that, I think the most thing which changed is that you involve a big group of people, experts on every little sector. You have the Ryzen guys developing a fast suit. We check helmets. We do the best to improve the bikes. We do the best to improve the interference between athlete and bike. So yeah, it's going step by step by step, like counting nuts. And it's
I like that. I like that.
That was a direct translation for those of you who speak English.
It's perfect.
I think bolts is the English word, but don't count your nuts just yet. I hope you don't find too many.
It's watt by watts by watts.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. The interesting thing which is happening right now is that we are reaching the limits of the rules of the sport at this race, the first time, I think.
Well, it's interesting you talk about rules, because obviously one of the rules here today is that these riders have to wear their bib number on the bike. Yeah. So we're talking now about all these incredible advancements that we've made in aerodynamics and saving watts. But Jan here is having a very hard time looking at the footage and seeing these, right now you can see it, these numbers flapping around on their backs. How much of a difference is that going to make?
It's a little thing. It doesn't make too much.
There you go.
Yeah. But
you
also,
can everybody's wearing calf guards. They also don't make a difference.
Yeah. It's maybe a watt or 1.5 or something like that. But Jan, we also had a solution for that already.
Yeah, of course. Just don't tell them.
Can't give all our secrets away, can we? You don't want to keep them
Well,
away.
I mean, there's a commercial company as well that actually sells like a little pouch that you could put them into, and there are things. It's just. It's just one of those things where you see, everything coming together and looking like a spacecraft, and then
that number flapping.
That number.
What's really interesting regarding the rules is that they don't allow anything inside the suit for this race. This is a big change. It was pretty modern, and I think it was on the edge of what is. Legal or not.
Accepted, yep.
And of course, we saw this trend and we developed it a little bit further. And a few weeks ago, I sent an email to Felix and said, Felix, do you see we have this? Do you think it's allowed or not? And then they checked it. And finally, they came to the decision that should not be there at this race.
So just to explain that, something that is called an aerodynamic flare that actually has no purpose per se on the bike is considered illegal, and that's why a lot of these systems are combined with a function such as a drink bottle or something like that, so that they actually have a functionality and then therefore become allowed, whereas an aerodynamic flaring, which is purely there to make the bike or the rider more aerodynamic, is not allowed. But just a quick look onto Fenella, still here out in the front. Lonely days. I would love to get an update if we can at some stage to see what the gaps are in the women's field, as well as the men's field. Just Wolfie being here from the Canyon team, I also haven't seen Daniel Beckergaard out yet, who's somebody who we expected to be out in the very front of the swim anyways. Here we go. Here are some splits. Lisa Norden, 2:52 down. Wow, Chelsea Sodaro, almost 3 minutes down. 4.5 minutes for Laura Philipp. Wow.
That's quite interesting. I didn't expect Laura Philipp to be that far down this early on in the race. And look at that, Anne Haug 5:10 down.
Wow.
Now
that is a huge gap.
We were missing Danny Reef.
Yes, she was off the front.
She's off the front. That is exactly right. She is off the front.
Boom!
She has got around a 30 to 40 second lead over Fenella Langridge. So Danny Reef from Switzerland actually leading our women's race here today. Fenella Langridge, Great Britain in second. But yeah, 5 minutes, 4 minutes for Laura Philipp and 5 minutes for our defending champ, Anne Haug. What do you think of that this early on in the bike yarn? I mean, obviously we know Annie, one of the best, if not the best runner in the sport right now. It's...
Well, between her and Chelsea, it definitely could be a very, very interesting battle. And, you know, as the old saying goes, a race is a test of exhaustion to everybody but the winner. And we could actually see these two girls go head to head and really push what is the limit of a marathon time, because I see them in a similar ballpark.
Yes.
To be quite frank. And yeah, that would be something that would be an absolute eye candy to the spectator. Here we go, pass being made. To be honest, very hard to tell from here.
Now, obviously back when I was racing, wind tunnels existed, but they were few and far between, exceptionally expensive to go to. And throughout my entire career, I never actually ever got the opportunity to go. So obviously I did quite a bit of bike fitting back in my day, but never got the opportunity to go to a wind tunnel. How important, obviously for our professional athletes, it's a must, but how important is it, say, for our age group athletes? Is it an absolute necessity, or is it a luxury that they don't really need?
I see it as an important thing for every athlete who has high ambitions to qualify for something or to chase his best time, for sure. But the most important thing for all of the age group athletes out there is to have fun.
Yeah.
You know, not to overdo it technically wise, just go there and try to have a good day at race day as well. So, yeah.
Well, I think that's why we always call the bike, the time trial bike, is the small man's Formula One car. Allows you to play with it. But maybe, Wolfie, you can explain to us a little bit more the difference also about going to the track and going to the wind tunnel. You know, the difference of actually having to put out power, being able to replicate results, and where you see the difference.
Yeah, the perfect solution is not there, I would say.
Yeah.
So on the track, you have a more real power output, more real riding behavior and things like that. But you only have one yaw angle. The air is always coming directly from the front. As in the wind tunnel, you can control the position a little bit better. You have different yaw angles and can weight them, so you have a final result for a real world wind condition. And you know, we sometimes even combined it. So one day track test, the other day wind tunnel test. And we try to get the best result and the best overall view out of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the perfect thing is not there. You know how hard it sometimes is to even judge the results of the wind tunnel at this second you get them.
Yeah, of course, and they, you know, those scales that measure the wind resistance. I mean, they're so fine tuned that any little thing can really throw you on and off. And you know, Wolfie and I, we've had some interesting sessions there where we've celebrated. We've had others where we wanted to throw our heads against the wall, and that's really something that you wouldn't see as something emotional. But I think we've grown as a team and kind of brought everybody together over the times. You know, personally, I always found that the wind tunnel is great for testing gear testing material, testing kind of aerodynamic developments. But of course, like you say, it's not under power. So what happens in a wind tunnel is that you're actually spinning quite freely. You've only probably got about 100 watts to pedal, whereas on the track, when you're trying to put out race power, that certainly makes it more realistic as to what we're seeing on screen now. Trying to keep a steady position, trying to hold it together. Just as we see Magnus looking back.
Trying to see who's still with him. We know that Sam Laidlow is still with him, and Daniel Bakkegaard, who was sort of yo-yoing back and forward, but it looks like he's back up there now as well. So we've got the three lead men, and they've created a little bit of a gap back to Ben Canute. Yep.
Oh wow. Okay. So Ben and Patrick were together.
They are still together, but they are that elastic band has just started to break, and we've got the Magnus, of course, still leading with Sam Laidlow and Daniel Bakkegaard, and then a little further back, there you go.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then you can see that a gap is created, and Ben Canute and Patrick Lange are no longer in this lead group.
Oh wow.
Maybe not bad for Patrick trying to keep his power and his power range.
I totally agree, and I think I agree with you. And I think if he does override here and trying to stay with these big biking powerhouses, then it will definitely affect his marathon. And I think one of the things that we're most excited about with Patrick today is seeing what he's capable of on the run. He ran a 2:35 here last year. We know his fastest is a 2:31. Can he get under that elusive 2:30 mark? We know he's wearing some prototype shoes. Haven't been seen before. He's sponsored by Adidas, and they've got some new super shoe, super secret.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The rules here again are also different for this race, where the 50 mil shoes are allowed. So they're the shoes we saw Gustav Iden win in Kona in. That's what Patrick ran his 2:30. I think it was
2:30. You're right. In Israel, that's correct.
It was just a touch over. So yeah, no aerodynamic flarings, but we do have 50 millimeter shoes, so it's definitely making it a unique race in terms of where the rules are. And of course, I think, let's be honest, the stage is set. Everything here is looking for a record. So there we go.
We did send out a question to our audience earlier. Can Magnus break his own bike record here of 4:01? I would personally love to see that 4-hour mark broken. And not that records mean everything, but I love seeing advancements in our sport. We know that it's due to these athletes getting faster, but it's also got a lot to do with the equipment, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. This would not be possible 10 years ago, I think. No, definitely not.
Just imagine a nice suit without sleeves and the nice alloy rims and a bit of like a covered up disc at the back. I mean, Wolfie, you've seen it all. What do you think? What's excited you the most over the last 10 years of what's come in terms of aerodynamic developments?
Equipment-wise, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well. For me personally, it was the thing that us being able to influence it on a really high level. And I think you see some trends from time to time. Where we started, it was all about hydration, nutrition, taking your things, integrating storage to the bikes. That's where we started. And then it switched over from printing bottles for every race and designing bottles around the bike to the cockpit thing. That's what we did, started maybe 18, that's what we did 19 to a super high level. And we are pretty proud that a lot of guys you see on the race right now copied us.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Yeah, you can tell that. Yeah, 3D printed cockpit. That's just custom made. There's not a seam on that on the bottom of that bar. It's just very, very fine-tuned.
It's really nice to see Magnus riding really good solution, I would say. But where we did this 2019, Jan, he had a solution with duct tape and a yoga mat on top of it.
It was a yoga mat?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm selecting all of the pictures. I call it Try Cockpit Trends. And once there is an update, I send it to my colleagues and see what they got.
Oh,
Wow.
it.
So look at this. There must be a solid gap if the cars are even behind there. The 3 guys flying off the front. And what are we? We're about, I would say 2 or 3K away from the first big climb.
Big climb out the back of...
Out the back of...
grading. That's right.
The one.
Is this already grading?
Well, it's not quite there yet.
But they're on their way.
But they're not too far away from it. Should be
It's a long,
a few
long
minutes.
straight.
And yeah, this will be the first lap. Second time they come around here, they'll be in the full blast of the sun. And you can see Magnus, pushing off the front. 2 boys at the back, just staying a little bit closer together and saving their energy because they know what's coming.
Yep,
I mean,
they do.
This is
But
5 minutes of.
There's really no need for them
out.
to do anything. They know that Magnus is an incredible rider. He's going to ride this. He's going to pace this to perfection. So really, Sam Laidlow now leaving a gap of longer than 12 metres, which is great to see. You can see Sam Laidlow really making sure that he's staying out of that draft zone and just pacing off the back of Magnus. And this is the turn. So they are turning into they'll go to this next turn and then they will start climbing up, greeting. So this is the longest and probably most difficult of the climbs that they do today. It's at the back end of the course. There's a hot spot out there, and so there'll be music playing. There'll be a commentator screaming at them all. By the second lap of this, it's a lot more crowded, but this is definitely... It's a fun climb to do. It's obviously nothing like Solaraberg, but it's a really good climb. And I know that when I used to ride here, the second lap here used to make or break me. So if I hadn't paced myself well on the first lap, this is where I suffered. Not so much on the climb itself, but it's quite deceiving because you will climb up greeting, and then you've got like it doesn't end there. So you know it. There's that false flat, and by the time you get to the second lap, the wind is also picked up. It's often a headwind, just making that little bit harder. But you can see now they start that climb proper, and it is definitely the hardest climb on the course here today.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know how it is during racing, but I live close in this area. I ride it sometimes during the year. And you think you did the climb, and then you have a little
reprieve. A little reprieve.
And it goes on and on and on and on.
It does.
And at the top there, that's where you make the difference also. I mean, definitely. Because everybody's ready to come here and, push whatever it is, even, 6 watts per kilo up here and really fly. And of course here, seeing the athletes get out of the aero position, that tells you that the gradient must be quite a bit. You say it's a fun climb. I'm assuming you're talking about type 2 fun then.
that crazy sort of fun that only athletes like.
I was about to say it. Doesn't sound like your Friday night kind of fun, but yeah, I would agree that this is it's a special part of the race simply because it's a good gradient. It breaks up the course, and in terms of comfort, which is something that we've worked on a lot too over the years. It's quite nice to have a climb in there that you can get out of the aero position, get on the base pass, maybe even get out of the saddle and just look to push power, push watts. Which, you can see Sam finding a rhythm, that upper body rocking ever so slightly and just, using all that he's got to get up there. Nice cadence. And...
Sammy will not let Magnus go.
No.
He's got such a crazy mindset, I would say.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, there's not until he pulls up on the side of the road. He will do that before he lets go. But then again, sometimes with Magnus, you just don't have a choice.
No,
so let's be very honest.
It just happens for you. That's right.
It just happens for you, and again, you can see, just a fierceful pace being set.
Yep. Now listen, before we let you go, I have to ask a question because obviously I've been based in Girona, which is a big cycling community and triathlon community. Been in Europe now for just over a month. I can't believe the amount of cyclists and triathletes riding Canyon. It's almost, and we see this. We see this throughout years. 1 minute Trek's the flavour of the month, and then the next time it's Cervelo. But really, over the last couple of years, Canyon has really, it's gone next level. And there just seem to be so many, not only professional athletes riding the frames, but also age group athletes as well. What's the reason for that? I mean, is it because it is the best bike on the market right now? I mean, you're not allowed to talk here, Jan.
One reason is sitting on your left, I would say.
Of course.
We really try to develop the stuff with our pro athletes. And I think this is also recognized by the customers out there. We always have a strong design philosophy behind the bike, and we try to combine it with the best tech. And it's really nice that solutions like this are recognized on the market. Yeah. But of course, we also have strong relations to the pros. Yeah,
well, you can see it, and it seems to be continuing. I mean, we've got Sam Laidlow obviously doing very, very well now. As you said, he's not leading the race, but right there behind Magnus Ditlev. But listen, great to have you on the show. Thank you very much.
Indeed. I mean, I was just going to add that, Canyon does, of course, and has always had quite a disruptive concept in terms of being the first to actually sell directly to the consumer. And that is something we haven't found. It hasn't always been the most popular thing, but it's definitely something that's taken off now, and people are very much recognizing it. That, you have that direct contact. Almost like we do as professional athletes.
Absolutely. I love it. It's great.
Okay.
All right, Wolfie.
Thank you for being on the show. Enjoy the race.
We will indeed.
You enjoy the race.
We just need it to warm up just a couple more degrees. Jan and I
they're taking our sunlight away. We had a bit of sunlight here, and now they're taking it away.
Look, have a great day, and thanks for coming on the show.
Okay, yeah.
Wonderful.
Bye.
Thanks, Wolfie. And here we are on that false flat that we were talking about. Magnus on there, he's back in the aero position, and you can see he's now working harder. Now he's definitely putting in, and you can see his upper body rocking. He's putting in some solid power. We saw Sam in the longer shot, not too far off. But yeah, this is the first time the boys really want to know what's who's where. Magnus keeps looking back and not getting too much help up the front, but yeah, here is Sam riding the smart line close to the center, and it is certainly a good stage of the race where first gaps are being made. Hopefully we'll get some splits on that soon to get a bit more update of the overall global race situation. But right now it is just...
And so we are going to cross down to Travis, who's down on ground with a guest. So let's see what Travis has to say. Travis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can barely hear you, but I'm here with Olympic bronze medalist from Tokyo 2020, Sarah Welbrock. What are your impressions so far in Roth, and what are you doing here?
It's amazing. I just went in through the bridge and it had so many people. They were all cheering for the pros and I had goosebumps. It's amazing. It's a huge event and I'm pretty happy to be here.
Amazing. And what are you doing here?
I'm starting in a charity relay for AG1, and they're donating 10,000 euros for a German health organization for children in need.
Oh, that is amazing. Okay, and you saw our pros, like you said, come in. What do you think about the pro triathletes and how do they compare to you?
Well, they're pretty fast. I mean, triathletes are pretty good in actually every three disciplines, and actually also in swimming, especially like Patrick Lange, he's a pretty good swimmer. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed. Triathletes are so strict to their plan and they train so hard and so much. Really impressive.
Amazing. And what time are you hoping for? You're swimming today. What time will you be looking to get?
I think between 47 and maybe 52 minutes should be realistic.
Woo! I think you'll be overtaking a lot of people here behind us.
Hope so.
Very good. Thank you so much for your time. I know you've got to run and jump in, but we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot, Thanks a lot, Travis. That was great. Wow. As I said, our relay race here today, 600 different relay teams racing. We've got some great teams. I know that team is looking to race around or try and break that 7.5 hour mark. As we see Fenella Language on screen. So just to let you have an update, Fenella is actually in second place. Leading our race here today is the Angry Bird herself, Daniela Riff. We will try and get you an update and some video footage of Daniela, but we know Fenella Language currently in second place with Lisa Norden in third, Chelsea Sodaro back in fourth, and Laura Philipp in fifth. So our women, Daniela Riff with about a 1:37 gap now over Fenella Language.
Oh, wow.
So she is really starting to open that gap up, but it's to be expected, to be honest. I think around 3:38 back are our next women, which is Lisa Norden, Chelsea Sodaro. And then at 5:22 back, we've got Laura Philipp. So Laura Philipp trying to make her way up, but still, you know, a couple of minutes in arrears of Lisa Norden and Chelsea Sodaro. And then Annie Haug at 6:10 down. So 6:10 down on our leader, Riff. But that is our women's race here today. As I said, we will try and get some footage of Danny Riff as soon as we can. But big news in our men's race is that Daniel Bakkegaard has not been able to keep the pace of Sam Laidlow and Magnus Ditlev. So it is now a two-man band out in front, Jan.
Yeah, it's kind of what was to be expected. Those two, well, number 1 and 2 on the bibs, who are probably the strongest bike riders. You know, Sam is definitely somebody who's shown that he has tremendous talent and tremendous ability on the bike, and Magnus very much being the calculated, in my eyes, best rider in the sport at the moment. And, you know, they make for a very dynamic duo. And if they can share any of the workload, which so far they haven't.
No, hasn't been a lot of sharing done at all.
No, there's not too much sharing or caring. But, you know, Magnus, yeah, for someone like him to even get a few kilometers of help in between is also something that he's not used to, that could, yeah, definitely help in getting him through what would be his perfectly paced kind of race. You know, Sam is definitely leaving a big gap to him, so there's probably not that much advantage. But oh, hang on, are these the lead men? Because if they were, then there are no. Okay, no, this is a group of 4. Can't quite tell what this is from the top. This must be, I'm guessing, a women's chase pack, maybe. Very hard to tell from here, especially with my short-sighted eyes. But yeah, a lot going on at the moment, and we'll continue to try and get some more splits to give you a global position of where things are at the bike. And finally, we get some footage of Daniela. Oh, and she is working. You can just tell she gets in that groove, she gets in that rhythm. Being passed here by probably an age group men.
Or it could possibly actually be one of our slower professional male swimmers that's finally overtaken her, because our first age group men weren't going off until 6:50, so quite a way behind our professionals.
Yeah, because of course we did see them. We did see the
those
girls
lead women actually catch some of them. Correct.
Catch some of the others. I tell you what, though, whoever it was must be a decent bike rider, because not many people can pass Daniela at race pace quite like that.
No.
You know, and she is putting in a solid chunk of time. You know, she's taken a minute onto pretty much everybody, more onto Fenella, as she is here in grading and about to get up the climb the first time. And of course, her, you know, living and training in and around Switzerland and St. Moritz, this is the part that she would relish. You know, she's looking forward to the climb. She's looking forward to making some good time, and this is her kind of territory. So yeah, next time we get some splits up the top of the hill, I think the gap may just
started to get
a little bit
bigger and bigger.
Indeed.
And look, while we're looking at Danny Riff, as you can see out of the saddle, that shows you just how steep this climb is, that she has chosen to get out of the saddle to get herself up grading. We are going to go to another little clip on Triathlon Secrets.
what can I live with?
My family, they're really my motivation and my greatest support, and they are the reason I'm able to do what I do. You know what, I work with the most brilliant coach in the world, and so I rely on him for all of my nutrition advice. I have to have Barbie pink nails. My grandma and I used to paint our nails together pink when I was a little kid, and she is not here anymore on this earth, but it's my little homage to her. And when I'm riding in the TT bars, I can see my fingertips, and it just gives me this little extra sparkle. Probably Mirinda Carfrey. She is one here actually, and she is the first triathlete I was ever really a fan of before I even got into the sport, because we shared a mutual sponsor. And she's also become a mentor to me as I've taken on motherhood and professional sport. Whenever I get onto the run, I think it's time to go to work. The run is my strength and my weapon, and so I always look forward to that part of the race. Well, this is actually my first ever challenge event, and so I feel like I'm really kicking it off with a bang. I'm so stoked to be here, and I can't wait to experience all that is Challenge Roth.
And welcome back to DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. That was, of course, our reigning world champion, Chelsea Sodaro. Absolutely brilliant athlete.
What a race that was.
Oh, unbelievable race.
That was pretty nuts, I have to say. Seeing it live out on course, and that was a really special day to be spectating. And yeah, seeing her, as she said, go to work on that marathon, she left no stone unturned.
She certainly didn't. And you know, Jan, she's really been focused about this race. As I said, her and the family, her husband Steve and their little girl Sky, moved across to Switzerland. They've been based in St. Moritz for quite a long time now with her coach Dan Plews, who they have such a mutual respect. I think watching these two, the relationship that they have as coach and athlete is something truly special. And I know you have it with your coach, Dan Lorang. And I love seeing the dynamic. And when it works well, it really, really works well. And I think she's coming into this race in a really good headspace. She didn't have the race that we knew she was capable of at the PTO Champs in Ibiza, and it has been a little bit of a rocky season, but I know that she's been putting in the work in Switzerland, and her coach Dan, very, very happy where she is now. She's currently around 3:39 down on this woman on screen, Daniela Riff, who is having an incredible race so far, also based in St. Moritz, under her coach Brett Sutton, who she did leave for a little while but has gone back to now. And I think, you know, it's funny. Obviously, her and Brett work very, very well together. She's won multiple world championships under him, but then she needed to take that time out. Has decided that she needs to come back, and so far looking very, very strong out there on the bike course.
Yeah, absolutely. When you see the dynamic looking from the side between her and Fenella, you can just see that aggression when she's, you know, really pushing the pedals, especially here on the climb, where she's trying to create that difference, whereas other athletes are more trying to defend. You know, they're trying to be within their power zones, and they're trying to, you know, get up there with as little damage as possible. She is the one inflicting the damage. And yeah, I'd love to get a shot of Chelsea in that same position and see where she's at. As you mentioned, she does have seem to have formed a really good relationship with Dan. They haven't been working together that long. as we mentioned earlier on. But yeah, he's definitely very hands-on. He's come over to Switzerland to spend some time training with her.
He's actually racing out there today. So
is he really?
He is trying to win the amateur race here today.
Good old Dan.
So,
you can never stop him.
No.
The former world champion, and I believe also course record holder for the age groupers in Hawaii. So he's a very, very ambitious man himself. But yes, he does have, a lot of the pieces of the puzzle together, when he looks at the scientific side. But to have that combination as an athlete who's on the inside and can really experiment with a lot of things, that is absolutely unique, and something that I think Dan has convinced a lot of athletes to come and train with Dan. He does have a strong roster of athletes nowadays.
But also having to fit in the fact that she's a new mum. Just given birth to Sky, having to fit that factor into the equation as well can't be easy.
No, it can't be easy, and she's very vocal about it too. It's very much something that's on her list of priorities, is what she wants to promote is equality and opportunities for women in sport. And good on her. I think that's it's no easy task. I looked at it after Kona, and she was pushing that message very proactively and going, out of her way to be heard. She was doing a lot with the added media commitments that she's had, being a mum, and trying to get back ready for the sport, because let's be honest, no one's waiting for you.
No,
you go out there
not.
and all of a sudden, because of one day, you have all these extra opportunities. Some may call them obligations, whatever it is. It takes a lot out of you, So for her to be said to have a rocky start to the season, let's be honest and let's be fair. You have to find that role, and you have to find yourself. It took me, I don't know how many years after the Olympics to get back into any decent kind of shape, because I just thought, I've done it and now I'm here, and that's not how the world works. And that's why I think Dan would be a very, very good help for her as well, to guide her back to form and see that the numbers add up again, all whilst fulfilling and living your dream as a world champion. So it's not easy, and I think she's done a great job so far. And let's be honest, this is the first really big race since her world title.
Absolutely, and I know that she is ready and she's focused and she is prepared, as is this young man, the Super Dane.
Diddly squat he's getting for help. Poor guy, the only thing that's happening is that he's looking back and losing a bit of speed every time. It's
and look
so
at that, Jan. Look at that.
Oh, what do we got?
43 seconds now. Daniel Bakkegaard is behind. So he was originally with this lead group of two. He's now 43 seconds behind. We know behind Daniel we've got that group of Patrick Lange, Ben Knut and Peter Heinrich. So those three riding very, very well. They're at about a minute 22. They're about a minute back. So it'll be interesting to see if that's changed. But they're actually riding very, very well. So it'll be poor old Daniel sort of in no man's land right now between the two.
Well, yeah, 43 seconds, and that's since the start of the climb. So we haven't gone to this descent yet, if I'm not mistaken. They're about to start descending, which is what we talked about earlier. Don't take my advice on this descent.
Yes, I was...
it almost cost me fatherhood at the time, actually.
Honestly, I'm getting
terrible.
Butterflies in my stomach. I was commentating, obviously doing the live coverage that day back in 2016. But you know what, Jan? This is what happens. You were so focused and you were absolutely going for it. Like you said, the goal was to get that time. So you had to take risks.
And it actually rained in the first lap, so that's what happened.
It was a little slippery.
It was wet, and my back wheel went, and I just didn't think I'd get around the corner. This came a little bit too hot, and that's all right. It's what happened. Nothing too bad.
That's right. You got straight back on.
The pitch of my voice was elevated for a half an hour, and then things kept going. But it's what we said earlier about Daniela. Such situations can often just take your monofocus off and give you that shot of adrenaline
That
and
you need.
seem like a setback, but in the end, okay, yeah, you lose the speed and whatever else, but that adrenaline is really something that carries you for a long time. And it's something that people at home can perhaps imagine when they're going out for a jog and there's a dog coming, just to the gate, and you get that fright, and all of a sudden you've got that extra bit of kick to pick up the pace. And that's really all that's happening, even on a professional level, where a body reaction such as, just reacting with a bit of adrenaline can actually be quite an aid.
Wow. Yeah. It was. I still remember 2016, an incredible day. We're in for another incredible day here today. We do have Felix Valshofer, who is on a moto, following the professional men and the professional women. We've been told. Oh, I can see him on screen now. Felix, hello.
Morning, Felix.
Hi, Jan. How are you?
Oh, can we hear you? I don't know if we can quite hear you yet. We need to get some sound on Felix.
Can you hear me, Belinda?
Yes, we can. Beautiful.
Oh, wonderful. Hey, sweetie. Hey, Jan. How are you?
Hey, Felix. Morning. Enjoying the race so far. How about you?
It's amazing. I'm just behind the third man. So Magnus and Sam just came through, and then followed by Daniela, and we are waiting for the others now to come. Beautiful day. If you see the cornfields here, no wind. Absolutely
Fantastic.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. And what makes me most happy, I don't know if you see it on the TV pictures, the new system with less motorcycles is really, really working. So it's very easy for us to go through because there is no clotting together anymore. So very much relief.
Now, we did talk about that there's, we've got 40 less motos on course. Some of the safety measures that you've put into play for this year's race are extraordinary. We know that the moto riders are wearing black bands around their arms in memory of the lost moto rider from a few weeks ago. But so far, it's looking like a very fair, very safe race for everyone out there.
Absolutely. The referees are doing a really good job. The motorcycle drivers are driving super carefully. So, yeah, it's really, really good. I'm very, very happy.
Now, the $1 million question, Felix, are we going to see this guy's record go today?
Good question, Belinda. If you would ask me now, as I said, there is no wind here. It's really beautiful. It's not too hot. They are looking all really, really strong. I think it is absolutely possible.
And with the women's race, we've got Daniela Riff that has just stormed through to the front, racing like the angry bird that she knows she is. But great to see Fenella also there in second place. And Laura Philipp and Annie Haug just that little bit further around that 4 and 5 minute mark off the back. Do you think that they're still able to bridge that gap up come the run?
Good question. Daniela is flying. I just saw her once because I try to stay in front of the top man so that we don't interfere with anything. So I just have seen her once, but she looked really, really confident, really, really strong. Angry Bird is flying.
She is flying. Indeed she
Angry
is.
Bird is angry.
Here the next one come. Next one come.
There we go.
Auf geht's, Peter. Go, Patrick! Go, Patrick!
Patrick Lange, Peter Heinrich, and Ben Canute.
Go, Ben!
So, Felix, how far back do you think they are?
You can hear Felix is not invested at all.
At all.
He's just a quiet spectator. He doesn't have a elevated love for the sport.
I think I'm the biggest fan of the race here as well. So really exciting to see all of them on the course.
Now, Felix, I know you don't know exactly, but what sort of gap was that from that group of three up to Magnus and Sam Laidlow? Oh, we might have lost Felix.
Belinda,
I'm not sure.
Belinda,
oh, here we go.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, we've got you back.
We didn't take the time, Belinda, and I'm very, very bad at guesstimating, and I don't want to talk
So don't
yet.
do it. No problem. No problem. Look, Felix, absolute pleasure. I hope we get to see you again. I'm sure we are going to get to see you again out on course, maybe on Loop 2. But we'll leave you now as we go back to the lead of our men's race here. We've got Sam Laidlow on screen. I love looking at this man ride. He looks fantastic, doesn't he, Jan?
Absolutely. He does look like poetry in motion. Bye, Felix.
Bye, Felix.
Bye.
Thanks for the update.
No worries.
Yeah, Felix just...
he really, no, but he genuinely loves it. He loves it as much as you and I do, let's be honest.
His passion for the sport is, and for this race is definitely unparalleled, and it's amazing, you know, you can tell, like, it is really what it is. Having put on an event or two, I can tell you it is hard work and long hours, and it's the same thing as everything. You love what you do, and you know, you'll get so much further because for him, it is it's his hobby. It's what he'd love to do. Whereas anybody else, if you're counting hours at events like this, then good luck. I mean, it's going to be very, very tricky.
Well, I think he averages about 2 hours sleep a day for the last week, if that gives you any indication.
Here we go. There is a change in the lead, and this makes me very happy to see. Just the boys working together. And this is what could indeed make the difference in this race. If Sam and Magnus manage to
start working together.
You know, within the means, obviously, that they are. This is going to be exciting stuff, because then they can start putting down some serious time. To be honest, though, Felix was chatting to us for a while before the chase group came
and that's
by.
why I wanted to ask, because obviously I have the results, the updates on my screen right now, and it's got them only at about 34 to 40 seconds back. It was definitely longer than that.
No,
so that's why I wanted to get some sort of an indication. We know that is definitely blown out. Felix is
We've
Felix
talked
is great.
so well about Felix, and I'm going to have to add one more thing, because this is the thing about long distance racing. If you are running on the marathon, there will be someone standing in a corner and say, "Go, go, go! You're looking great," which is the first lie. Yeah. and then they'll be like, 45 seconds. You got 45 seconds. And you're like, okay, 45 seconds. Jeez, you'll run 100 meters down. Looking great, looking great. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. You're like, hold on a second.
And then it's 4 minutes, and then it's 35 seconds, and the guesstimating that Felix spoke about is one of the triathlon spectators' favorite tools to get along.
I like that he didn't want to do it. He said, I'm not playing that game.
Absolutely, that's where I compliment him.
Oh, I love it.
It really is. Yeah. It's the triathlon spectator's favorite game of guesstimating. Obviously with good intentions, I think, for most of them.
Absolutely.
But it can certainly throw a curveball off and at you and makes it worthwhile taking your own stopwatch and timing things. But there is daylight, quite a bit of daylight between these two boys and the next.
And now you were talking about, you touched on it just earlier, that, you know, Sam Laidlow coming to the front and taking a turn, a legal turn, obviously 12-meter rule being implemented here today. But mentally, from a mental standpoint, and you've been in this position where you've been leading a race. In fact, you're pretty much always in this position, let's be honest. How much of an advantage is it mentally to be able to for Magnus now to just go that 12 meters behind Sam, let Sam do the pacing, just so we can have a little bit of reprieve?
Well, it keeps you engaged as well. You know, it's something to have someone there and keep you honest on the pace. You've got the numbers, obviously, that you're riding, but you know, these boys will make sure to race smart. You know, it gives them a chance to sit up and get some hydration, or perhaps take on a gel that he otherwise wouldn't. We know from Sam that he does have an incredibly high sweat rate, and just then I actually counted 5 bottles on his bike.
Wow.
So he's got 4 bottles, and he's got the nutrition within his frame. Going through the aid station here, a good chance to fill up and make sure, despite it not being that hot yet, you get enough fluid going. And here we have a question coming in, and how is Laidlow wearing his bib number? And you can see he's done what I was talking about. He somehow fixed it to the point that
it's not flapping around at all.
Flapping around, yeah. He would probably either have maybe he's got a second band, or maybe he just has a slightly weighted pouch, which I think there's a British company that make them. That you basically just stick your number in, and it's because it's weighted, it won't flap around like that.
And it does look so much cleaner. I mean, you could see it then. It was a big difference when you compare it to, say, Magnus Ditlev and his number that's flapping around in the wind.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, here we have Sebi Kienle, one of the OGs
absolutely.
of aerodynamics. I mean, this guy pioneered aerodynamics before anybody kind of knew what was going on. Yeah, he looks to be down quite a way with his special edition bike that I believe is also up for sale or up for auction. He's got various charity projects that he's attached to his last year, and this bike is actually covered in what I believe was one of his first spelling tests.
It certainly was. Yep. I had a look at it the other day. It's quite incredible. Yep.
Yeah, and you can just tell, you know, he's using this last year to live out his passion and live out his dreams on his self-labeled discontinued tour, and doing some good along the way. You know, which is a hard thing to combine. You know, I think a lot of athletes, you know, we're so mono-focused and so ego-driven that, you know, the charitable idea is something that, yeah, is just nice to see.
Absolutely. And of course, it was 2010 when Sebi came second here at this race, and it was really the race that kick-started his career, and what an illustrious career he has had. Let's take a listen to what some of the other athletes have to say about Sebi Kienle.
Sebastian Kienle is the triathlon guy in Germany. I mean, he's a character, everyone knows him, and he had an absolute outstanding career, and I wish him all the best for the race on Sunday, that he really has a great farewell year and that he can enjoy it with a good performance, of course, because you're still an athlete, you want to perform well, but he did a lot for the triathlon. He made it popular, and yeah, I think everyone has to say thank you to Sebastian Kienle, because that's the reason why we can earn our money with that, because he made it popular in Germany, and yeah, I wish him all the best.
Sebi is like one of those legends, and it's like every time there is a problem in the sport, I have noticed every time there is some debate about stuff, he's always one of the guys that speaks out and is one of the clever older people that I've been looking up to through my entire career. He lifted the game on the bike, and the other people, the younger guys, have seen that and are trying to do the same, and he's been one of those guys that I've really looked up to.
Sebi was the one who kicked off our winning streak in Kona with a victory in 2014. I think he kicked off a great era of German success in Kona, which makes him one of the greats of all time in my mind. He definitely elevated the game in sport in triathlon. He most likely introduced the specific work on the aerodynamics on the bike, so he was the one who introduced like wind tunnel testing and track testing, etc.
He's a great guy. What people appreciate about Kienle is he's very raw, you know, like when he's happy he shows it a lot, and when he's down or angry he also shows it, and I think that's what people like about the character, and I think whatever happens, you know, there'll definitely be all the pros cheering him if there is any pros before him at the finish line, but definitely I think everybody is grateful for the career he's had and what he's brought to the sport.
Sebastian Kienle, he was the Ironman World Champion back in 2014. He's Roth Champion here back in 2018. He's a 70.3 champion back in 2012 and 2013. He was third earlier this year at Challenge Wanaka, fourth at Ironman New Zealand, fourth at Challenge Fréjus, and he won only a couple of weekends ago in Spain. Not only is this man a character, he's one of the true gentlemen of the sport. I actually got to meet Sebi way back, and I think it was about 2004 or 5 when he first started his career. And if you had have asked me back then if he was going to be where he is now, I would not have believed you. He was a little bit of a dorky, long-haired, couldn't swim, was always a brilliant bike rider. And to see the athlete that he has turned himself into today, it's quite remarkable, Jan.
Yeah, he is a little bit of a mad scientist, isn't he? He's an incredibly intelligent guy, actually, having studied physics and just generally being very, very switched on. Absolutely loves triathlon, but somehow has never been able to let go of that 6-year-old. The energy he's got and just running around and making silly jokes. You always appreciate the company of somebody who can make fun of themselves, and Sebi is definitely one of those guys. Within the seriousness of the sport, he does have a very light-hearted mentality. And yeah, of course, I'm a long-time Sebastian Kienle fan, and have had some of my favorite races against him. And yeah, it's definitely a truly remarkable career that's sort of coming to an end. Somebody that's really made a difference in the sport.
Oh, I totally agree. And look, when we had the pasta party on Friday night, we had all of our top athletes there, but I can tell you, the guy or the athlete that got the most cheers by a long way was Sebastian Kienle. He almost brought the house down. It was quite emotional.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's written history here at this race. Again, we mentioned earlier, first rookie under 8 hours, and that is quite a statement to make. And of course, he's racing at home. He's racing his last season. And there are just a lot of things that come together. But I think first and foremost, people appreciate Sebi for his integrity and for being, a die-hard racer who always, if he can, will make an influence on the race. He doesn't seem to be having the very best day just yet in terms of his pure performance. But again, it's at a point where people are just coming out to see him and cheer him on and perhaps carry him for that little bit of a way. I know he's still got some ambitions, but it's gonna be an interesting day out there.
It really is. And of course, Daniela Riff on screen now.
Oh my gosh, 3 minutes.
It continuing to extend her lead, 3 minutes over Fenella Langridge, but probably more importantly, upward over 7 minutes plus on Anne Haug and around 6 minutes on Laura Philipp.
Well, that's interesting because we just saw then that Chelsea
Sodaro, that's right.
Chelsea Sodaro and Lisa Norden are working together, and Lisa Norden, of course, being a powerhouse herself on the bike, having performed as a professional cyclist, they could work together, and they're putting in time on both Anne and
that's correct.
Laura
Yes.
Philipp, and that is something I perhaps wouldn't have seen quite that way. But yeah, we are 55k into a bike ride, and 5 minutes is a substantial gap for something that's essentially a third of the way of the bike course.
It is, but we know that if anyone is able to run any of these women down, it's Annie Haug. She had the fastest run split last year. We are expecting her to have another incredible run split this year. Her results this year have been extraordinary. First at 70.3 Lanzarote, first at Challenge Gran Canaria, and of course first at the PTO European Open in Ibiza. She's had a faultless start to the year, so we know that she's coming into this race in incredible form. But is that gap going to be just too big for her to run down?
Well, the form is one thing, but you have to always remember at these races, this kind of field and this kind of hype, you cannot deny the mental pressure that's going on. And that's something, pressure creates diamonds, but it's definitely, if there is one kink to Anne's armor, it has been that pressure side. It's something she's worked on incredibly over the career. I remember her in her ITU days, and she always had incredible talent and incredible speed and work ethic, but it would be exactly that pressure that would bring her down. And she's worked hard on it. But, in terms of days and as big as the days get, this will be her challenge to meet because, Chelsea's come across, and in her interviews, she's confident. She's got that, I would say almost American sports star kind of confidence that comes across, and that's almost infamous. And that's kind of the opposite of where the European mentality and probably where Anne fits in. So it'll be interesting. If that gap continues to grow, I can't see Anne running minutes into Chelsea.
No.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like I think she's a phenomenal athlete, and she definitely is a phenomenal runner. But I do see the two of them quite similar. And yeah, as I said earlier, I would have liked to see them push the marathon, but it's early days.
Early days, that's right.
We only have a third of the bike
It is
course.
indeed.
And Andi is definitely somebody who knows how to pace herself very, very well. Her, of course, being coached by Lange as well. And their partnership must be going into, I don't know,
a long time
15, probably close to 20 years now, because they met at university, so they've been together forever and a day. And you know, that'll be quite something. But again, I'm looking forward to hopefully getting some images sooner or later of the chase pack of the women. And remember that only 4 women have gone through that timing point. So we don't even know what the further gaps are, but one thing's for sure is the gaps are huge. Daniela is dropping some serious watt bombs at the front, and yeah, she is also just once again in that strange position of being in the lead early on. You know, we have something that we've got probably 2 unexpected leaders in Magnus and Daniela very, very early in the race. I think we all sort of thought Sam Laidlow would be there in the beginning, but here we see him making a pass, and yeah, the boys really starting to work together now. Little chat.
Well, it's interesting you bring up the little chat, because I think the reason that this is happening now is because Magnus actually did turn around at one point and said, "Listen, come on."
Yeah, well, he turned around a lot of times, so...
Yeah. So I think there were a couple of words exchanged, and you know, they are getting ready now to come around the corner and actually ascend the infamous Sodaro Berg. So it is coming up fairly soon, and it'll be, as I said, how many, I mean, honestly, can we put a number on it? How many supporters do we get on Sodaro Berg? It is thousands upon thousands upon thousands. I remember the first year I did it, you would come around this, swing around this corner, which they're just about to do, and you'd see the start of the climb, and all you would see is a sea of people.
What is going on there?
Oh, got that out of the way, just in time.
Oh my gosh.
Now, the reason they're doing
that was a bit unnecessary.
is because those motos have to be behind at the start of this climb. So we are starting Sodaro Berg right now, and the motos are not allowed to be in front. They have to be behind here, so that our professional men have a clear way up. But you can see it's fenced off for now, but once we get a little further,
you can't see the road.
No, it just, here we go.
Yeah,
so
it's
crazy.
It's definitely a confidence test where you just ride.
Oh, look at that, Jan. You can't even see where you're riding. And look, see Magnus and Sam getting that crowd cheering. It's honestly, unless you've done this, you cannot really describe the feeling that you have as an athlete, whether you be pro or age group, the feeling you have when you ascend this climb. It is, I'm sitting here with goosebumps on my arms, because it really is like nothing else in the world.
No, it is absolutely unique. And I'll tell you what, the one thing people maybe don't realize is that when you're wearing a time trial helmet, it actually covers your ears. And normally all kind of noise is blocked, but kind of it feels like that noise sneaks in from underneath and then just reverberates with.
Yeah.
I remember having to block my ears because it was actually painfully loud. That's how much people get into it. Again, on the second lap, we'll see this grow to even bigger crowd, just because people are making their way over from the swim start.
This is just the warm-up.
This is a warm-up, but it's quite a warm-up indeed. But I'll tell you what, I drove through there last night at 10:30 or whenever it was, and I remember the first time being here for a course recon, and I'd heard about the Sodaro Berg,
of course,
right? And it's infamous, and you go there, and then you ride it for the first time when you're there on a normal Thursday afternoon. It is the most underwhelming thing
you actually question whether you're on the right climb.
Totally, absolutely.
You think, is this really it?
And then you get there on the Sunday of race day, and the spectators just light it up, and it's just absolutely crazy of how much passion and kind of heart people put into it at the races here.
Just to put it into perspective, the people of Hippelstein take Sodaro Berg so seriously. This year they spent a crazy amount of money on a brand new sound system. I saw the speakers being set up. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. They've got a
well,
new
you need
DJ.
it so you can hear any music over the people.
This is true. But it's become bigger and better. So a massive overhaul of this hotspot on Solaraberg, and it really is the place to be. And like you said, the first lap, we've seen a huge amount of spectators. Second lap, it is crazy how many people that we'll see. But yeah.
That's Patrick.
That's Patrick Lange.
He's not in the village yet.
No, that's the climb before you drop down into Hippelstein.
Yeah.
So he is quite a long way behind.
That's
riding
a solid
on his
gap,
own.
But he's on his own, and he's looking very aggressive in terms of his body position and working. So he's definitely putting in a surge, making sure to put the most in. But yeah, you can tell also from Felix's interview, I mean, you can see there is so much, well, we call it heart blood in German, just so much energy and thought going into this race about motorbikes, about safety, and getting the perfect race out, that a sound system for one day of the year will be invested in, because this whole region,
because it's worth it.
You drive across the Autobahn, and this race is signaled on the main Autobahn. Welcome to the home of triathlon, and there's just nowhere else in the world where you would find that kind of thing.
No, it's really one of those races where not just the town of Roth, but all of the surrounding areas, they've not only embraced it, but they've taken it on as their own. I don't think there's one race in the world where you get the sort of welcome that you get here. They want you to be here. The homestay program that they have at this race, where they take such pride in taking in not just the professional athletes, but photographers, journalists, age group athletes. They're so incredibly proud of this race, and why shouldn't they be? To me, it is the greatest race in the world.
To be very honest, like in my humble opinion, I mean, it's and they've been handed a bit of a golden handshake as well, because the way the World Championships in Hawaii has been blown apart, and you can no longer race, well, men and women are now racing separately. It's really made this the home of, the triathlon family kind of racing, because you can go here with your spouse or also not, but it's just the whole community comes together every single time. And I think it's probably the greatest thing that could have happened to this race in terms of its prestige of being even more elevated and actually being the greatest race in the world.
And you're right.
Yeah,
and
we
you're
are.
right.
Patrick is leading that group. Sorry, just to interrupt you, but I was looking for that perspective. So that's 5 minutes down. Wow, that's a big gap.
It is. It is. So, as Jan just mentioned, DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP, is the only event of the season bringing together the best athletes from all over the world in one location. And it really has been an event-filled weekend. Not only, obviously, have we got the main event today, but we had the Bambini run and night run on Thursday night, the Junior Challenge on Saturday morning. On Friday afternoon, we had the Challenge for All. And, of course, yesterday we also had the Challenge Women's 5-kilometre run, which I took part in. 2,000 women taking part in that run yesterday. It was honestly a sea of pink, amazing. It's always a great event. Absolutely love doing it. We don't talk about times. Thank you very much, Jan Frodeno. You should know better. It's like you don't talk about age. I don't talk about times anymore.
Everybody's talking about my age, so I thought I'd bring up something.
Oh, you're still a spring chicken at 40 odd.
40, yeah, odd,
40
exactly.
Odd. Actually, speaking of age, we didn't speak about it. Annie Haug, obviously our defending champion, is the oldest female in the field racing today at 40 years of age. But in saying that, to me personally, she's having one of the greatest years of her life thus far. So, age is but a number, Jan.
Indeed. I'm trying to tell myself that every single time. But yeah, well, when you can stay uninjured and when you can string things together the way Andi has,
absolutely,
then great things can definitely still happen in an endurance sport.
And speaking of guests, we have got another guest joining us right now in the studio, Ralph Eggert. Lovely of you to join us. I'm trying to think when I first met you, but it was probably back in the early 2000s, I do believe.
Yes.
Not that we're talking about age
That
at all.
man was a world championship medalist at
I
that
know.
stage.
Yes, he was.
It's,
Talking about age.
Talking about age. Here we are.
It was great seeing all these people here and seeing people around here from the 80s, from the 90s. Everybody's here. It's crazy. It's been crazy time the last couple of days here in Roth.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
Absolutely. And look, can you tell us what's your role here in Roth this year and in years past?
Well, I've been working for DT Swiss, which is a bicycle component supplier and producer, and we are here as an expo on the expo, and we're exhibiting. But I'm also here for the athletes, for our athletes that are racing on our products, being here, being for their needs here.
And I believe we do have a clip on Swiss Ride that we are able to show right now, and we'll get you to go through it with us once it's done.
Today we were doing a lot of aerodynamic and rolling resistance measurements out on the road. Extremely windy today. Our measurement devices showed up to 60 km/h gusts. So running deep section wheels was very challenging today for our athlete, which would mean if the wind was like this on race day, rear disc would not have been possible to ride. The good news is that on race day on Sunday, we're expecting only 10 km/h wind from the east, which means we can expect full aero setups on the wheels, so rear disc and deep section 80mm wheel on the front. Rolling resistance was also a really interesting topic. We were running 7-bar pressure in a 25mm tire. That was actually the best pressure to be running today. So because the roads are so smooth, you can run typically higher pressures. No need to drop the pressures due to rough roads. It's going to be a really fast race on Sunday. Let's see who wins.
So what is your opinion? Fast day today? Will we see some records go?
Definitely. I think JP, Jean-Paul Ballard, you just saw from Swiss side, he's an expert in aerodynamics. He's coming from the Formula One aerodynamics years ago, and he has been developing really great devices, and also he has been a partner of DT Swiss, so there's a cooperation between us, and he has a really big knowledge about what's happening here today. He was looking at the weather just 2 days ago, and he was predicting there will be no wind today, so his knowledge is great, and I think that we will see there's not a lot of wind today, and the wind slowed down in the past days.
9 km/h we have.
Yes, that's perfect. I mean, this is really fast, and as also Jean-Paul said, the road is so smooth and everything's rolling so great. I think this is why we can expect fast times, and you also see it in the setup of the athletes. No matter what wheels or what bike he's riding, they are on full aerodynamics today.
Yep. And tell us, you've got some of the greatest riders or greatest athletes today. We've got quite a few of them out on course right now.
Yes, one is leading already.
Of course.
This is Daniela. She's riding ahead of the field, and I honestly must say I was really positively surprised of her swim today.
We were the same. We were saying the same.
I think it must be like her best swim
ever
for ages.
For a long time.
For
that's
ages,
right.
Yeah, I would say I'm really was really positively surprised. And then we have Chelsea there, and also Anne as the one chasing them down now. And on the men's field, it's Daniel Beckegaard on our wheels. Yeah.
What's interesting, we just got an update on Daniel. I thought for sure that Patrick, the chase group with Patrick Lange and also Ben Canute would be making inroads, but they're actually not. Daniel Beckegaard is in one of those positions you probably don't want to be in. He's in no man's land, so he can't bridge the gap across back up to Magnus, but he's not being caught by that chase group behind. So he's obviously riding his own race right now, keeping to his wattage that he needs to keep at. So, for me, Daniel, coming into this race, Daniel was always one to watch. I think he's a definite podium contender.
When he passed by our booth, he was really confident, and he said, "Okay, I'll do my own race," and I think that's the right thing to do. You don't. If you go up Sodaro Berg, you probably push too many watts up there, but I think he said, no, I want to do my own race, and he was really confident about what he's doing. So he's very complex person, and definitely a dark horse for the day's race.
And I think also it could be quite an advantage, actually.
Yes.
We call it no man's land, but it's exactly what Ralph just mentioned, that you don't have the surges that a group has. You saw the group of Patrick and
Ben Canute.
Peter being quite surgy, and those surges are definitely what hurts you in the second lap. So, yeah.
let's see if all those aerodynamics and setups can, minimize his time damage rolling into T2, which I'm sure you guys have validated in some way or another.
We've done something. I mean, you have been in the wind tunnel as well, other athletes as well. But I think, meanwhile, at this time in the races, there is no disadvantage because they're all on the same weapons, I would say. So nobody has a disadvantage looking at the frames, looking at the wheels. They're all on full aerodynamics. There are minor tweaks that can be done. But I would say in general, if you don't have access to wind tunnel testing, if you don't have access to the high-profile rims, disc wheel, and the full setup by bike manufacturers, including new cockpits, as you also see on Daniela. She's riding a new cockpit by Swisside. And we validated this also with Swisside in the wind tunnel. So, and she wouldn't do it if it's not faster. So the technology is evolving still.
And talking about wind tunnel, I think we do have a clip of you working in the wind tunnel that we're going to play right now. Talk us through that. How important is most of your testing done in the wind tunnel?
Well, it's more or less athletes testing. We do this together with Swisside. Swisside is conducting these tests. We are just the supplier of the test, and actually the development of wheels and frames is done before. It's more or less it was done with CFD, computational fluid dynamics, and then we go into the sampling, into the testing of the wind tunnel. But when we go in the wind tunnel, we know already where we are. It's not that we have to do a lot of samples, a lot of test samples and test runs in the wind tunnel. We already know where we are, and then the athletes go there and we give them the opportunity to tweak their material, accessories, helmets, cockpits, rear bottles, whatever they want. We go with them and just test it. So the setup is given, but they can still tweak a lot, and we've seen massive improvements in aerodynamics this year in the wind tunnel.
Unbelievable, and we've got a great shot now of aerodynamics in play with Sam Laidlow on the front. We were talking before, it was, and then of course here we go, Danny Riff, one of your athletes having a superb race so far, continuing to extend her lead over the likes of Fenella Langridge and Chelsea Sodaro. But Danny Riff, what can you say about this woman? She's come in, you could see that she had that air of confidence about her, but she's very quiet compared to some of the athletes. She doesn't often talk a big game. She likes to just come in, do what she needs to do, and get on with business. But she's truly a remarkable athlete and one of the greatest we've ever seen.
Yes, I think this is one side you're talking of. She's quiet, or if you meet her other side, she's definitely different. So this is it's a very nice person to work with. She's very sensitive about testing. I would say Jan is another athlete that is also sensitive about feelings. Where can I get some wattage? We went with her on the track in Grenchen, and we tested like some suits with her. She wanted to test them, and she could immediately say after the run, without having any data, which suit was fastest.
She knew.
So she's really deep into it, and she wants to optimize herself, and it's impressive.
It really is, and she's won here before. She knows what it takes to get that top step on the podium, and right now, Jan, you've got to say she is in the absolute box seat, because we don't talk a lot about Daniela's run. We talk about her bike, and yes, she is one of the greatest bike riders we've ever seen, but she's still a bloody good runner.
Yeah, absolutely. But, while we're here on the bike leg, it's just, you can see how she's moving really well. You can actually see her lower back and hips moving really well, which generally speaks for a good glute activation. Ralph, please talk to her about that number. It's the race number is driving me crazy on all of these athletes. I'm grateful that you found so many watts in the tunnel, but this is an optical. Such a great setup.
She's so strong. She don't need.
She doesn't matter. That's what I said, Ralph. It's irrelevant. Come on.
Yeah, but she's just gone over that little pinch that will now lead us closer to the Solara Berg. And it feels like she is not that far behind.
No, she's not.
We only saw those shots of Patrick's group a little while ago, and they are at the front of the men's race. So she's definitely flying low rather than riding fast.
And now the last time Dani raced here, 8:22 was her time. Third fastest time ever on this course. Chrissy Wellington, of course, holding the first two fastest times, 8:18. Ralph, in your opinion, and I know we talk a lot about records, but it's interesting, it's exciting. We can't control the conditions. We've got great conditions today, so why not talk about records? Are we going to see Chrissy Wellington's record? Now, that was set back in 2011. Chrissy Wellington, she was so many years ahead of her game, it wasn't funny. We've got her here today. She's going to be down on the finish line.
She could have done with some aerodynamics at her time as well.
This is what I'm saying. Could you even imagine? I mean, she went 8:18 on a bike where she wasn't that aero. I know for a fact she's certainly never ever been in a testing facility at all. And 8:18. Dani's gone 8:22. Can we see Chrissy Wellington's time finally fall today?
Well, at the end, you have to run a marathon. And
Yes.
that's decided. So
This is true.
I would love to see the record. But, as Jan said, the wind is not that strong today. We don't have the high temperatures we had last year, so this is also an advantage. But we know that the temperatures will pick up, and I think it's essential to have good food all over the race. And I think Daniela really knows how to do it, how to race, and we might see it. Yeah, but there are still other racers inside the races of the female races that really want this record and that really want to win it. So, triathlon finished on the finish line after 3 disciplines, including transitions.
And I think for Dani Reef, what would be going through her head right now is, I want the win. That is the #1 goal, and anything after that is a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Daniela, having gone back to Brett Sutton, it would actually be an interesting question whether she's riding to power, because I don't think she is. She'd be one of the few ladies riding on feel, yep. Which is something that Brett is a huge advocate of. You go out and just push how you can and as long as you can. And that's certainly a unique approach in the scientific kind of world of triathlon that we now live in. We're talking about finding individual watts, but I think that's something probably Ralph and the team have done really well, is to get her to a comfortable position that she feels good in, that is also very, very fast, but without too much fuss and worry about it. She's just somebody who likes to go out and ride. And indeed, if I look closely, I can't see a power meter even on a bike, which is, in 2023, that is
it's
absolutely
almost unheard
unique.
of. It's unheard of. And here's Fenella Langridge. So this is giving us an indication of just how far behind second place is. So Fenella Langridge making it up that first climb. She'll dip down the other side, turn the corner, and then she will start Solara Berg. We know Dani Riff is already at the top and over the other side of Solara Berg. But here we go. This is the Fenella we know and love. She just loves a crowd, and honestly, the crowds love her. She will do this the entire way up Solara Berg as well. She, and that's the difference in athletes, isn't it, Jan? Some athletes like to stay completely focused. You can be screaming and cheering at them and they give you nothing. And then you've got this athlete, the other end of the spectrum, where they just lap it up and they thrive on the energy from the spectators.
No, absolutely. If you look at Fenella's social media feed as well, she is someone who likes to dance and, and go crazy to some music and just have some fun. And it's nice to see, because like you say, it is very much professionalizing and just becoming quite serious, which is okay. That's I myself have always kind of embraced that more, and it's just a personal preference, but it's always good fun seeing someone have a good time.
And that's what makes the sport so interesting. It's not one set character that does well here, or one set personality. We've got an array of personalities, even on course today, and I think that's what keeps our sport so exciting and so interesting. It's not one shoe fits all, it's what works best for you.
Exactly. I also love Fenella's racing style. I've seen her in 2021 racing here, and you see her performance improving over the last 2 years, and I think it still makes her very not only a dark horse, even a little bit more. So last year she led until halfway
through the marathon. That's right.
In 21 she was passed by Anna on 60k on the bike.
So if we go by that trajectory, she should be winning here today.
Yeah, but, I mean that's the thing. A question before we let you go, I do want to know, because I mean you've been around as a legend of the sport for so many years. I mean it's been a few decades that you've been in the sport actively and then also passively now. I mean, how have you seen the change of racing? You probably still remember this race. You would have seen it around the 90s. And how it was raced, and comparing to what we're seeing today, what do you enjoy the most about the changes?
My colleagues always show me pictures of me running with the trunks with speedos on.
Yeah, there you go, the fashion statement. There we go.
Fashion is one thing, and I think there's a lot of textile now on the men's and the women's. You don't see hardly any
skin.
I remember that silver speedo two-piece Simon Lessing. Yes, reflective as can be.
Do we have to bring that up?
Even one piece looking like a speedo down on the bottom, having it fully covered.
Oh.
No, I mean, it's great to see the involvement, and the sport is still evolving, and sometimes people complaining how the sport is looking like and how professional is it, and if you're not having the access to aerodynamics or the money to afford a fast bike, then you're out. But it is part of the game, and it is how the sport is evolving, and I think Roth is a good example that 40 years they just stay the same.
Yep.
So the heritage is there. So this is one thing that is really constant. The surrounding racing is differently, but I really like it.
Me too. I mean, for me, I've been in the sport for just over 30 years now, and I love seeing advancements. We need them in our sport. It's what's going to make our sport great. But I've been coming back here year after year after year, and while it has got bigger and better, the foundations have stayed the same. Solaraberg is always going to be Solaraberg. It's always going to be the most incredible hill in triathlon anywhere in the world. You can see Fenella Langridge now going up there, cheering the crowds on as only she knows how. But look at this, Ralph. They just know what to do. They get in, they get their picture, but they part. And the only other place I know this happens is Tour de France, obviously. But these spectators have been doing it for years on end, so they know what they're doing. They're well versed in getting in, getting a picture, giving a cheer, but then getting out of the way.
I think you're right, and I think this is the only race that is like this in triathlon. There's nothing compared currently.
It's unreal. It's unreal. So we've got Danny Reef, our lead female on course, looking the good so far, pushing that big gear.
Yeah, you can definitely see her going side to side. She is working for it. I mean, she's pushing.
But this is Daniela, so she's always riding.
Always
like this.
riding.
No, she's always riding hard. I mean,
you can't change her, and she's pushing big gears. And even when we go to the wind tunnel, she looks like this. So we cannot make it different, because this is actually her style, and then we have to measure the data out of this riding style.
And why would you? It seems to be working
It's
for
working
her.
for you.
Exactly.
Fine. No need to change something that's not broken. That's what I say.
Don't change the running system.
Oh, no. Look, Ralph, thank you for coming on again. You were on the show last year. We love having you on here. You're just a wealth of knowledge. You've been around just as long as I have. As I said, we don't need to go into specifics, but you've seen so much, and you're now part of the future with DT Swiss and the technology there. So thank you so much, and I'm sure we're going to have you on again next year.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Thanks, Ralph.
Thanks, Ralph. Always good seeing you. Enjoy the rest of the race, buddy, and good luck to all your athletes out there.
Yes, thank you. No, all good luck for you as well.
Thanks.
It's going to be a long day for Jan. But
it is. And I swear I showered this morning, but I am somehow surrounded by flies all over.
Oh, Jan. It's going to be the hardest and longest endurance event of your life. That's all I can say. But no, always wonderful to have Ralph on the show. We've got some great guests lined up. A little later on, we've got the woman herself, the legend herself, Chrissy Wellington, coming on to the show. We're going to talk about her time in the sport and what her opinion. She is adamant, Jan, after talking to her earlier this week, she is adamant that her record will be broken today by one of these females. It might be this woman on screen right now, Daniela Riff, or it might be one of our chase females of Chelsea Sodaro, Laura Philipp, Lisa Norden, or Annie Haug. But either way, I think we're going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I said, records are there to be broken, and they are there as an aim, as a mark for the next generation or even the current. And that's just what it is. I mean, just then talking to her about how he's seen the sport evolve over time. Chrissy was definitely part of a previous generation. I'm not even sure she was riding a time trial bike at that stage.
No,
but
I think
remember
it was a Cannondale road bike with clip-ons, to be honest.
Indeed, it was an aerodynamic nightmare for what you look at today. And, you know, for her to get put together that kind of package. Actually, interestingly enough, also training under Brett Sutton.
He has a knack of creating world champions. Particularly, obviously, with the females. That's right.
Female world champions. Yeah, one of those coaches that just seems to be able to, get into athletes' minds and make them perform. But certainly, looking at the setup that she was using at the time to create the records and create her status and win the races that she did. You would certainly say it was more opted for comfort and pushing big power over a long time in order to get those results. So very, very impressive. Here we have Anne Haug going up Solara Berg. Not quite the same demeanor as Fenella Langridge and lapping up the energy. She's obviously full focused, and she's one of those athletes that we speak of that internalizes the energy more. But nonetheless, absolutely, you know, going for it and giving it her very best. It'll be interesting to see how the time splits unfold. More so for me personally, her to Chelsea, whether she continues to lose a bit of time or can actually get back there and see a little bit more of the dynamics. I mean, yeah, we'll get some more info hopefully from our spotters.
Well, I can give you a little update now, Jan. We've got obviously Danny Reef leading, Fenella Langridge at 4:51 back, and this is at the 71.3 kilometre mark. Lisa Norden and Chelsea Sodaro now 6.5 minutes back. Laura Philipp at 8:25 back, and Annie Haug at 9:34 back. So 9:34 on our leader, Danny Reef. Honestly, if these times continue to go out the way they are, then I cannot see Danny. I mean, okay, yes, we've still got a marathon to run, but we know that Danny is pretty rock solid when it comes to the marathon. You know, it's 9.5 minutes is a lot of time to make up.
Yeah.
Yes and no.
She's got another 90k to do some more damage.
That's the scary part, isn't it?
She's getting there. I think. I'm very impressed with Chelsea and Lisa.
Holding their own.
Holding their own. I mean, they've lost another minute, but they've gained 2 minutes on
Annie.
And they've gained another minute on Laura. So yeah, the home girls being shown that they've got their work cut out by our two, well, current and former world champions. And here we get some splits on screen actually as you just passed them to us. But yeah, that duo of Chelsea and Lisa really seeming to work quite well. 2 minutes then to Laura, who is by herself, and Anne also by herself, another minute and 9 back. Wow. Gee whiz, that is a lot of time.
Well, particularly because we're only at around the 70, I think it was the 71 point, or yep, 71, between 71 and 77 kilometre mark now. So you're correct. We're literally not even quite one lap through, and
good 100 clicks to go.
It's going to get interesting.
That's massive. I mean, we're seeing the times blow up in the men's field relatively as well. So yeah, some big gaps. And I'll be surprised or interested to see, because the one thing that I think has changed over the last, you know, sort of 5 years is that you just don't seem to see the same kind of blow-ups anymore.
No.
You know, people used to blow up spectacularly, just like I did actually 3 weeks ago. I mean, had a spectacular blow-up.
You still finished in 4th. That's not a blow-up,
Yeah,
Jan.
I lost 2 places in the last 900 meters. That's how much I blew up. I was so delusional. I could barely run a straight line. I just completely overshot the mark. And you know, these athletes don't don't seem to do that. I think nutrition is a big part to
Plays
play
a big
with that,
part. I do too.
which makes a lot of sense because, you know, I've certainly made some mistakes in that department. And if I look at 2016 and the race here, I took a bottle and like a little sip of something every sort of 10, 12 Ks, which was pretty much every time when I was just starting to hit the wall, and I could just feel that slightly nauseous feeling, you know, when your body kicks into fat metabolism and you start burning a little bit more fat and you just feel like you're about to hit a wall. Well, then I would make sure that I take something, which is, of course, you know, by today's standards, just ludicrous to think, because you have to continuously take on little bits and pieces also to make sure your gastrointestinal stress is as little as possible. And you keep things together. But yeah, you certainly seem to see less of those blow-ups is the point I'm trying to make. So if the gaps are that big, then it's tough even for spectacular runners to make up
that time.
Huge amounts of time, because it just comes to a point where, you know, you running a spectacular race is no longer enough. It is up to the other person to actually give away some of their lead. And yeah, we'll see how it continues to unfold, but certainly some unexpectedly big gaps, and especially in the men's race where we saw a huge swim pack already completely being
obliterated. It really is. We've got obviously Laidlow and Ditlev still leading, but that chase group with Patrick Lange and Ben Knut now at about 6:22, 6:23 out. Peter Heimrich also in that group. We're trying to get you an update. If you are looking at the results, Daniel Bakkegaard has fallen off the result list, so we know that he was in third, and he may have just not registered on that next timing chip. But Sam Laidlow and Magnus Ditlev in front. We then had Daniel Bakkegaard riding on his own, and then a little further back, Patrick Lange, Ben Knut, and Peter Heimrich. At the moment, we are not seeing Daniel Bakkegaard on those official results, but I have asked our spotters down on course to give me some sort of confirmation that he is still there.
Well, in the meantime, it's nice to get our first shots of Lisa Norden, and that must be Chelsea just ahead of her. The two girls obviously swapping turns, because on the splits we've seen them being in reverse order. Yeah, of course, like we already mentioned, Lisa being a very competent rider who has ridden national championships.
Time trials, that's right.
I think, am I mistaken in saying she's even won a Swedish time trial championship? Either way, she's quick. She's a very handy bike rider. Also with that aerodynamic cockpit that we mentioned earlier on, and she just looks very classic, doesn't she? She looks like a pristine time
beautiful
trialer.
rider.
And here we go, getting no, I was premature. I thought the motorbike may be going to get a shot of Chelsea, but we can see, you know, this is what Felix was mentioning about the motorbikes.
Look at that, completely on their own. And what I love is these two women, as we said, 12-metre rule, that's a lot more, that's a lot further than 12 metres. So we've been given reports out on course by our head officials, tech officials, that they are extremely satisfied, very, very happy with how our professional men and women are riding today. Everyone is being very, very fair and actually leaving more room than what they need. So great to see that the athletes respecting each other out on course and doing the right thing.
Yeah, and the motorbike is not even going past Lisa here to get a shot of Chelsea. That's how much they're trying to keep the race fair. Because you always have to remember, I mean, it's two very distinct topics, right? The one is safety and the other one is fairness. And somehow, of course, you can't separate them. But they are very distinct topics that we need to talk about. And at this stage of the race, it's all about fairness. Now, what's about to happen is that we're going to go on to lap 2, and that means that you are now dealing with age groupers and passing age groupers, and of course they are 90k back, so the level of racing is going to be quite different between professionals, of course, and age groupers, as it should be. But this is, you know, they go off in waves according to what their predicted finish time will be, and if you're off 2 hours behind the men, well, then you're predicted to finish, probably around the 11, 12-hour mark. And that means that these boys and girls are going to be flying past the age groupers. And that's where these gaps start to become a little bit tricky, because then you're opening a second row in order to pass the age groupers, at times a third, because if an age grouper is passing an age grouper, you have to go around them again. And then you've got the motorbikes on course again. And that's where the situation becomes tricky, because in the beginning, like right now, we've got a 2-lane road.
We've got free space.
Space galore. And, none of that becomes a problem. Whereas the second lap, that becomes a little bit different. But as a professional, it also makes it a little bit easier because you've got mini targets that you're chasing.
To chase, exactly, Jan.
And that's the thing. You've got to break the distance down into little targets, but then it just becomes a little bit of a mind game to be chasing athletes from point to point, and you've got like mini goals. And of course, you have a little bit of what at least feels like a windbreak.
A draft, a little bit of a draft as you go up to that next age group athlete and pass them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Of course. I mean, if you're going 45 and they're going 30, then that's not going to be much of a draft. But it's just mentally the factor of chasing athletes.
And speaking of that, we've just been given a split out on course. Torsten Rad has done his little magic.
Oh, here we go.
Magnus is now projected to do a bike split of 3:58, so under that 4-hour mark. Christ. And even more impressive, Daniela Riff is looking to go sub 4:30. Now her bike course record here on the course is 4:31.29, so she's already ridden incredibly well here in the past, but she's predicted to go sub 4:30, while Magnus is predicted to go sub 4 hours. And while we're on that note, we're going to welcome our next guest here, no other than Jim Vance, coach of Ben Canute. Now you've just heard us talk about these crazy times. What do you think? Is it possible?
I'll say I didn't have a lot of this on my bingo card today, but I think that's just exciting, and people are getting into it. I saw that clip of Patrick Lange, and I heard you say, well, it looks like he's alone, and I'm like, what the hell happened to Canute? And then I could look at the tracker, no, he's still there. It's just, I got to recognize it's Germany. The German's going to charge to the front and make sure he's there to establish his dominance and mind games and things like that, which, look, Ben and I are kind of on this American theme, like Top Gun and Rocky. So this is Rocky 4. We came out here, we trained, against the big bad Russians, so to speak. Now it's the big bad Germans. And
love it.
No offense.
It's all right because the big bad Germans right now they're looking good. It's the big bad Dane.
The big bad Dane's out in front. That's right.
It's true. So the race is. Look, I got to be careful because, I can jump to conclusions right away. It's like, just calm down. It's a long day. There's a lot going on. Some of this doesn't surprise us at all.
No, of course not.
We knew Sam Laidlow is basically like, chances are he's always going to go as hard as he can, and he's either going to blow up or he's going to do well.
Yep.
And
it's one or the other.
It is. So he's just taken our long-time strategy and used it against us. I'll raise you one. So it's going. It's interesting. We'll see what this second lap does. They're not pulling away as much anymore. I think the last time gap was only about 22 seconds over 7K, whereas before I think they were making like 5-8 seconds a kilometer at times. Like I was just like, goodness, this is going the wrong way. But we'll see. I think it's telling that Magnus was finally like, okay, no, you need to come up and help me, Sam. So that tells me that Magnus is like, okay, I don't necessarily think I'm going to drop you. I'm going to have to use you. Yep. So that tells me that the pace was pretty hot, and Magnus is probably feeling a little bit. He definitely took some risks. So, we'll see. Lange's taking some risk. Every time check I see, Canute's on behind Lange, which is a good sign. I mean,
right where he needs to be.
Yeah. Hey, you're the German. You're hosting us. Yep. You take the lead.
And speaking of Ben, I think he's actually in a great position. Riding with Patrick Lange, he's going to get so many cheers because he's with Patrick. He's got Peter Heinrich there as well. It's a nice, solid group. But can you just walk us through? Now, obviously, this is only the second time ever for Ben over this distance, but it really is the first time that he's prepared for it properly. Let's be honest. And you've admitted that yourself. You and Ben have been coached. You've been coaching Ben now for 7 years. I'm sure you know him inside out. And this is the first really true build for a full distance race.
Yeah, I've had to, you know, work his mind probably more than anything else. But that's always what it's been. When Ben came to me, he was trashed, just beat down, and you know, I remember asking him, "Hey, how many races did you do in the last year?" And he was like, "You know, 22." I was like, "Okay, how many did you feel good at?" He said, 2.
2.
I said,
That's
"Dude,
not good odds."
No, you are doing your competitors a favor, dude. Let's tone the training down. Let's stay consistent. Let's really just take the long vision, and let's work on this slowly and consistently, and show up to every race ready to perform at a relatively world-class level." And we've been able to do that, and you know, this year we've taken a total change in our approach. It's been all like, you have to, if we go back to last summer, Ben struggled all summer, and even though the results weren't there, the training showed that he was getting better. And so we felt really good about what we were doing. We had to do a hard reset after Alcatraz last year. And by the time he crossed the finish line in St. George, he was just like, "Jim, that was so much fun." He's like, "That's what I want in my career. I want to go to the biggest races against the best people, and I want to be competitive."
Yep.
He's like, I'll start skipping all the small stuff, Jim. Let's just focus on those. Let's really get our training in. Let's show up ready to race. And so, like, this is only his 3rd race of the year, which is really
unusual for Ben. Absolutely.
I mean, we gave up Alcatraz.
Yeah.
He was like, "I don't want to go back to Alcatraz and try and retake the title if it's going to sacrifice Roth." He says, "I don't want to go into this. I really want to commit, and I want to show up, and I want to be, you know, I want to really have fun." And enjoyment's such a part of it. I mean, you're doing so much training, you have to enjoy it. So here we are. I mean, you want to talk about fun? I don't know if there's a more fun race in the world than this one.
So obviously, yes, first time here.
Yes.
You were out at the swim start.
Yes.
Just walk us through, what was the atmosphere like? I mean, was it as electric as it looked on screen?
Oh, more so.
Yeah, more so.
We have a text string. It's Ben's parents, his wife Courtney, his father-in-law, who's a big fan, and my wife. So we really are Team Canute, like families all together.
Fantastic.
And I remember texting at one point, just, there are so many effing people here. Like,
it's insane.
I couldn't even get out. I had to try and go give them a split down in greeting, and I was like, I'm never going to make it. And then I'm like, well, no, it's the Autobahn. I think I can make it. And I didn't make it, but
no.
But you know, that's because there was just so many people, and they were still coming.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get out of the parking lot.
No. This is it, and
it's been amazing.
You know, we've seen footage, and we're about to see these. Well, we had footage of Chelsea just about to going up Solaraberg, and the first lap's crazy enough, but wait till you see the second lap. It's going to be double again.
It's in there.
It's crazy.
Jim, just talking about the swim early on, what did you think of that, the dynamic? I mean, we saw I thought a surprisingly large group.
Yes.
What was your take on that?
That really, I would say, was the biggest surprise to me so far of the day. I mean, Magnus played that swim perfectly. He just held on the back. I noticed he recognized gaps were starting to open. He would move up, change position.
He was 3rd out of the order in the end, wasn't he?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
But you know, I think he was last out of the far turn buoy, you know, in that group.
Okay.
So like that tells you how he just continued to move up. There was a big surge in there that I think Laidlow had laid, and then Canute had laid, and he and Magnus crawled back the gap himself. I saw, so because I was walking right along the canal, so I could have a pretty good view, and that dynamic. I mean, once I saw that, I had to have a board that gave. There were only 2 athletes that Ben wanted to know about when he got out of the water, and that was Magnus and Lange.
Okay.
So I have a board, and I just wrote 0 with a slash through it. And he looked at me like, "What?" I said, "They're right there."
No trouble, buddy.
So I don't think it was any surprise he ran out of T1 first after that.
Yeah,
play. He was like,
he
I
had
got to
a
get on my
lightning quick
horse.
transition.
Yes. So look, when you go up against the best like this, and guys at big races, you have to take some punches.
Yep.
And that's right now, some serious punches have been thrown, you know. we had a strategy. We got punched in the mouth. We'll stick to it, and we'll see. I told Ben in our prep here that he's good enough for the podium here. Absolutely. I just don't know which step.
Yep.
Because we could even come here and have an amazing, incredible race. Ride one of the fastest times ever. Or have one of the fastest times ever and not even make the podium. That's the potential.
But that's the depth of the field, isn't
yes,
it here?
It is.
I mean, it's incredible.
It is. That's world champs style racing, and But this is what he wanted. This is what he's been motivated for. This is why we're here, and the dynamic is getting interesting. You start wondering too, like, okay, who really has the legs? Who's showing? You start. I mean, I'm sure you're always reading. You're reading body language. You're reading, tendencies. Like, okay, they tend to take the lead. They tend to not pull this hard, or they tend to take less pulls than they're taking today. So you start to just recognize, okay, and you can read that. Is that because they're confident, or is it because they're trying to express confidence that maybe they're trying to hide
It's not really
something?
there. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that changes all the time within a race as well. If you're feeling great at K90, you might be feeling like trash at K95 if things are going. You pay for the matches you burn pretty quickly here, and again we were just seeing, not to change the topic, but we're just seeing the riders swing in and out of that dynamic now on lap 2. And, this is something, where an experienced racer like Ben might also be getting some kind of benefit, because you would, it's a strange situation when you come from being totally on your own to then all of a sudden not being sure who's where and exactly what. It's the nature of a 2-lap course, and that's what, you have to find the balance between being spectator friendly, being fast, and just being a good race. Here we go, some splits coming through as we are. Oh wow!
Okay, so
okay.
They
7.5 minutes. So it's still going
right
out.
He certainly is right where he needs to be.
Yeah,
and look at this. It looks like they have gapped Peter Heinrich, so that's interesting. So I think Peter, he was always going to be a bit of a question mark. Only 3 weeks after Hamburg, it was always going to be a big ask, and I think. Yeah, I think we're going to find that he's going to continue to lose time, but good to see that both Ben Canute and Patrick Lange, yes, they're losing time on our leaders, but still together, still riding well. But like you brought up, this is the second lap, particularly halfway through this second lap for our professional men and women, is when they really need to make sure that they've got their wits about them, because while we have reduced the amount of motos on course, we've got 3,500 age group athletes on course. Yes. And this is when it can get a little bit tricky. So while I think the experienced athletes can use it to their advantage, they also need to be careful, because it just starts to get a little bit congested.
Well, and now's the time of the race where, like, one of the things I told Ben was, you can never, in long course racing, it's an emotional roller coaster.
It is.
You can never get too high and you can never get too low on yourself, because you just don't know what's going on around you, how your competitors are doing. And this is that time in the race where maybe you make some judgments. You're maybe a little low on your calories, and you start to recognize you're getting a little cranky and your attitude's not good. And then you start adding in these age groupers on the course, and you're getting frustrated.
It's just that little extra stress.
Yes,
that's right.
Exactly. And so it's about stay calm, just rhythmical. It's a long day. Just be smart, There doesn't need to be major changes, especially now that things have settled in. I don't think you'll see Lange break away from Canute. I don't think you'll see Canute break away from Lange at this point. I think they're teammates on the course right now, just like you see Laidlow and Magnus. I mean, wasn't it probably something similar last year for you, Jan, on the bike late? Because it was you and Magnus out front, right?
Yeah, it was the two of us. We had oh gosh, his name escapes me, but we had one other kid with us, but he was sitting pretty much third wheel the whole time, and Max and I were swapping.
Was it Robert Kalin? I think it was
Could
one of the younger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
it was Robert,
yet another young gun.
It was indeed, and I mean, I remember Magnus laying down the power the first time we went up gridding, and I was looking at my power meter, sort of sitting at like 470, 480, and I'm like, there's a lot of power in an Ironman. I'm not sure I've seen that before. And then I was really bracing myself for the second lap.
And I actually found one of those euphoric moments just on that climb, the second lap, and especially that falls flat over the top when you go past the climb where it keeps going, that we mentioned earlier on.
Sure.
But I do agree with you. You know, it's kind of it's Patrick's strategy. If you listen to the podcast about the last time when he won, he dissected that race with his coach Björn, and they talked about the power numbers that they had put out there, and it was close to 6 watts a kilo that they were planning on riding up there, and apparently did as well. And that's just kind of where the racing is going. But it's 5 minutes. And you got to find that somewhere, and just make sure you get the calories in afterwards. But yeah, Jim, I'd agree 100%. I don't see Ben and Patrick getting separated until T2, and then the foot race begins. But it's also something where I think in St. George 70.3 Worlds last year we saw Ben is capable. He's a strong athlete. He's a solid racer, and he's a competitor at heart. He does love it.
I think that last part you've nailed it. He really is a competitor, and he'll give it his absolute all till he's either drops on the ground, or he finishes as far up as he can. And I see it every time. Every time he races, he gives 100%. He doesn't know any other way.
I don't know if I could have sensed more excitement from you when we emailed you to say, hey, we want to come do Roth. I don't think I've seen that many exclamation points in an email.
Also because, we don't get we were having this discussion earlier on, and
well, there's some splits.
I want this. I don't want this to be a European race. I want it to be a truly international affair. I want us to get the best from the US. I want us to get the best from Australia, New Zealand, and of course, I want the best from Europe as well. And that's what makes it truly a world-class event. And we haven't had an American win here.
I know.
And there's got to be a reason for that. And, if we can get an American on the podium today, then for me that would be amazing. And to have someone like Ben, that we know has worked so hard for this race, well, that'd be the icing on the cake.
Trivia question, who was the last American on the podium here?
Well, I know.
You should know.
I know Sue Latshaw has won this race. She's an American, but that was before it became a challenge event. It was actually back when it was an Ironman event. So Sue Latshaw from America has actually won this event. Many moons ago, but men, hold on, I have to think.
Probably have to be T.O., I'm guessing, Timothy O'Donnell.
Never done it.
No?
Never done this
Miranda's
race.
raced here, but T.O. has never raced here.
There you go.
Torsten!
He's now retired. Jesse Thomas.
Of course, Jesse
2018,
Thomas. Yes. He had a great race that year. He actually stayed. I remember he stayed with the leaders the whole first lap. We thought, oh my gosh, Jesse, you are on fire.
Wow.
He is. And he blew up and then somehow came back to life. So that second pack, it appears, with Bradley Weiss, who we're sharing a homestay with him and his wife and little daughter. Wonderful people. They appear to be losing some time a little bit, maybe up to like 4 minutes there.
And that's quite a good
or at least
group.
holding pretty close to Ben and Patrick, which that's a bigger group. We'll see what happens.
We're still trying to get an update on course because Daniel Bakkegaard
still
missing from the splits. We believe he's still on course, but he's just not showing up on our splits. We can see that. You see that was Sam Laidlow going past Magnus Ditlev once more. So these two seemingly working quite well together on this second lap. I will try and get you an update on Daniel Bakkegaard because obviously he was in between our two leaders and our chasers.
And I'm also, it looked like Kienle was moving up and was with kind of that Bradley Weiss group.
Bradley Weiss, Tristan Olay, he was indeed.
Yeah, but I haven't seen any split beyond 10th place, so I don't know if he's sitting in that group or what. He's you can't deny the emotional connection he has here to this race today, and I'm sure that you want to talk about a competitor and someone's going to leave their heart out there. I mean, I thought the guy was going to start crying in the press conference.
But you did just see him on the splits.
Was he there? Was he there? Okay, I did
He's
not.
ridden his way into the top
Thank
10.
you. Thank you for that clarification. He's probably, he and Bradley Weiss are probably the two guys coming from the back that I'm most worried about. Otherwise, Ben has probably his biggest competitors right there with him or in front of him, depending on where Bakkegaard is. Bakkegaard obviously got Ben just recently in Ibiza near the finish. So, well, I think it was a close one.
But Jim, also another athlete, Daniel Bakkegaard, really has fully focused this first half of the year on this race. So I put the two of them in a very similar boat. They've both been completely focused on this event. Not that I'm saying other athletes have not, but they've done quite a few other races. But for both Daniel Bakkegaard and Ben Canute, this has been their A race for the year, and it has been from the start.
And you're talking about two really high quality riders.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like Ben and I really felt like there's only one guy in the race who could ride away from him, and that was Magnus. And then we thought there's only one other rider who's probably willing to try to take a risk to go with Magnus, and that was Ditlev. So in that regard, the fact that Bakkegaard went and couldn't hold and fell back and now is potentially suffering tells me Ben probably made an intelligent decision to say, guys, I'm going to stay right here for now and go with this. So interesting dynamics at play. I guess we'll see what the cost of this is. 350 something is going to be an incredible bike split.
I've just been given an update. We don't know what's happened, but at the moment Daniel Bakkegaard is now 12 minutes down. I dare say he's either suffered a flat tire or some sort of a mechanical, but he's now in 15th position and he's behind the Andreas Dreitz's group. So there's another German we haven't spoken about at all this morning. Is Andi Dreitz. He's won here before, and he is currently.
Is he really? Wow.
Yeah, he is currently at least 12 minutes down. So yeah, I don't know. We'll try and find out what's gone on with Daniel Bakkegaard, but he is no longer at the front end of this race. So yeah, and to lose that sort of time that quickly, you'd imagine it has to be some sort of a mechanical.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was bleeding time, but it wasn't horrific. He lost about 40 seconds on that climb, which is to be expected if you stick to a more reasonable power window. 40 seconds on a climb is pretty easy. But then he wasn't dropping a lot more. Whereas now you see these guys here up the front, they are slowly getting ready for the second time in Grenchen.
There's Ben.
And here we go, the man himself.
Looks like Lange's behind him.
Yep.
Yeah, that's they're
Close.
obviously working together.
Well, what happened there?
Okay, Patrick's decided to go another way.
All right. Okay, at least that was short.
Yeah. Well, that's the kind of thing that can just happen on lap 2. You know, if you see if they're overtaking, sometimes it makes more sense. And the road is obviously closed. We can see the motorbike is sitting on the completely other side of the road, so there's no oncoming traffic. Sometimes you just got to make a decision. But yeah,
he looks good.
He does look
he
good.
Does, looks fantastic.
Does look good.
Just not rocking too much. I don't see the breathing rate, anything crazy.
No, just a nice parachute coming off the back with his number floating about.
He's not going. We're not going to let this down.
Sleeves.
We are
but he's
not
wearing
going
calf sleeves.
Oh, don't get us.
Exactly.
Don't get him
Makes
started,
up.
please.
But you would not believe the debate we had about if it was non-wetsuit, was he going to put on the calf sleeves?
Because that's right. When you weren't allowed to put them on until you got to T1.
Yes.
That's right.
Did you wear them last year? Calf sleeves last year?
Nope.
Non-wetsuit? No.
No.
You just
but I put on socks.
put on socks.
In T1.
Okay. Well, this is good to see. Obviously, he's just rolling along.
And just the fact that he's decided to come around the front, overtake Patrick Lange to just say, you know what, I'm here, I feel good, I'm going to take the pace right now.
Interesting comparison of positions as well. When you saw the other boys up the front, they do look like they are more open in this. Like he looks very much kind of like
down
40K, half distance kind of aggressive.
Sure.
And I think the one thing you can definitely see on these guys is that they've come up in terms of their position at the front, just to be able to probably produce more power.
Mm-hmm. Now, is that a Spanx he's wearing that has a number case on the back?
Yeah, I just saw the thing. It said something speed something or other. But that's basically why his number is the only one that's not flapping around, despite it being kind of shoved in, like he almost forgot about it.
Special little pocket.
But I look at it, and if I look at that solution, I would wonder if that would give you quite a bit of pressure on your stomach.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks.
Well, it still
tight,
has that
it?
lip on the back, on his back. So I would wonder if that's been tested. You know, like because you definitely do have a change. And I don't know if that was necessarily
you
better.
mean the seam?
The seam of that thing.
But you would have that with a race belt as well.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But it's
Same
just a
sort of
little
lip.
bit lower though on your back, I would think. Compared to that, it's a little bit higher. That's,
I mean,
that's the
those
only
kind
thing
of things, there's such theoretical
I know.
gains, like from the experience we've made in the wind tunnel and that kind of thing. It's like, it's the same as if you put on a race suit, right? You put it on, you test with it, and then you have like 15 minutes of rolling into it, and you test completely different just because the seams have changed.
Have moved
a little
around
bit,
a little bit on the body.
It's so minute, and in a race situation, you can't really, you know, factor that in. But we see a lot of freewheeling from the boys at the front now, and they are obviously getting ready for the second lap, and you know that was always going to be the advantage of Magnus actually having somebody there.
Gets this
to the
opportunity.
caliber of Sam as well, because Sam is a handy rider.
So we have Canute followed by Lange, and it looks like there's another rider back there. And I don't know if that's an age grouper, but they...
Yeah,
I think it is, because Peter Heinrich was the only other one. We have been told now that it looks like Daniel Beckegaard had problems with his shifting, so we're going to try and get that updated, but it was definitely a mechanical, as we expected. You don't lose that much time unless there is some sort of fairly serious mechanical. Hopefully he can get that fixed, but so disappointing for Daniel Beckegaard because he was in prime position. He was riding very, very well on his own.
Yeah, and I feel like he's had a bit of a rocky start to the beginning of the season in terms of the expectations and the protege that he is, and what the kind of, you know, expectation that he also places on himself. I think he really probably would have wanted to have a bit more from his early season races, and then to put all your eggs in one basket, and then suffer from a mechanical. You never want to see that.
No, not for anyone.
But it does hurt.
We're always trying to look for those little, you know, emergency situations. So things that we do, like we take, like Ben obviously brings a set of training wheels because he's like, Jim, I don't want to ride around on these new tires and, you know, for a week and a half before the race. I don't want to risk stuff. We don't do any type of, you know, we basically make sure that the bike's ready to go, and we really shut down the bike first, kind of in our taper. I'm very superstitious. I'm like, if the bike's good, just leave it.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Yes.
Now, Jim,
don't try to squeeze in one more extra ride. Don't try to.
What is the plan from here? Where do we go? Onto the course. Where are you going to try and catch
I'm
up?
head. I'm basically going to meet him about every aid station. So
on the run.
On the run, give him kind of what he needs. Just update him on splits. Try to be a positive support. I really do like the rules here that allow us to give it to assist at least 100 meters past the aid station up to. So I've got everything kind of in the car over here, still a little frozen, but still kind of melting a little bit. So he should be good for that on the run. You know, gels, some different little mini bottles that he has, and and then I'm just going to scream my head off.
I love it. So just to update our audience, the aid stations on the run are about approximately every 2 kilometres, and at the end of every aid station, the professional athletes are able to have their coaches, family or friends provide them with special needs. They have to be at the end of each aid station, but it's a huge help, particularly for our pro athletes that have got specific needs that they've been training on that they might not otherwise get out on course. And I know that the professional athletes really love that they get the opportunity to have this at Roth.
Yes, it's just another check in the box of what makes Roth, you know, very athlete centric, very supportive, and understanding the value of high performance.
Yeah.
You know, really doing what they can to make sure that athletes show up and go fast.
Absolutely, and that's what we want. Yes. We want fast racing today, and we're getting fast racing today.
Yeah. And this is, I got to say that this was always a dream race of mine that I regret never having done, and so to come here. It was the first race I told Ben that I wanted him to do when he went long. Unfortunately, Arizona was just a little too easy, sleeping in his own bed and coming off St. George. But, you know, it certainly gave us the opportunity to come here and do this. And this has been just the people. I mean, you just feel it when you come to town. Our homestays, the neighbors' homestays, coming over with books of pictures of all the years she's hosted and the different athletes. James Kunema who won, and Big Sexy, and
Chris
all
McDonald.
and all these things. So
love it.
just you can just feel that everybody wants to help and be a part of it. And boy, this is it's certainly only lived up to it all.
Oh, it's fantastic. Well, listen, Jim, it's been wonderful having you on the show.
Sure.
I know you're going to make your way now to T2 in anticipation for Ben's arrival, but best of luck to Ben out there. I'll be cheering for him here in the studio.
Last question before you go. What kind of shoes is Ben up for today?
Ooh,
we know
the shoe debate.
We know there's a special rule here around the shoes.
Yeah, I think we have 150 millimeter stack height on these new Hokas. Yeah, they're basically stilts. Stride length's going to be about
that makes a lot of
20
sense.
feet.
That makes
No, he's wearing the Hoka Carbon X2s, Rocket X2s, I think. It's kind of been his go-to, and Hoka, man, their shoe technology has really jumped. We went from being really scratching our heads, worrying, to oh my God, what an advantage we have now with Hoka. So great shoe, and you saw it, I think, in St. George. Nobody had Ben with a top 3 run split coming into that race.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
Not that it was just the shoes.
That's all. Just the shoes, nothing else.
Well, thanks for having me.
It's just you and the water you provide. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. You're amazing. And that was Jim Vance, coach of Benny Canute, who's having a great race so far. Very solid race out there right now, running with Patrick Lange, and they are in 3rd and 4th position. We are back at Greeting for the second time with our lead men. We've got Sam Laidlow, who I did notice while we were talking to Jim just a little earlier. He did spend a little bit of time getting out of the saddle, giving it a little bit of a stretch just to make sure that those hamstrings and those glutes weren't starting to seize up on him. But you can see now making their way up Greeting for the second time. I do believe we have Travis down on ground in Greeting. Is that correct?
Here it is so loud I can barely hear you, Melinda.
That's what we want to hear.
Atmosphere. I just want to say that Sam and Magnus just passed going up the hill here. They both look excellent, not breathing too heavy, and waiting for the next row to come through. But in the meantime, the crowd is just cheering everyone on here so much. There's so many smiles, and everybody's looking like they're enjoying this brutal hill.
Look, it looks amazing, and we can hear how loud it is out there, and this is what we love. I mean, it's one of the most popular hotspots that we have here in Roth. Greeting, it always is good fun, and I'm pretty sure that these boys will be very, very happy when they get to the end of it, because that is Greeting done and dusted for the day. And then they are on the homeward stretch back to Solaraberg, and then that little extra loop before they start making their way back to T2. Now, we know that the gap's probably gone out to about 8.5 minutes, Travis, before you will see the likes of Patrick Lange and Ben Canute. So that gap is continuing to grow, but looking on screen, both Ben and Patrick still looking very focused and still looking the goods. I think he's having a very difficult time hearing me. Look, you can hear in the background, they've got a DJ going, they've got the music going. Look, Travis is starting to have a bit of a dance as he cheers on the age group athletes that are making their way up Greeting for the very first time. But you can see now he's showing us all the crowds, all the supporters, all of the different triathlon teams. Now, really interesting fact with this race, a lot of our spectators and volunteers that are here this week, they take their annual holidays. So they actually take their annual holidays to come here and either support the race as a volunteer or as a spectator. So I don't know any other race in the world where that happens, where they would actually take their holidays to come and work at another race. But that just shows you the effect that Challenge Roth has on the rest of Germany. It truly is an institution here in Germany. But these two men, they've been faultless all day long. We are 3 hours 33 into our men's professional race. We've got Sam Laidlow from France on the front and Magnus Ditlev from Denmark, the Great Dane. The Danes have had a lot of success here in Roth. We've had Rasmus Henning win it in the past. We've had Dirk Bockel also win, and of course last year with Magnus Ditlev. So 3 Danes have won here before, and I know that Magnus Ditlev would give his right leg to win it for the second time. As we go back to our women's race, and it is this woman, Dani Reef, absolutely obliterating the field right now, continuing to put time into her pursuers. Jan, she still looks fantastic.
She does. Well, I just need a little bit of breakfast to get me going. It's 10 o'clock and I haven't had breakfast.
See,
I don't want to complain, honestly, but
so you're just
gotta
not trained. You're not trained like me.
No.
You know, I'll teach you. Don't worry. By the end of this day, you'll be an absolute pro. But she
absolutely.
really does look fantastic, doesn't she? She's great position, as you said earlier. Still not rocking those hips nice and still in the saddle.
No, she actually is rocking those hips, but like in a good way. Like
exactly.
It's looking super smooth.
Not that it's getting too much for her.
For her low cadence, yeah, just looking smooth, and that's really what you want to be in a long distance kind of race. She doesn't look that she's in any sort of trouble at all. Well, I mean, let's be honest, not that she ever really does.
No.
Even when she is, but yeah. Time splits on both going out for the leaders. So Daniela here, well, we don't have a current time split. She would be going through.
I can tell you right now, she's just gone through 100.8 kilometres, and she's got 8 minutes and 4 over Fenella Langridge and just over 10. Actually, Lisa Norden looks like she's put a bit of a gap into Chelsea Sodaro. So Lisa Norden at 10.05 back, Chelsea Sodaro now at 10.24 back, and Laura Philipp at 11.53 back.
Yeah, which is surprising because Chelsea was actually, when we got that little close-up of her earlier on, she was looking fantastic.
Very good.
She was looking super smooth and aggressive at the same time, which is nice. But double-digit gaps, that's a
hard
big day.
Call.
And
that's
we actually saw the same thing with Peter. He's also dropped 2 minutes back to Patrick and Ben. So yeah, lots happening on the bike, and yeah, I guess we'll continue to wait and see what the splits are, especially in the women's pursuit.
We still haven't
Laura.
got that split on Annie, so it'll be interesting to see where that's at. We've only got the splits for the 100k mark only back to 5th, but Annie will be the next up on screen. But it's going to be, well over 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's. I mean, let's be honest. It's massive for someone to make up. And you mentioned it earlier. Daniela's known for her prowess on the bike, but she's not slouch on the marathon. Like I remember in St. George, everybody was talking about how great Andi was looking, and she was looking this fluent, great running style.
Beautiful runner.
And it's just like this kind of strong kind of muscling of the course on Daniela's behalf, and they were running the same pace.
It's incredible.
It was quite something. I think the run course here isn't tough enough to make it a strength-based run, where you kind of have to differentiate between the runners who run more strength-based and the true runners such as Annie and Chelsea, who have that elegance and that lightness that you would see in dedicated runners as well. And of course, on a flat course that has a bit more that's a bit more speed prone, you will see the more fluent styles probably prevail over the strength-based running. But yeah, true to her biking style and the low cadence and the strength kind of endurance, Daniela matches her running style equally. It's efficient. It's what she does.
And it works for her, and it gets her across the line in first place more times than not.
This is true.
And we've got a great close-up now of Fenella Langridge, still holding second place. She's riding very, very well. 8 minutes back of Daniela Riff, but she still looks fantastic. And we're going to go to a quick clip now on bike tactics with our women.
The bike course is fast, we all know. The bike course is fast, we all know that, and it's hilly, you have to kind of push the hills. There'll be a lot of fast descents, a few tricky corners as well.
180Ks can be really long, and you're always tempted to go harder because in the beginning it's quite rolling and you want to push, but I mean, you have to run a marathon after that, so you should save your energy a bit, race smart.
We can expect wind, so everything that makes a bike ride exciting, I think, offers this course. So I'm definitely looking forward to the bike course. I hope we won't have too much wind, so we can actually go really fast. And yeah, especially with the women's lineup, I have a few scenarios in my mind that could happen, but I'm prepared for everything.
It's bumpier than I maybe expected, but I think that it's still super fast. Like, the roads are very nice. The towns and villages break it up, so you always have things to look forward to, and there's some terrain to navigate, so you'll have to know how to ride your bike. I think that by the time you're getting towards the end of the bike, you're just excited to do something different. So I look forward to the run, and I'll have a really specific plan as to how I'm going to execute the race. I break it up into smaller parts and create little mini goals. I look forward to the aid stations, and I'll really be soaking in the energy from the crowd.
So that's an easy one. I think I can't live without cake. My secret weapon is faster with cake, so now you know. Nutrition is definitely part of a successful performance, so I pay a lot of attention to a healthy diet and also on nutrition on race day. I think you can definitely lose or win your race with the right or wrong nutrition. I do have a routine schedule that I like to stick to, but obviously this is not always possible. So it does give me a good feeling if I know I can stick to my rhythm, but if anything unexpected happens, it won't drive me crazy. I don't have one personal hero, but I'm just very inspired by the whole triathlon community in general. Coming together at races like in Roth here is just super inspirational, motivational, and I just try to soak it all up. I'm always really looking forward to the run part. Obviously a marathon is very long, but I try to break it into small pieces, and since running is one of my strengths, it's definitely the part I'm looking forward to most, also because it brings you to the finish line and then the race is over. In general, I share quite a lot of my life and training, so I don't think there are too many secrets, but maybe some of you don't know that I just learned to swim in the age of 24, so pretty late for a pro triathlete. But yeah, maybe a good example that it's never too late to start something new.
I think my morning coffee. I mean, that's definitely important to get my training done. I think know, and long course nutrition is a very, very important factor. It's the fourth discipline, so it's very important to get that right. Oh, I don't want to pick a single one. I think there are so many great athletes where you can get inspiration from. I mean, when I started triathlon, Emma Frodeno, Emma Snowsell was always my hero because, I mean, her run was just incredible and she was always my big role model. I mean, you have to expect that there are up and down phases and you always have to stay positive. So every time a bad thought comes up, you have to push it down with a good thought and always stay confident. It's so long and it will get better even if you have a bad phase in it. So yeah, running is my strength, so you have to believe in that and every step takes you further to the finish line. I wouldn't tell. I don't think I'm not that mysterious, to be honest. What can I live without? I mean, obviously as a triathlete you need fast material, having a good bike to you very feel comfortable in the TT. I think that's probably one of the most important things. I love food. I'm aware of nutrition and I know a lot about it, but I try not to be too extreme because it can make you quite unhappy as well. So I try to keep that balance and not measure or overthink about nutrition. I try not to have too many routines just because it's good to be flexible. That keeps you, you know, a little bit less stressed that everything has to go into your routine. Pretty much the only thing I always do is two days before the race I have a glass of wine just to relax. That's pretty much the only routine I have. I would say there's two. I mean, Christy Wellington is an amazing athlete, or was an amazing athlete, and what she did was absolutely outstanding. She still holds the record here in Roth, which is absolutely phenomenal if we even think about how much the material changed. And yeah, she did that with pretty much her own power, and that's very impressive. And of course, Nicola Spirig, what she did also for the sport with her youth and Kids Cup, and still, you know, winning or not winning, but having a medal at the Olympics twice, yeah, absolutely outstanding. And the pressure she could handle there is very impressive. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have any secrets, but yeah, I don't know. There's nothing that crosses my mind at the moment.
And welcome back to the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. I'm here in studio with the one and only Jan Frodeno. We are back with our leaders at the head of the race. We've got on screen right now Daniela Riff leading our women's race here today, as she has done since she left T1. So we know that Fenella Langridge led for just a little while, the beginning stages of the bike ride, but it wasn't long before this woman, absolute powerhouse on the bike, took the lead and has not looked back. Fenella Langridge still holding strong in second, and we've got Lisa Norden third. She's created a little bit of a gap between herself and Chelsea Sodaro, followed by Laura Philipp and Annie Haug, now at 13 minutes in arrears of Daniela Riff. In our men's race, well, it's been the Sam Laidlow and Magnus Ditlev show all day long. At about 9 minutes back, just over 9 minutes back, we've got Patrick Lange and Ben Knut. Then at 12 minutes back, we've got Peter Heimrich. But the big mover through the field, as expected, is no other than Joe Skipper from Great Britain. He is riding now at 13 minutes in arrears, along with Daniel Beckegaard, who we know has had issues with his shifters. We're hoping that he's had those issues taken care of. One more update on course is Andrew Starkowitz, unfortunately, is out of the race due to a mechanical. So Andrew Starkowitz from the USA is now out of the race. But great to see Joe Skipper making his way through the field. He's a fantastic bike rider. Oh, and we have a question. Will Joe Skipper end up in Austria? Oh, now that's not fair. That's not fair.
What did he say? I missed that one. Is that an insider?
Yes, Jan, poor old Joe in his last race in the US went the wrong way. Didn't even go the wrong way. Missed a turn.
Yeah,
and
of course. I mean, I was going to make that and say, well, now that he can actually see where he's going, because the rules don't allow his setup.
This is exactly it. So, we're hoping, looking now like Joe knows where he's going and is well and truly on course. So, will Joe Skipper make it to Austria or end up in Austria? Hashtag yes, hashtag no. I think mine, hashtag no from me, because I think he's doing a superb job so far, making his way through the field, now holding 6th place, but 13 minutes and 2 seconds down, Jan. That's a long way.
That's a long way indeed. I mean, he's obviously gone back to his more traditional setup. Again, eye candy compared to what it was. It may be very efficient, maybe very fast, but it was hard to look at. Joe's a good bloke. He always provides good entertainment.
He is a good guy.
And it's nice to see. I mean, that's a big chunk of time. I mean, he's a good rider, but double-digit splits are obviously...
Don't you find it interesting? Massive. It's the same split back to Annie Haug. So Annie Haug, 13 minutes in arrears of Danny Reef, and we've got Joe and Daniel now both 13 minutes in arrears of our lead men.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I like Joe, but I don't think his running prowess is quite as up there as Annie Haug's in terms of relative to the front.
No.
I'd sort of
not at all.
Best case on a good day, he could probably run with Magnus, that's just. Yeah, that's just being realistic. But anyways, he seems to be having a decent day. Did you see Sebi split in there? Because they were 11 minutes back.
So Sebi is, it's actually a big group. That group of Andy Dreitz is in there, Nils Frommhold, Silas Kern, Sebastian Kienle. They're all sitting at about... Actually, no, Sebastian Kienle is not in that group. He's at 16 minutes back. So it's quite a big group at 13 minutes back. Yep. Bradley Weiss is in that group. Andy Dreitz is in that group. But Tristan Olay, Andre Kubo, Kieran Linders, they're all in that group at 13. So that is a huge group. But then you've got Sebi Kienle that is now at 16:23 back.
There we go. So that's, that's significant. And also, Andy Dreitz used to be the, I wouldn't go as far as to say a helper, but he used to be the faithful companion of Patrick on the bike and kind of make sure that he's pacing him well. And here is Patrick taking by the horns, riding his best ride, I think. And really, really fascinating to see how the front just keeps blowing this race apart. But here, looking at the girls, Fenella still holding her own, sort of in between Daniela and Lisa Norden at this stage. Lisa Norden's put a minute into Chelsea, if I saw that correctly from the last splits. I don't have a fancy laptop, so I'm kind of just citing off memory here. But Lisa definitely seems to have paced herself well for the second lap. We'll see how well that is, because of course we know that Chelsea's very calculated, and Dan would have a very specific power plan for her to ride to in order to perform as well as she can on the run. But
11.5 minutes. It's
a
it's a lot.
It's a big chunk of real estate to make up.
Wood to chop and a lot of water to carry. So yeah, we'll see what it holds, but yeah, it's certainly looking like at least the 4:30 mark will fall for Daniela, and we'll yet have to wait a little bit more until until Fenella gets to gridding to fire up the crowds a little bit more and lap up a last bit of energy before she gets to Sodaro and onto the run.
And now, Jan, while I love having you here in studio with me today, you are a man, you've got to go everywhere. Everyone wants a piece of you. We're going to lose you now just for a little bit of time while you go across to the German live coverage, because the Germans want to hear from you too. So now you get to speak, is he Deutsch?
Chip change and
but we will
talk in Germany. Made in Germany. Here we go. I've got my pen that I'm holding onto uselessly. If anybody wants to see, I've been taking lots of notes. Making sure I stay up to date.
I wish we could actually see if we could see our desk here now. I've got a desk covered in notes. Jan's just flying by the seat of his pants, but he's doing a superb job. We can't wait to have you back in here. I know you're only going to be gone for about 30 minutes or so. So
alrighty, 30 minutes. Is that how long I've got?
We see you back here shortly.
All right, we'll see some more developments then, and boys a little closer to T2. Thanks, Belinda.
Exactly. Thanks.
See you later.
See you soon.
See you, everyone. Bye.
So, of course, Jan Frodeno, he is just leaving the studio for a small amount of time so that he can go next door to the German live feed. Of course, that's how big this race is here in Germany. It is shown live on German television. It has been for years on end. They do a spectacular job. And I love that my studio is so close to them all. They're an incredible group. So, brilliant job from both live coverage today. As we can see, Daniela Ryf looking absolutely magnificent right now on the bike. Doing it on her own. We know that she's now 9 minutes 20 ahead of Fenella Langridge. At 10:27 back is Lisa Norden from Sweden. She has managed to bridge or snap that elastic band between herself and Chelsea Sodaro. So Chelsea Sodaro now at 11:31 back. Laura Philipp from Germany at just on 13 minutes back. And Annie Haug now at 14 minutes in arrears of Daniela Ryf. This is the Daniela Ryf of old. This is the Daniela Ryf that we used to all watch in Kona as she absolutely obliterated the field. But to have 14 minutes already at about the 122 kilometre mark on the bike, to have 14 minutes on the likes of Annie Haug is truly incredible. But I may have lost Jan Frodeno, but I have gained Chrissy Wellington here in the studio. So Chrissy, she's just getting her headphones on. But Chrissy Wellington, while she's doing that, 3 times winner here in Roth, multiple Ironman World Champion, and still to this day holds the fastest time over the full distance at an official event, let's say, 8:18:13. Chrissy, it is so good to have you here. We got to catch up with each other a couple of days ago, and I think we were like little kids in a lolly shop. So lovely to have you here, and just so appropriate with this, particularly with this female field that we have assembled here today. Some of the greatest long-distance female athletes that we have on the planet, and to have yourself, an athlete that was so far ahead of her time, it's crazy. It makes my head spin. What does it feel like, firstly, to be back here in Roth after so many years, and secondly, give us your opinion on women and women's racing today?
I just stepped onto the finish line, and it took me back to 12 years ago when I crossed that hallowed line, and all the emotions come flooding back. And to me, Challenge Roth epitomizes 2 things. It epitomizes family and coming home, and it also just epitomizes kind of testing your limits. This was a place where I was able to test and in many respects exceed my limits. So to come home, I think just brings all of those emotions and those feelings back. And it's a credit to Felix and the whole team that they've managed to assemble such a competitive, strong, deep women's field. You know, like you said, it's changed beyond recognition. Not to say it wasn't strong and deep when we were racing, but now you look at these women, and they're such phenomenal athletes across all three disciplines. And you know, to be here and to be able to watch them race in person is a real privilege.
And it's funny, you talk like they're incredible human beings, which they are, incredible athletes, but you yourself, you still hold the record here at 8:18. So no one's come close to it. Well, Danny Reef's probably been the closest, and Annie Haug at 8:22. But you hold actually the first two fastest times here in Roth, and then Danny Reef is third and Annie Haug in fourth. You did it at a time where you'd never been in a wind tunnel. I think when you won here, I don't even know if you were on a time trial frame. I don't know if it was just a road bike with clip-ons. But, you know, we had earlier on today, we had Wolfgang Kohl from Canyon and also Ralph Eggert from DT Swiss talking about how much of an advantage it is now with all the incredible advancements that we've had in technology when it comes to the bike, when it comes to race wheels. Imagine a Chrissy Wellington racing today. I mean, it's a scary thought, Chrissy, let's be honest.
I think some of those technologies were open to us, and I, for a number of reasons, decided not to utilize them. You know, it's an interesting thought. I think technology can be a double-edged sword, because I think it's so important still to focus on what happens most, and that's creating a mind and a body that's capable of enduring over the Ironman distance, and that's what we do. So there are technological enhancements, I think, that can facilitate that, but I don't think we should ever let them distract from what's really and truly very, very important. But yeah, that notwithstanding, I mean, I don't even recognize the bikes. Are they even bike compared to what we used to ride? There's definitely been a significant change at the kind of macro level, just, you know, visibly looking at the bikes, they look different, but also at the micro level, you know, the stitching on the suit. I was listening to you talk about that, and I would not have given a second thought to the stitching, you know, on the suit, as long as my shorts had a chamois in and maybe an inbuilt bra.
That was good enough.
I was happy. My boobs were not falling out, and everything was good. But now, you know, that they're looking at things that, you know, in micro detail, and not only the technology and the equipment, but also the techniques that they're using, whether it's lactate testing, whether it's wearing these glucose monitors, whether it's being in the wind tunnel. So they're utilizing all these different techniques from within the sport, but from also without the sport, to enhance their performance. But I, you know, would add the caveat that I hope that it's not distracting. And I find it refreshing still when I listen to the likes of, say, Max Newman, who speaks to the kind of back to basics approach that you and I kind of followed, and then you juxtapose him with someone like Kristen Blumenfeld, who follows a totally different approach, and they can both be extremely competitive. And so it shows that there's not just one route to success still.
And of course we saw that not so long ago at the PTO Open in Ibiza, where Max Newman came out on top and actually, you know, beat the entire field. We had a brilliant race, probably to this day the best race of his career. So it was fantastic to see. But what I love most about about triathlon moving forward for now, and I know you'll understand this, is we've always had a depth of field with our men. It's been the way it has. But I feel what has changed from when you and I were racing to now is we now have that depth of field in our women's racing as well. I mean, even in this race today, I look at the field, and any one of about 5 or 6 women could win here today. We've got multiple world champions. Annie Haug running times that are just absurd. Well, absurd, I say that, but same sort of times you used to run back in the day. But have you seen it's been such an incredible advancement, particularly with our women when it comes to the sport of triathlon?
Absolutely. You know, coming into this race, I was asked to, you know, pick my top 3, and it's incredibly difficult to do that, and that's a testament to the depth in the field. And it also demonstrates the level of support that the female athletes are getting, not just the top athletes, but that's filtering down to enable other athletes to develop. So the commercial opportunities, the media exposure that the female athletes are getting, it all, you know, adds to the ability for women, not only at the top, but also, you know, slightly lower down, to elevate their performance and come up to challenge for the podium. So I mean, it's incredibly exciting. We're seeing some phenomenal racing, and I'm really excited to see where the sport goes from here.
And Chrissy, obviously last time you were here was back in what, 2000? I mean, you set the record in 2011, but your last time here?
2017.
2017. So have you noticed any significant changes at all, or it's still the same as it always was?
It's really pleasing to return here, and the heart and the soul of Challenge Roth doesn't change. Of course, there's slightly more bells and whistles. The expo area is definitely
ridiculously huge,
bigger.
Yep.
I think the course has changed marginally, but not significantly. But the essence of the race, the organization, the support that's given, the community spirit, that heart and soul that I spoke of is alive and very much kicking. And I think all of those things, when they come together, enable the athletes to elevate their performance. It's not just about coming here and being on your best form and having your best kind of training and a preparation. It's about the organization and the support, and the number of people that come out to watch. It enables you to rise to the occasion, and that's really what makes Roth so incredibly special. It's the place where I think that if you're on form, you can be the very, very best athlete that you can be.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because we've been given reports out on course right now that these two men on screen, Sam Laidlow and Magnus Ditlev, are definitely on course to break the record. Now, of course, Chrissy, you know as well as I do that when they head into T2, they have still got 42.2 kilometres left to run. So it's no mean feat. So while they're on world record pace right now, a lot of things can go wrong and right once they hit T2. What was your experience here, in particular with the run course? Now, it has changed since you've done it. Majority of the run course back in your day was up on the canal. Now, of course, they do about a 25-kilometre section on the canal. They then come back through town and they shoot out the other side of town to the little town of Buchenbach, which is all on road. So we've got half of the run on that hard-packed dirt, half of the run on road, and that little section in between on cobbles, which, you know, for a lot of people, that change of surface can actually make it more difficult because you're in and out of rhythm. It's not about just getting on a road surface, holding rhythm for that entire time. There's that change of pace, change of rhythm, which for some athletes can really be of detriment, but for runners like yourself, I actually think it was an advantage.
I really enjoyed the slight change in surface when we raced here. I definitely enjoyed running along the canal. I think in the latter stages you benefit from having a slightly softer surface. But of course we were racing in entirely different shoes back then, Belinda. We weren't racing in platform shoes.
We've renamed it Shoegate. It's Jan is. We know that Patrick Lange today is racing in a brand new pair of super shoes that none of us have seen before, and so it's going to be interesting to see what he can produce today. Of course, he is really trying to get under that elusive 2.5 hour mark. You know, is it the athlete? Is it the shoe? I mean, who knows? But yeah, it's come a long way since our day.
Yeah, but you can't stem the tide.
No.
You work with these technological developments, but I think what's important is also that they're applicable to our sport. You know, we're not swimmers, cyclists and runners, we are triathletes, and I think we need to look at the technology and apply the technology as it suits our sport. But it is constantly evolving, and the sport needs to evolve with it. But I also hope that age groupers participating in the sport don't look to it and think I need to spend, 250 euros on a pair of shoes in order to be able to participate, because that creates a barrier for entry that is just insurmountable for many people. So I'd like also people to realize that whilst those shoes may be nice to have, they're not absolutely essential to running really fast times. But I'm sure they will, and I'm sure that elusive 2:30 barrier for the men will be broken, if not today, very soon.
Sometime in the future. And as I said, we've got so many incredible athletes racing here today in both our men's and women's field. Looking at our women's race right now, Daniela Riff, same coach as you had back in the past. Daniela Riff has done just about everything there is to do. She's, along with yourself, renowned throughout the world as the greatest long-distance athlete we've ever seen. We've got this woman on screen now, Lisa Norden, who has now managed to overtake Fenella Langridge. So she is now in second position. So Lisa Norden from Sweden, now in second position with Fenella Langridge in third. But going back to Dani Reef, she had a little bit of a tough time of it the last couple of years. When I say tough time, a little bit up and down, but she raced a couple of weeks ago in Rapperswil in Switzerland, and she looked like she was back at her best. She's looking today like she is back to her absolute best. Chrissy, what are your thoughts on Dani? She's incredible.
When people ask me, who is the best triathlete of all time, she is.
Yeah.
She can race across all distances, be incredibly competitive across all three disciplines, all distances. Yep. You put her in a sprint race, you'd be scared. You put her in an Ironman distance race, and she's one of the most competitive athletes out there. So she's so phenomenally versatile, and that's I think that's
scary.
What makes her the best for me of all time, but. You're in the sport as long as Daniela is, and you're going to have highs and lows. It's analogous to racing. You have your highs, your lows, and it's a testament to her as an athlete that she's able to endure those kind of lower points in her career and then come back and prove everyone wrong again when they've written her off. And I spoke to her at the pasta party on Friday night, and she was calm. Mm-hmm. She was confident but never arrogant, and she just seemed to be in a really, really positive place. And I spoke to her about her changing coaching, and she said, I had 2 years where I could explore, and I think that exploratory process was really, really important. And now she's back to her former coach, and I think takes great confidence in that, and we're seeing that
today.
We're seeing that today. But the wonderful thing about Daniela is you can never write her off.
No.
And she's tenacious. And she's a fighter, and even if the race doesn't go her way, that she's going to give it everything and cross that finish line regardless. I have such deep respect for her as an athlete, and I think she's one of those athletes that should the record go, she would be the one to hold it.
Well, she was definitely one of the people to say at the press conference that she believes that whoever wins today, whoever crosses this finish line behind us in front today, will need to go either very, very close, if not break your record, in order to win. And I think we're seeing conditions. Obviously, conditions play a huge part. The wind is starting to pick up here now. When we got here this morning, it was deadly still. It's starting to warm up, but I think they're going to get off the bike before the wind plays too big a part, and I think that little bit of breeze on the run will actually be in their favour, so we really could see some fast times here today.
Yeah, it's nice to have a slight cooling breeze. Obviously there's a fine line. You don't want to be running into a serious headwind, but I think a slight breeze will be nice. But all of these athletes have shown their aptitude for racing in the heat. It's warm today. It's not Hawaii warm, but it's warm. But these athletes are more than capable of running in these conditions and performing in these conditions. So I expect to see some really phenomenal run times here today. Like we're seeing, the predicted bike splits are blowing my mind.
Sub 4:30 for Dani, and sub 4 hours for both Sam Laidlow and Magnus Ditlev, who are, actually, this is one thing I wanted to talk to you about. Obviously, when you came into the sport, you were a little older. Not old.
I'm old now.
A little older. Well, aren't we all? But you know what? We've got two young men leading the race today, and they're both, 24 years of age. They're babies. As when you talk about long-distance racing, and we're seeing this more and more now, in particular with our men, but to a degree with our women over the middle distance. What's your opinion on that? Do you think it's wise? Sometimes I think, as my role as mother hen, I get a little worried about their longevity in the sport moving forward. You know, here they are at 23, 24, 25 years of age, and they've already done 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 10 long-distance events, and they're doing them incredibly well. I mean, who's to argue? We've got two youngsters winning the race today. Who am I to argue that they're too young to be doing this distance? I just worry about their longevity in the sport. I would like to see them have long, illustrious careers, and I don't think there's enough research out there right now to see the effects that this sort of racing has on their bodies.
I think doing Ironman distance has been normalized over the last 10, 15 years. So whereas once it was considered something that's very exclusive, I think now it's much more normal to do an Ironman distance and do a number of Ironman distance races, each year. And they are a lot younger. The athletes are coming into this a lot younger. I think that's also a testament to the development program, and that children and young people are getting into the sport earlier, and they're being transitioned not only into Olympic distance but also into Ironman. But like you said, you don't necessarily only need to be physically robust and to have a long, illustrious career, as you said, but you need to be psychologically robust as well. And you need to have that psychological maturity, not only when you're racing, but to deal with all of the kind of additional components of being a professional athlete, because it's not sufficient now only to swim, bike, and run. You need to be able to manage every single element of what it means to be professional, and that's really important, and that can be quite demanding for anyone, let alone someone that's 25 that
and doesn't have that maturity, quite yet.
Yeah.
And I think you've nailed it when it comes to someone like Magnus Ditlev. Yes, he's young, but one thing I've noticed from the very first moment I met Magnus was he had this calmness and maturity about him that was well beyond his young years, and I think that's what's really helping. And again, also having a group, having this team around you that can manage that for you. You know, when you come here to Roth, it's not just about turning up and making your way to the race line. There are so many commitments: press conference, signing sessions, the pasta party. I mean, it goes for days in advance. But then on top of that, you're expected to line up on the start line and give your absolute best. And for a lot of athletes that have never been here before, it's the first time, it is incredibly overwhelming.
It is, and it's really important to have, like you said, have that team around you. I find it interesting now that the athletes do have an entourage.
Yes.
That's far larger than we ever had. I had my husband and my manager that came with me, and yes, my family and friends came out to watch. But these athletes do have a much bigger team around them to support them with that. But Belinda, that's what being a professional is all about.
Absolutely.
It's not just about being able to perform on race day. It's being able to create a team around you that will enable you to fulfill all of your obligations as an athlete, whether that's attending the pasta party and making sure you can get there and you can leave on time, or it's fulfilling your commitments to sponsors. And you need to be able to do that and be able to manage that so that you can deliver on those commitments, but that it doesn't impact your performance. And that's where your team comes in.
And I think that's the difference between last year and this year, as we saw Magnus Ditlev just make his way up Sodaro Berg for the very last time. Gets a little tricky on the second lap because obviously there is not a lot of room up Sodaro Berg, and particularly when you then throw in the age group athletes who are on lap 1, it can be really, really quite daunting, and this is when the athletes really need to make sure that they've got their wits about them. But Magnus Ditlev leading the race here today. We know Sam Laidlow there on screen right now is with him, so those two men have been faultless since the gun went off at 6:30 this morning. And Magnus spoke about, I had a good chat to Magnus about 3 days ago, and he said, last year I turned up here on my own, and it was overwhelming. He's quite introverted. He's not an extroverted athlete. He's quite introverted, and he's come back here this year knowing that the pressures that are going to be put on him, and he's come with his best friend, he's come with his coach, and he's come with his girlfriend. So he has a support network. He's only got the 3, but he knows those 3 are all he needs to get him through this week and to race course in the position and the right mental attitude that he needs to win again. And look, Magnus is, as I said, he's a brilliant athlete, but he's a charming young man. I remember last year when he'd finished and I told him, okay, awards tomorrow. And he goes, oh, do I have to give a speech? I said, Magnus, you just won one of the biggest damn races in the world. Yes, you have to give a speech. And I went home and I remember saying to my husband, oh, I'm so worried about this speech. I don't think it's going to be any good. And I take my words back. He was flawless. It wasn't a long speech, but it was brilliant. It came from the heart. And I remember thinking there and then, this young boy has got what it takes to be one of the world's best. He will be our next Jan Frodeno. So it was...
they are big shoes to
very big shoes to fill. And I'm glad he can't hear me saying this as he's over in the next booth. But yeah, it's incredible to watch. I think one of the things I love the most about my job as pro liaison is seeing these young men and young women as well when they first come onto the scene. There's quite a few young women now, not so much in the full distance, but in the middle distance that I'm dealing with now. Lucy Byram comes to mind, Meg McDonald. They're these young athletes that are just starting to find their way. And then, you know, you roll forward 2 or 3 years and the progress that they've made, and there's nothing like it. And Magnus is the best example for me, because when I first met him, he really was just starting out, and to see how far he's come in such a short amount of time to being one of the very best in the world, it's an amazing feeling.
But what you said before about him coming to the race last year, realising that it was overwhelming, but learning from that.
Yes.
And that's really, really important, because it has to be exploratory, and you have to go into these races thinking maybe not everything's going to go perfectly, but I'm going to learn from that, and I'm going to build from that, and I'm going to grow as an athlete. And it shows that he's willing, you know, he's willing to do that and adapt what he does. Even though he was a winning athlete, you know, last year, he's prepared to still adapt and change things, and that iterative approach is really, really important and stands in really good stead.
Now, looking at the race now, you can see where the lead men and the lead women are. We know the lead men are at about the 160 kilometre mark, so they have got around 20 kilometres or just under before they start before they get to T2. So they'll complete lap 2, and then they've got about an 8 kilometre straight shoot, and it's slightly downhill. I don't know if you can remember, but it's a great way to finish a 180k bike ride. It's about 8 kilometres, slightly downhill. They take a hard right-hand turn before they enter T2. We know that the women, well, right now we've got Daniela Riff is the only one that's made it past that 136 kilometre timing band. We know that she's got at least a 10.5 minute lead over Lisa Norden. And just about 10-15 seconds behind Lisa is Fenella Langridge. So Fenella Langridge still having a fantastic
phenomenal day. But, you know, Lisa's Palmares, when it comes to time trialling, are well known. She's a phenomenal triathlete, obviously, but a phenomenal time trialist. So for Daniela to be 10 minutes ahead is a testament to how she's biking today.
I agree. I think Daniela is on track to having one of the greatest races of her athletic career. It's looking fantastic. And in the men's race, obviously we've spoken a lot about the two youngsters, Sam Laidlow from France and Magnus Ditlev from Denmark. But obviously, you know, we've got so many other great bike riders in the field, great athletes in the field. We've got Ben Canute, who's sitting in a very good position. Yes, he's a good 11 or 12 minutes down, but he's still riding up there with Patrick Lange. They're both at around 11.5 minutes down on our two young leaders. Ben Canute here for the very first time, so has never experienced this before. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes. He's done a lot of work on his run, so his run was never his strength. But I know, talking to his coach, he's done a huge amount of training when it comes to the run, particularly over this longer distance. So what are your thoughts about the men's race? If these two youngsters, they've got it in the bag, and these others are just racing for third? Or you think that we're going to see some changes on the run?
It's never in the bag. You know, it's nice to have that buffer and going onto the run. That I think they'll take great confidence from that. but the marathon is a long way. I think if you're going to perform in any triathlon, you're going to perform here. The crowd support is absolutely phenomenal, so it makes running fast easier than it might otherwise have been. But it's never really over until you're in this amazing finish area, and you can look behind you, see no one's there, and really embrace the experience. But I think these athletes will be very much focused on maximizing their performance in each and every moment, rather than letting their minds travel too far ahead.
No, I totally agree. And looking on screen right now, Daniela Riff, I wonder if she knows just how significant her lead is. Unbelievable racing from the Angry Bird here today.
But she looks so smooth.
I know.
She looks
it's incredible,
doesn't she? She's got slower cadence than is normal, I guess, in quotation marks, which is typical of a coach, coaching style. But she just looks smooth.
Well,
she's passing.
Here's the comparison. We've just gone over to Lisa Norden, and look at the difference in cadence right now. So Lisa, much faster cadence. Beautiful rider. Lisa Norden, I met her a long time ago when she was a junior. She came to Australia to begin her athletic career, or her triathlon career. It's quite an extraordinary story, to be honest, because she was never into triathlon. She got into triathlon, she's quoted as saying, because her mother had a bit of a midlife crisis and wanted to start riding. So they rode their bikes all the way to Italy. So it's a really it's a great story. So when her mum turned 40, she decided that she wanted to ride a bike to Italy, and that Lisa was going to come with her. And that was in the summer of 2000. They had no cell phones, no Google Maps. They just did it by feel. And it's honestly, I love the story. They made it all the way to Venice after 19 days of cycling. And Lisa said it's still one of the most incredible experiences of her life. When she got back home, obviously a lot fitter, there was a little local triathlon, and she decided to give it a go. She had to actually breaststroke, because she didn't know how to swim freestyle back then. This is in 2000. She had no idea how to swim freestyle, breaststroke the whole swim. Anyway, got on the bike, got on the run, long story short, won the race. So that was the official start of her triathlon career. But she did come to Australia very early on. She was coached by Spot Anderson in Sydney, so I used to see her quite a lot. So for me to see where this young woman has started, to racing the Olympics and having that incredible sprint finish with Nicola Spirig, just coming in shy and getting second place, to seeing her now still racing so very well at 38 years young. I mean, what a career this woman has had. And then on top of that, as you said, time trial specialist, has ridden many UCI events, has done very well in these events. So she's a great cyclist in her own right. But what an athlete.
Her story coming into the sport reminds me of mine.
Yeah, it's a little bit like yours.
You do some cycle touring, you gain kind of physical, psychological strength. You think, I'll give triathlon a go, and look where it leads. But it does speak to the fact that there's so many different routes that people take into the sport. Like we spoke earlier about people coming, young people coming into the sport early. She's taken a slightly different route, encouraged by her mum, and look where she is now. And like you said, still competitive, versatile. Second in the Olympics with that sprint finish, like you said, and now incredibly competitive
over the
longer distance too. And that's really impressive, because they are very different kind of skill sets, and they place different physiological demands on the athlete. So to be able to straddle all of those different distances, I think is really phenomenal.
And it's funny, we talk about all these athletes and their incredible achievements over the years, like yourself, going down in history as one of the greatest long distance athletes we've ever seen. You're still doing well, because a sneaky little birdie told me that you entered yourself in a trail race the other week and came away with a sneaky win. Is this true? Don't be shy, Chrissy, come on.
When I retired from triathlon, or transitioned away from triathlon, I like to call it, I wanted a new challenge. And for me, trail running, running off-road, presented an incredible challenge. And it's something I really enjoy, something that I can fit into our lifestyle much more easily than I could ever imagine doing with triathlon. So I feel like I have balance in my life. I still love to run. I love to run off-road. Yeah, last weekend I did the Zugspitz Ultra Trail, the 70K.
70 kilometers, wow!
And it was just phenomenal. It's so special to be able to run in the Alps. I still, you know, realize how privileged I am to be able to do that, and yeah, to come away with the win was was a surprise. But it's really wonderful to be able to realize those emotions again. You know that nothing ever comes close to crossing this finish line, and the feelings of elation and pride and satisfaction. And life changes and life moves on, but it was really nice just for a moment last weekend.
That little taste.
to get that
we
fix
never
again.
lose it. We never lose it. It's like a drug, and it's just nice to have it every now and again. And
absolutely.
When you're an athlete of your caliber, I don't think you ever truly lose it. It's always still there. And yeah, I mean, when I read that you'd won, it was amazing. And not surprising, but it was amazing. Now, Chrissy, we are going to let you go, but you are coming back later on today, so we'll have another little chat and we can talk about the women's race, because I'm sure when you get back here, the women will be well and truly onto the run, so we can discuss what's been going on. And I cannot wait to have you back on. It's an honour and a privilege to have you here today.
Thank you. It's been wonderful. Thank you so
Chrissy.
much.
And of course, Chrissy will be back with us later on today once the women hit that 42.2 kilometre run course. Oh my gosh, Chrissy, I was lucky enough to have her in my training squad. I did a lot of training with her. Most of the time it was me seeing the back of Chrissy, I have to admit, because she was such a phenomenal athlete and absolute light years ahead of her time. But so fantastic to have her here, and more importantly, to have her down on the finish line at the end of the day to put the finishers medal around our top three professional women finishing here today. But wow, 4 hours 30 and 4 hours 27 for our women, 4 hours 30 for our men into this race here in Roth. DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. DATEV, the 10th year that they have been the title sponsor for this race, as we can see on screen now. The big Dane himself, Magnus Ditlev, and we're going to go to a short little article that we've got on the boy himself as Sam Laidlow goes past him. These boys are doing a great job working together, having a little chat as they pass each other, just keeping each other in check. But let's go to that short little article we've got on Magnus Ditlev.
Oh, my bike, I think, is probably the most thing I need. Pretty much, especially for these full distance races, we do a lot of testing with sweat rates and how much sodium is in my sweat, and also then with the carbohydrate intake, how much I'm actually able to get in. So I would say I'm in maybe not the most, but in the top. I try not to have too many superstitions, because I find that when I travel all over the world, it's sometimes difficult to get exactly what you need. So I try to be adaptive and follow the place where I'm at. I think actually Rasmus Henning is probably one of them, if I have to pick one from Denmark. He also won here in Roth, so I think it's pretty cool that me and him are the only Danes so far that has the Roth title. Try to break it up in smaller parts and execute all these small parts one at a time. One fun fact is that I'm actually chemical engineering. I have a chemical engineering background, so I have a bachelor in that, which I decided after that to take a break from the studies and focus full time on triathlon, which I think has been a good decision so far. And I hope never to get back to university.
Alrighty, I am back, fueled and caffeinated up. Unlike our boys and girls out on the course, it is going to the final stage of the bike for the men. We've got our last split at 1:55. Only Magnus and Sam through so far. But yeah, you can see them sharing the lead well. There's a few phases going on where they're just soft pedaling and trying to save some energy. But man, you can see the crowds have come out cheering on, and that's what makes this race so special. You know, it really is something of a difference if you're out 180k by yourself, or you've got the cheering on going on here. And here's exactly what I was talking about. Magnus just being smart at the end, really saving his legs, knowing that he's got a possibly tough nut to crack in Sam. You know, I still am so surprised how he gets away being under the radar. You know, he's a very confident guy, makes big statements, and then still people seem to underestimate him and find themselves surprised that he's here at this stage on the bike. To be honest, I thought that, you know, the two of them are definitely a dynamic duo that can light a bike course on fire, and you can tell that they certainly have done exactly that. And you can see the advantage of riding with a second person, even if it's just the two of you. You've got a dedicated goal. They both want to get away from, I guess, mainly Patrick, the strongest runner, coming from behind. And you know, last we saw, it was a good 10 minutes that they'd put into the chase group, and this is kind of the dream scenario I think both of them would have been hoping for. But now it will be fascinating to see the marathon. You know, we know that Magnus is probably the more calculated and well-tested guy, and you know, Sam being perhaps a little bit more emotional and kind of fueled by his intentions of wanting to be the best in the world, can go out and overpace. But at the same time, we have seen how he can absolutely hold on and surprise everybody. I think that's exactly what he did in Kona for most of us. But he's had some solid training. He mentions his team a lot that he's now got in his corner, and you know, he's got no more excuses. And you know, he's riding the waves of what it means to be an endurance athlete at the top of the game. You know, you have your good days, you have your bad days. He's had some great races. He's struggled in others. I think personally, perhaps more because of pacing strategies that may have just been a little bit overly ambitious. But hey, I've been there. A lot of us watching have probably been there. You go out with high hopes and come down crashing in flames. That's the nature of the game. And we can certainly expect for Sam to put up one heck of a fight. At least that's what I'm looking forward to. Coming back to the chase group, this looks like Patrick and Ben, the dynamic duo, still being together. Jim called it earlier, Ben's coach, saying that he doesn't see the two of them getting split up, and I think they've really found themselves. Peter Hemrick was with them earlier on, but he may have paid for that early effort when he tried to close the swim gap. And let's not forget, the guy raced a full distance Ironman 3 weeks ago, so it was always going to be a tight turnaround. Personally, I don't know how he did it. I certainly don't feel like I could do another one right now. And that's why these two men are powering ahead, doing damage minimization. Let's be honest here. Last I checked, they were 10.5 minutes down. Oh, we've got a new split that's just come up on my screen. Belinda was kind enough, before she excused herself, to lend me this laptop of hers. 11:22. They are back, so they've lost another 52 seconds since the split at 1:46. Wow, that's in 9Ks. So that just shows you the boys at the front are motoring. It's definitely, impressive. We were due for a sub 4 hour bike ride. I don't have any anticipation or rather calculation of where they are, but this is the last bit of them heading towards transition, and they are making light work and especially fast work of it, trying to cut through these age groupers just to make their way back before they get to lace up the shoes. Let's see if while we've got these images where we are on the girls. So I'm just looking at the splits for the women's race. Daniela threw at 146k, but no one else yet, so I'll keep you posted on that as soon as they come. But let's just enjoy the pictures we can hear of Sam looking very consistent. You can see he's still working really hard, pushing and pulling a full pedal stroke. I feel like that bottle was exactly as full as it is right now, 150 kg. It somehow seems like he's got, well, it looks like he's got Coke or something like that in the back of the bottle. But it's always been like that, just that last little sip in there. And he hasn't refilled or changed it. But that may just be my imagining it, as he is absolutely flying across the canyon bike course here. Welcome back, BG in the house.
Thank you very much. Just a little quick break.
Please, no details.
No.
It's all right. Don't worry. We don't want to hear about it. It's all
No,
good.
I just had to go and get my coffee. Everyone knows that when I do these long days in the saddle, I need to be fueled by caffeine, just like the athletes. So, no, it's great. And look, you were talking about Sam Laidlow and Magnus Ditlev. These two have been inseparable the entire day long. They are on their way back now. So it should be, I think, about just on 7 kilometres, just around that. The bike ride here is just a tad short of 180. I think it comes in at about 178 point something, to be absolutely precise. But it's just it's a shade short, but well within the parameters. So great shot there of Patrick Lange. And I was just reading some of the updates from our spotters out on course, and they are saying that he looks really, really good. So, you know, just nice and relaxed. You can see him then just move his head side to side, but he's looking very, very strong, very, very relaxed. He is, of course, a long way behind. We know that, but he still looks very, very good. And what would be going through his head now? I mean, obviously, I'm sure he's got people out there that have given him a split up to the men in front. I mean, is that demoralising, or do you just have to keep your head in the game and just do what you can do and not let the noise in, not let it... I mean, it's a long way ahead. What are you thinking now when you hear that sort of split of, 9-10 minutes?
Well, I think Patrick is somebody who's always got a huge confidence in his run, and rightfully so. You know, he's somebody who's very much got that as a weapon. But at the same time, last year he was about 5 minutes quicker running than Magnus, and they're 11.5 down right now. You don't want to call the day before it's over.
No.
But these boys are here shooting the shit, quite frankly. At the front, they look like they're having a chat and just going out for a casual TT between them. And they actually look like they're already out on the bit, where they would have turned off the 2-lap course. So they're by themselves. They've got no more traffic to worry about, and it's literally about getting the last bit of nutrition in and getting ready for the run. And I think, quite frankly, listening to the statements before, I think this will be a bit of an eye-opener for Patrick, because he very much blamed his deficit last year on the motorbikes. Now, if you've got 40 less motorbikes, eventually you just have to realize that Magnus Ditlev is a very handy bike rider.
He is himself a motorbike, let's be honest.
He is indeed himself pretty damn quick. And you pair that with Sam Laidlow, who is also an absolute weapon in all 3 disciplines, but particularly on the bike. These two are, they're a pretty gruesome combination to deal with. And I think whether he realizes that now, Patrick that is, or in hindsight, it's just something that the world of triathlon is going to have to get used to. And that goes for all of us. Like,
myself included, we kind of have to realize, like, if you want to go up against these guys, you just have to do a lot of work on the bike. And, they've got phenomenal setups, but they've also got a phenomenal set of legs on them. And it's just, it's really impressive. You spoke of the maturity that Magnus has put to light for his 24 years of age.
I think he's just turned 25, so he's 25, whereas Sam Laidlow 24.
Christ, I sucked when I was 25. I sucked.
I find that hard to believe.
I had not won a single race. I had not won a single race until I was 27 years old. Not one.
And then all of a sudden,
and then I won the right one, but still, like these boys, they are killing it early on in their career, and it's just the dedication they have and the love for the sport is just it almost makes me feel like I wasted my time at that age and just going out and I still lived a normal life for 2 months of the year and went out and had a good time. And I remember one winter coming off the off season, and then there's a warm up and then a 400-meter effort in swim training, and I remember going like around 4:40 after 6 weeks of holidays. And I got out at that moment and told my swim coach, "No, I'm not unfit enough yet. I'll come back. I'll come back.
And that give me another 2 weeks off."
And that cockiness is obviously something that's carried into the new generation. But they just live so much more professionally, and honestly, they just do it better.
Yeah.
And it's wonderful to see, because even now at the tender age that I find myself at, it's I still continue to soak up motivation from these boys, because they're really, they're just doing their thing and they're doing it well. And
but it's interesting you talk about that. But honestly, Jan, if I'm to be perfectly honest, I think you were the one that started this. I think the reason that we are seeing these young men doing what they're doing now, getting a support network around them, getting a team around them, being so professional, is because once you had made it, and admittingly it was a little later than what they're doing now, you were the first, in my eyes, to actually really take this sport to the next notch, to really make it a professional sport. It wasn't just about turning up on race day and winning races. It was what you did off the race course, which was just as important, if not more so, than what you did on. And you created that team. And you had that super team. And I talk about it often when I give speeches about you being the full package. You are the full professional package as an athlete. And I think it's thanks to you that these young men have had the opportunity to see what it takes. And yes, they're at an advantage because they get to do it at a much younger age. But really, I think you are the reason that we are seeing this shift in the sport and this more professional attitude both on and off the race course. Some of the athletes are struggling with it. I don't think everyone's perfected it yet. I think Magnus Ditlev is one that has. As you can see now, they are making their way into transition.
And if my calculation is right, that'll be a 3:59.
Oh my gosh!
3:58 split. I mean, that is mind-bogglingly quick, and wow, absolutely good, because they looked like they were still able to save some energy in those last few Ks and absolutely keep the speed top notch. Whilst maintaining their energy levels. And here a quick change into the tent, and off they go. I mean, it's heated up, looking for a spectacular day. But just to round up on that, I think where the sport has gone, and regardless of who started it or not, I think people do realize that it's important who you surround yourself with, to have good people in your corner, that 4 eyes see more than 2, and that you simply have a positive vibe around in order to get you going. And
no, I agree. And Jan, do you think organisations like obviously the PTO coming on board, offering a lot more money, offering a lot more opportunities for a lot more of our top level athletes, do you think that's also helped shape these athletes? I mean, Magnus Ditlev, Sam, we've got so many young athletes. Clement Mignon, I mean, is 23 years of age. Max Newman, as we've spoken about, who just won in the PTO champs in Ibiza. I mean, was that sort of money up for grabs when you first started out? I know money isn't everything, but it certainly helps.
No, but I believe that is maybe the one thing that our generation has highlighted, and that's come to light more, is that the opportunity was always there.
just
it's
just about getting out there and taking it.
Chris McCormick.
Yeah.
He never suffered.
No.
He was never struggling to make ends meet. In the beginning, yes, but once he had that success, and it was always the opportunity is there because the sport provides a wonderful platform that allows you to sell yourself and to make a good living and to be living. Wow! So we just got a bike split in for the boys, 3:57:44.
It's a new record.
That is 4 minutes quicker than last year. That is mind-boggling. But to finish off on the opportunity, it's also Daniela and just people showing that you can make it in sport. PTO is providing a great platform and they're providing a great medium and providing great prize money. But that's a new thing. These athletes, they've been working for 4 or 5 years to get to that kind of level. It just doesn't happen because somebody puts up $100,000 race. And if you think back, there have been $100,000 or more dollar races. The Triple Crown Challenge, the High V races.
Island House.
Island House. Lots of races that provided big money. I just think that in general there is more opportunity and perhaps more depth. And it's no longer as scary to go onto the journey of being a professional triathlete. My mum almost had a heart attack when I told her I want to be a professional triathlete. It probably would have helped to have people, at the front of the sport making a decent living and providing that safety blanket for those that seek it. But let's rather get back to some awesome racing action because I guess Daniela can't be too far off either.
Well, she's been given a predicted time of 4:25, so she is going to obliterate her course record here as well.
Yeah, so that would mean that she's about another 24 minutes or so from T2. So obviously an incredibly fast day and
great conditions.
Well, not just conditions, but just everything
falling into place. That's right. And
falling into place.
At the end of the day, we can talk about conditions, Jan, but you know as well as I do that it takes more than just a good day to create these sorts of times. It's the athlete coming in, delivering what they know they're capable of delivering. We've talked quite a lot today about technology as well, and it's all of the pieces of the puzzle coming together on the day when you need them to come together.
Well, that's the one thing, and the other thing is, Roth has always been infamous as a quick course, and people always used to say that it's short. And I'll tell you what, it's that 1 kilometer on the bike makes no difference.
No.
But what they do is they make sure that the roads are swept the night before, and that the potholes are taken care of. I mean. I've ridden on courses without naming anything. I mean, you literally thought you were riding through a war zone on a time trial bike. And, it was, if before I was sure we weren't going to have any more kids, well, afterwards the deal was sealed.
It's done.
It was absolutely crazy just how you should have almost had a full suspension bike. And, that all adds to little things where athletes just know you've got the confidence to keep your head down a little bit longer because you're not going to go and fall off a cliff into a pothole. And just, also that's, I guess, where 40 less motorbikes helps because you've just got less traffic on the course.
Less things to think about, and you can just concentrate on your race. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that'll pendle into a bit of a medium because... looking at this, we probably could have done with 1 or 2 more pictures of the girls racing further down. But that's the way you have to do it. You have to push the extreme, and that's exactly what Challenge Roth has done here. They've cut it down to an absolute minimum, and they're going to see how that works, and then work it out from there.
And then see if they can add a few extra, and until they find that happy medium.
Exactly.
Because this is the hardest thing, I think. I mean, obviously... I've been an athlete and now I'm on the other side, and listening to people complaining about a race not being fair because there's 2 motos on course, but then you hear the other side of people complaining that they're not getting great live feed because there's not enough motos on course, and it's like, well, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And you're right, it is about finding that happy medium that makes everyone happy in the long run, and that's fair and safe for all.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we're seeing just an example of what's possible in that regard here. A traditional race that's been around for 40 years, that obviously helps because you've got, the same corners and you've got a community that sees, it's not just a race organizer that's like, oh, maybe we should do this. And you've got thousands of people here seeing every bit of the course, and
openly discussing things afterwards in meetings where they get together and the community gets together and just makes this the best race possible.
It really does, and that goes not just from the team here itself to the volunteers, but to government, high up and all the way down. Just this park, Triathlon Park, where we're sitting now. 10 days ago, this was just a mass of grass, and it looks like a permanent structure. It's crazy.
It is crazy, but you know what? I walked out of my accommodation this morning, and I was kind of a bit lost between directions. And I opened Google Maps, and the first thing that came up: finish line Challenge Roth. So this place as well. And
That just proves how big this race is. As we can see, Lisa Norden, what a ride she's having. She's incredible ride from her today. So currently holding second position, about 10:48 down on Daniela Riff. In third position, Fenella Langridge from Great Britain, 13:32 down. But this is where it gets interesting, Jan. Chelsea Sodaro in fourth, 15:50. Laura Philipp in fifth, 16 minutes. And Annie Haug in sixth, 17:19. So those three...
They were exactly a minute apart at the last checkpoint, and they're working well. But Lisa is having a blinder of a second lap.
She is having a great race.
She's losing a tiny bit of time, but not much compared to the last point. And crazy enough, she's put 5 minutes into Chelsea, which is less kind of concerning in terms of for Chelsea, I think, per se, in terms of her running prowess. But imagine if Chelsea would have held on there. Things could have looked a little bit different, but woulda, shoulda, coulda. We just saw a little glimpse of the first Ks of the marathon, and the boys have still continued to virtually hold hands.
Stick together. I think there's about 5 or 6 seconds separating them, which is absolutely nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And well, we'll see how it holds up, but I think it's just about every single athlete's nightmare. Imagine this goes on for another 40 Ks, and they actually just 5 or 6 seconds apart.
Hey, what are you talking about? I'm dying for that day. I would love it.
Yeah, we would as spectators, but...
I'm not sure those two. The last time we had a sprint finish here was Lucy Charles-Barclay and Daniela Blymer, where they literally...
Oh, really?
They literally...
sprint?
Yes, they came into the stadium. So just for our viewers back home, it's not a straight shoot finish as normal races. It's actually like a mini stadium. So once they enter the stadium, they have to run, how far would you say that is, round to the finish? It's
100 metres.
100
it's not
metres?
much, but
No.
you have 2 90-degree turns in it.
Yes, it's like a little mini athletic track. And I remember Daniela Blymel and Lucy Charles coming into the stadium head to head. And at the end of the day, Daniela, I think because the crowd was just cheering her on so much, she was able to just get the better of Lucy. But it's still to this day the greatest battle I've ever seen between two elite women.
There you go.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, let's hope for us spectators that we get to see it, yeah, hope for the athletes that they can create a bit of distance in between beforehand. But yeah, so far certainly shaping up to be interesting. As we see, Ben and Patrick still trying to do damage control and roll in with what will essentially be a really quick bike split. Interesting. So Magnus has his nutrition or something shoved down his belly now that he's allowed. Both of them showing the world their chest hair. And running with heart rate belts. Sam's got a bottle in hand. And
two very tall athletes like yourself. Of course, Magnus being the taller of the two. Is Magnus about the same height as you, or is he slightly taller?
I think we're about the same, to be honest. I wouldn't know exactly, but you can see these guys setting into an iron rhythm here. Doesn't look as fast or as elegant as a Patrick, probably isn't either. But yeah, you can see Patrick really putting in the work here to gain a few seconds on Ben, or rather lose a few less to the boys up front.
There we go. We already had our question answered. 195 for Ditlev, 194 for you. So he's a smidge taller.
193, yeah, indeed. Wow, okay. There you go. It's... I don't even have that title anymore. Jeez. I used to be the tallest guy in triathlon.
Yeah. Not anymore.
Today, the Roth record is definitely going to fall. I'll tell you what, though. Patrick says he's got the best coffee on the expo. And I'm like, nah.
You can have the time, you can have the record, but
I've been going
you can't have the best coffee.
I've been going to Rise On every day. It's the goods, Jan. I have to admit, it's the goods.
It's all fun and games. You got to have a bit of banter and not take it too serious.
As you can see, our third and fourth professional men, so that is Ben Canute and Patrick Lange, now into T2. It's going to be upward of about 11, closer to 12 minutes. And
that is a tender takeoff for Ben.
Look at the difference here. Ben Canute looks like he's doing a sprint distance race into transition.
No, that's Patrick.
Oh, is that Patrick?
That was Patrick.
So that was Ben that was looking not so great. Oh,
that was Ben getting off a little bit tender. So, and Patrick, he looked like he'd been waiting for this marathon the whole time.
He's like, get me off this bike and let me start the run.
Exactly. He's looking forward to leaving it behind, and let's see what his prototype shoes can do for him. And be interested to see and hear if anybody on social media has any input as to which brands can actually provide 50mm shoes, because for a while there, I think Nike had an attempt, and Adidas definitely had them.
Well, he's definitely with Adidas.
Yeah,
so.
he's running them.
Yep.
So he raced a couple of races with them. I know Haug had one in the pipeline, but they shut it.
What about On?
They shut it down as
did On?
As the rules changed.
Oh, okay.
But you are correct in saying that On did indeed, of course, have them, because that's
what Gustav wore
ran
in Hawaii.
In Hawaii, and well, it's
let's see.
It's an interesting course for that, because it's not all road.
No.
So on a road surface, that will obviously do 12 minutes.
Just shy of 12 minutes.
That's
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot. But I think Magnus is rock solid. Normally, I would say Sam Laidlow not so much, but so far.
How does he do that? How does he go and make these claims and be such a, such an outward-spoken guy, and even you don't have him on your list of favourites?
Well, I did have him on my list of favourites, but the problem with Sam Laidlow, and he's admitted this to himself, the reason that he had to pull out of his last full-distance race was because he had terrible stomach issues, and he was diagnosed quite a few years ago with leaky gut, so he really has to be quite particular, not just on race day, but for the entire week leading in, with what he eats, what he places inside his body. But they did find out, they did a bit of further testing after that race, and he did come out with a bit of a liver infection. So there was a lot more going on than he gave it credit. So my biggest thing for Sam coming into this race is, one, he hasn't been able to do the work that he wanted to do, and two, is he completely over this infection or not? And
so when was this tested? After Lanzarote?
Lanzarote, exactly.
Because in Lanzarote, he just went out hard.
Yeah.
He went out so hard on the bike, somehow managed to claw himself back. Then he started off in like a 1:15 half marathon or something like that.
Look at them now. They're in unison. This is incredible. Look at the two of them. I mean...
Yeah, exactly. And, I think it's just basically because of his, as he has said himself, very high sweat rate and energy needs. I think that's something that plays into it. But I thought Lanzarote on his behalf was probably bad pacing, and
it could have well been, but he definitely did some testing afterwards, and he did have a liver infection that needed to be treated.
Yeah, okay, no, I had no idea about that. That's obviously a different beast to tackle.
Yeah.
But not being able to do the work for someone like Sam might also be a good thing, because
I agree.
I
agree.
I don't train with him, so I don't know any exact details, but he's definitely up on the higher end of volume and intensity. And he was posting the week after Lanzarote, the week after, he was running 3,400s. So liver infection here or there. If you're missing work and you're running 3,400s the week after an Ironman, you didn't finish, but still, that's a lot of work, and it's very taxing on the body. And perhaps that smidget that he was able to do less could have actually been helpful. Oh, here we go. Now, fun and games are over. Boys are boxing each other for nutrition, and this is quite funny because Sam is taking on everything he can, and he had a bottle in hand anyways, which he's now let go. And it's quite surprising because you have your aid stations every 2K.
Every 2K.
And for 100 meters after that, you're able and allowed to get special needs from your own team.
That's correct.
Which is 20 times, right? Which is great, and on a warm day like that, even better. But personally, I can't stand running with a bottle. I don't know how you feel.
No, I could never do it. Not even with a belt. I hated it.
Absolutely, I can't stand it. So for him to be running, and now they've been running a good 15 minutes, if my calculations are right. So they should be about, what's that? 4K?
It's about just over 4K. It's
just
about
over 4.
It's just shy of 4K up to the Lange. That's where you saw that first aid station. They then have now turned right. They are on the first part of the canal. So this is a different surface that they've changed onto now. It's a hard-packed dirt surface. Last year, because we'd had such a dry, hot summer in Europe, it was very, very dusty. It was very, very slippery underfoot. And I heard a lot of people complaining about the dust, particularly the dust that the motorbikes or the riders were putting up in front of them, and they were breathing it in, and it made it quite difficult to breathe. We've had a lot more rain this year. I've run out on the canal several times since I've been here, and it's a lot more compact. You don't get that slip underneath the foot, and they'll run down here now. They'll make a 180-degree turn. And that next section, Jan, is when you go all the way through. So you go all the way through past the landing and all the way down to the other end of the canal and make that far turn down the other end. This is also their opportunity, and I'd like to get your opinion on this. Once they get down to this end of the canal and they make that turn and they start heading back, that's going to be their first opportunity to see where their competition is. My question is, we know it's 12 minutes. Will they actually get back before Patrick gets himself onto the canal? Do you see what I'm saying? Will it be a case where they've already got themselves through the Lange and out the other side before Patrick comes onto the canal, hence not even being able to see him? And what will that do to Patrick if that's the case?
I think it's very individual. I mean, the only time that I can relate and remember was in Hawaii, I think 2016, running out of transition with Sebi at the time. And we were running out along Alihi, and after like maybe 6K or something, Sebi's coach was on the side of the road. And Sebi asked him the split back to, I'm trying to think, it may have been Sanders at the time. Oh, what a good man, serving us with coffee. Here we go. We had to wait till like 10:30 for the first one.
I told you this wouldn't be as bad as you thought it was.
No, this is fantastic. Our team's looking after us really well. But, you know, Sebi asked about the split to, I think it must have been Lionel Sanders at the time.
Right, yep.
And I was like, dude, what are you worried about? Like I'm here, you know? It's like you and me.
Yeah.
It's like, and
let's just concentrate on us.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I'm thinking here. Like these two boys, they would be so busy focusing on each other, and they've got each other to race. Like if you are there, personally, I would be in a bubble. It would just be this guy and myself, and seeing that I don't miss a step, that I don't miss anything, and I just tune in to the other guy's breathing, I tune into his stride, see if I can find any weakness and try and bank it, because at the moment you're still playing the patience game, you know, you're still waiting.
Well, it's very, very early days into the marathon right now. I mean, they're still probably finding their groove. And
exactly, and when you see a gap that big, you know, like
they don't need to worry about it yet.
The only way they are going to lose this race to Patrick is if they blow up. Like Patrick can run the marathon of his life. He's not going to catch them on a normal day. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to call the race early. I'm just saying that the race we've got on our hands is a proper battle right here.
Yep.
Sam versus Magnus, and it's a beauty. Like
it is. It's a ripper.
This is an absolute ripper, and you know, I think the most safe thing I see at the moment is the bronze medal, if I'm very honest.
Yes. Oh, look, it's amazing. And to see these two young guns battling it out up front. You know, Sam, as I said, both here with their coaches. Sam Laidlow, coached by his father, Richard, who's doing a tremendous job with his son. Of course, they were born in England but moved to France when he was very, very young. I think 3 years of age. He speaks fluent French. Sammy does. You speak to French people, and when he actually speaks French, they say you cannot even hear his English accent. So
it's crazy because he's got quite a British accent.
Absolutely, and I was talking to a Frenchman once, and I said, "Really?" He said, "No. When he speaks French, it is pure French. You would not even know that he had that English accent." So.
Well, we all know if you're in France and if you spend a week in France, if you don't learn at least 5 words of French, you're not surviving.
You're done.
You're not going anywhere. I remember racing the French league, and at the time it was Chris Gemmell, the New Zealand athlete. Some of us may remember, and a good friend of mine. And he went into the bakery and tried to get some baguettes and pastries for the guys, and they would not
refused to serve him because he couldn't say it in French.
And 5 minutes later, we went in together, and I ordered. I said 3 words of French and tried to order a little bit.
There you go.
There you go. We walked out with a bag of stuff.
Poor Chris.
And of course,
starved to death.
Don't get me wrong; it's absolute prejudice, but it's a good story and one of those anecdotes we like to repeat just because, well, yeah. That's how it is. So we certainly understand that Sam has a great motivation to learn the purest form of French if he lives there and breathes it, and has a home world championship title to fight for in just 11 weeks. But I'm sure right now that is the least of his worries.
Last thing he's worrying about. And look, if Sam could pull off the win today, it would definitely be an incredible. I mean, we second last year in Kona, and to win here today, I'm sure would mean everything to him. What a great shot we just had then of the boat coming down the canal, and the 2 lead men running along the canal. I have been told we have got Catherine Volshofer in T2. We know it's not long now before we see Daniela Reef make her way into transition. But Catherine, can you hear us?
Yes.
Hello. You too. Oh, look at that smile, honestly. You look like you've just had the time of your life out there on that bike.
I do have. It's really such a good day with our volunteers out the course. Look at this.
I mean,
that's
insane. How many? I think it's something like, is it 6,500 or 7,000 volunteers?
All together, Belinda, it's 7,500 here in T2. We have around 1,500, but in shifts. So now here you can see the sponge pit.
Unbelievable.
In front of the tent, there are many, many more waiting.
It's unreal. I mean, seriously, at the beginning of the week when I came in on Tuesday, I knew it was going to be a big day, but Catherine, I did not know it was going to be this phenomenal. The weather is absolutely spectacular.
Me too. And you know what? Everywhere there are people on the streets, little families. Oh, there's a Sebi coming. Sebi's coming.
Oh, here we go. Oh, we've got Sebi coming into transition. So Sebastian Kienle has now made his way into T2. Of course, this is part of his year-long discontinued tour. This will be his last long-distance race in Germany. So it's a very, very big day, a very, very emotional day for Sebi. And I can tell you all now that we will be having a very, very special presentation for him at 9 o'clock tonight down on the finish line. So I tell you, I think tonight, Catherine, you and I are both going to have tears in our eyes when we give that emotional farewell to Sebi Kienle.
Oh, I think so too, Belinda. I think so too. I hope he will like it.
Oh, I'm sure he will like it.
We've organized a little surprise with his wife, Tina.
It's going to be amazing.
Well deserved, Sebi.
Absolutely.
So here you can see all our volunteers, Belinda. They are helping. You know that, and Jan, of course, as well. They are helping and supporting them all the day. Sunscreens, everything. So and they are full with love today.
Hey, Catherine, let's be honest. The volunteers here in Roth are by far and without a doubt the absolute best in the world, and I will say that quite proudly. They're incredible.
They are, Belinda.
And again, you can see Catherine just as enthusiastic as Felix. It is beautiful to see you guys loving your race and what you've created. So we can only say a big thank you from our part. And very much enjoying the spectacle that you have provided the scene for.
Thanks, Jan.
Perfect.
Hey, Belinda, did you see all these little hot spots along the course?
We did.
Crazy. So many families with their kids and sticks and everything were sitting along the street. That was so nice.
I tell you, these are the future triathlon superstars in the making. We're starting them young now. They get to see the biggest event in the world, in the hope that one day they will also be racing here in Roth with these superstars that we've got on screen right now. But the hotspots are just when you don't think they can get bigger and better. So the likes of Greeting and Solaraberg, but then you've got these little tiny hotspots. We had the Canyon hotspots. We had the Schmidt Bakery hotspot. It's unbelievable, and every year it just gets bigger and better. I shake my head, Catherine, because I just don't know. You think, no, this is the last year. This is as big as it can get. But surely,
and then it's going to be even more bigger.
I know, it's incredible. Look, I hope we can check in with you later on, but thank you so much for that update. We'll let you get back to it. We know that you'll be on where do you go from here, Catherine? Do you go out onto the run?
I will now go to the run course, to the aid stations, to say thank you to them and just to see them outside the course if everything is good. But Belinda, everything is good. They don't need any help or support.
Oh, it's a well-oiled machine.
It's perfect.
And Catherine, that's one thing I'm going to tell our viewers that they don't realise. What race owners or race directors around the world do you ever see where they go around and physically thank every single volunteer at every single aid station? And that's exactly what you and Felix do. You do it on the bike, and now you're about to go out and do it on the run. It is unbelievable.
Yes, but that's very necessary and important for us.
Of course it is, because you are just the most amazing human beings on this planet. So anyway, we will check in with you later. Thank you so much for the update, Catherine.
I will see you later. Bye-bye. Bye.
Catherine, we'll save you an energy drink so you make it till 9 o'clock.
Oh, wow. Good idea. Bye.
Bye. Oh, look, honestly, Jan, I've known the World Surfers now since 2004 was the first year I came here. Obviously, Herbert, their father, who was an enormous part of this. He is the reason. He was the vision. He's the reason that we are here today. That was Felix's late father. And I remember meeting them for the first time. And, of course, Catherine and Felix were babies back then. And I just remember walking away from that very first experience that year and saying, when I got home to my family, I don't think I've ever met a family like it. And, of course, roll forward, I've been here. I think I've missed 2 years, 2020, 2021 because of COVID, and then I missed 1 year, one other year. I think I've been 18 years now and counting.
Wow,
That's how special it
is. That is indeed quite the record. It does show you're a bit of a spring chicken on the course. Anyways, we'll keep that. Exciting news, run 4.3K. The lead has gone through 6K already, but it is the first time we have a split back to Patrick. It's 11:46, and Ben Canute is another 33 seconds behind that at 12:19. Patrick ran out at 12:09, so he has made up 23 seconds in 4.5K. Mathematically, that is, well, let's just leave it at that. But the fact is that Patrick obviously has a strong second half. He's always very much focused on that.
He won't slow down, if not he'll get faster. Whereas these guys...
Well, whereas these guys are currently kicking ass.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of it, actually. Each other's primarily. But this is great stuff. I mean, yeah, to see it, they're not giving more than an inch. And, you know, we forever talk of the iron battle, but it is also time for that to get a bit of a polish and an update. Give the old diehard fans something new to talk about. And us something else to enjoy. So they're up on the...
just about to make that first turn, or not too far away from making that first turn.
First turn, and they're off onto a
Here we go.
tarmac kind of surface, which is, you know, something where... Yeah, it just changes all the time. But I'll tell you what, the reason I always thought that Roth was such a fast course is because you ran on that, let's call it cracker dust, that kind of dirt road, which is hard-packed, but it just absorbs
a lot
more
of
the shock and that kind of thing.
Instead of having to run 42 kilometers on that hard tar.
Exactly. And I think that's something that the super shoes have definitely taken care of, because they're so much more spongy. So for those who are in the know on these shoes, they know that the carbon plate is one thing, you know, that adds a bit of relevance. But the actual thing about these shoes is the sponge, the material, the foam that's extremely, well, it's extremely spongy in terms of a feel. It feels very soft, but it rebounds extremely well. So it basically, the energy you put into it, you get back a lot of, whereas normal shoes, you just sort of sink in. And it's certainly something, whether it has a performance benefit per se to put you forward is one thing, but it saves your legs a lot on that kind of surface. And that is something that Daniela is about to
find
enjoy
out right now as she enters transition. So Daniela Ryf, having had an incredible ride, I have no doubt at all that she has broken her previous record here of 431. We know that she's going to be going under that 430 mark. I think Torsten's last update to me was around the 425 mark. So that is absolutely flying, Jan.
That'll be very happy, and excuse my tongue in cheek, I'm sure Sebastian will be happy to have just left the tent ahead of her.
I don't think he wants to see that.
No, I don't think he does, but I don't think he's safe either. Daniela is having an absolute smoking day, and let's remember that she started 3 minutes behind, and she did just get ahead of off the bike, ahead of one of the pros. So she is having a blinder out here, and yeah, going to have a hopefully quick transition and settle into her rhythm, which she does ever so well. You know, this is a position she's very comfortable with, she's very familiar with.
That's right.
And she's out there to go and crush it, whereas we see some pro just walking out. Well, he's about to get devoured and left behind, as we see some quick running. Not the quickest of transitions.
But then
I'm getting a little bit...
No, but then she doesn't need to be, I think.
No, little stretch. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
No, absolutely. It's something I actually always took as a, as a tactical thing, that I'd just go and get a couple of cold towels and cool down. If you have that kind of margin...
you can do that.
Then why not, And she's obviously well within reach of the record. Let's just do some maths here. 5:16. So, she's got to run a 3-hour marathon and she'll still beat the world record. I know we shouldn't call it that, but whatever. The course record, whatever you want to call it.
World best time in an official race. There you go. That's the official term.
Don't sign me up for political correctness. I am well and truly out of the...
Oh, you don't need to. Torsten Rad's just got it through. Dani Ryf just rode a 4:22.52, and she did it on her own. Jesus. That is incredible. That is the greatest ride of her life. Amazing riding from Dani Ryf. 36 years of age.
Anyone's life?
Yes.
It seems,
It's unbelievable.
Wow.
A great shot now of Patrick Lange. He will get an opportunity. Now, this is his first opportunity since the gun went off this morning for him to see those lead two men of Sam Laidlow and Magnus Ditlev. So he will be making it going one way on the canal, while the two leaders, the two boys, will be making their way back. So first time for all three to eye each other. It'll be interesting to see if they even look sideways, but
looks a little bit uncharacteristic for him. I mean, those sponges make him look a little bit like RoboCop.
I think he looks like Andy Dreitz. When I first saw that, I thought, is this Andy Dreitz or is it Patrick Lange? But yeah, it's definitely he's not looking as comfortable as I've seen him look before. Let's be honest.
And look just behind. I don't know who's just behind.
It should be Ben Canute.
But Ben was behind over 30 seconds at the first split. Let's just have a quick. Let's just have a quick squiz here.
Because this doesn't, I can't get it close enough.
No, it's definitely Patrick,
yeah,
but
it just
doesn't look smooth by his terms. Hang on.
Whoever's running behind him is looking really good. I mean, he's got the turnover.
Yeah, Patrick almost looks in pain by his standards.
He does.
It's hard to tell because he's got those sponges in his suit, and it makes him look extremely stiff
upright
up top.
And stiff. You're dead
and
right.
that's one of the things Patrick does so well is keep loose, and he's always very much about technique. But yeah, it just looks a little bit uncharacteristic for him. But let's be honest, for the good or the bad, he's got another 37 Ks to figure it out. It's a long day out there.
There you go. So it is. It is actually Andreas Dreitz. I knew it. Oh, jeez. Whew. I thought so. I'm thinking this is definitely not Patrick. It just didn't look like him.
Jeez, that's a bad blooper of mine, isn't it?
No. Well, they're both in the same. They're both in the same Erdinger kit. It can be hard to tell, but honestly.
So 11:27. So he's made up another 20 seconds.
And I just thought this is
in a short time.
That was as I said earlier, that was the exact run form of Andi Dreitz, and great to see him out onto the run. He's had such a hard time of it since that horrific bike accident that he had in the States, where he broke some vertebrae, and it's taken a very long time. There you go. There's the pass that they've made. So we've got Magnus Ditlev and Sam Laidlow running down one way along the canal, while we've got Patrick Lange heading up to that first turnaround. A really nice welcome sight for these two men. They'll see that they've got a huge lead. Both men have got their coaches out on course today, so they will be well informed about where their competition is. But interesting to see now Sam Laidlow quite happy to just tuck in behind Magnus Ditlev along the canal. They've got the longest section, longest straight shoot section right now, where they'll run all the way down to the very far end of the canal. They'll do a U-turn. They'll then make their way back to the Lange. Now, the Lange is where they actually jump on and off the canal, and that's at about the 25-kilometre mark. So once they get off the canal, they'll then run all the way back past transition. They don't go through it, but just past it. They'll then run straight into the town of Roth through the square. Now, that's where it gets a little interesting, Jan, because that's on cobble. So it's the only part of the run that's on cobble, but it's quite tricky. And I mean, you've run on cobble many times, and you know it. You've got to really watch where you place your feet, because you can go over on your ankle quite quickly. But once they make their way through town, through that square, they'll then shoot out the other side towards the town of Buchenbach, and that is all on road, so on tar, and it's quite undulating. The good thing about that side of the course, that part of the course, a lot of it is shaded because there's a lot of trees on both sides of the road, whereas now, right out in the sunshine, there is no cover whatsoever on this canal. So as it starts to heat up, this section of the run becomes very, very difficult. Now that's more like it. Here we go. That's the Patrick Lange we know and love. Looking much better.
I feel probably embarrassed to have mistaken the two, but Patrick indeed looking smooth and looking, you know, how we expect to see him. And just before, it looked like Magnus was making a bit of a move through that aid station. But I think it's just Sam that's fallen off the wagon. I actually thought, because we can see a few waves on the canal, that Sam was just playing it smart and high and tucking in behind. Whereas, you know, if the breeze is only a slight one, you might even appreciate it for some cooling. But yeah, Magnus looking around.
Look at that now, Jan. Ooh.
And yeah, he almost looked surprised himself, because he turned around 3 or 4 times just to check what's happening. And might be the first time we see a bit of separation between these two.
And again, you've raced here before, you've won here before, you hold the record, as we keep saying.
Going
on. Not yet, Jan. Don't count the chickens before they're hatched. But can you just give our audience an idea of what it's like running on this surface? Because I know I've spoken to Chrissy Wellington about it. She thrived on it. She loved it. Her run form suited this surface. You talked to the likes of Mirinda Carfrae. She didn't like it because I think she said she felt that she slipped on the surface just a little bit. Braden Curry was the same. What are your thoughts on the way you run? Did it make no difference for you? Did you actually enjoy it? I mean, obviously it's better on the legs, but did you feel like that you were losing traction at all?
Well, you know, if you look at actually Melinda, I've got both of you together. Mirinda.
I wish I could run like Mirinda.
Geez, now my names are slipping.
And Chrissy.
Well, you look at Mirinda's running style, and she has a large extension towards the back. Yep. And so does Braden. You know, he's somebody who really, if you run with him, you feel like his heel is flicking up towards his bum every time. You know, very classic kind of extension out the back. It's very high hamstring activation where they pull each other or pull themselves forward. And I think for the strength-orientated runners, you know, have perhaps a slightly higher impact. And more importantly, I think what a lot of triathletes tend to do is they land slightly before their center of gravity. So they're not landing exactly underneath and then pulling or pushing themselves forward, but they're landing forward and then letting the momentum carry them over that dead spot where you've basically got neither the quad nor the hamstring activation. And then that surface would really help, because for the impact where you come in, you actually get a little bit more sponge. You get a little bit more kind of rest on your legs per se. You know, if you're running on concrete, which would be the worst kind of surface, you just get the full brunt of that impact, and that's where you basically get the full eccentric loading on your muscles, and which is where the muscle fibers break down, and where you just get that incredible fatigue despite running the same pace.
Yep.
So I think the classic runners, perhaps, you know, you could see Andi as well as somebody who flicks up the back. You know, it literally looks like they're flicking their heel out the back, and that cracker dust obviously comes with it and doesn't give you quite the same grip. And when you're running tempo kind of work, you know, at your limit, that's definitely something where things tend to get a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And here we have, that should be an aerial shot of Patrick, I'm guessing.
Making that turn down the far end. So
that feels like about 11 minutes. Yep. There we go. You know, and for him as well. But that's the thing. I mean, they're also such world-class athletes that they can obviously deal with it and change their stride a little bit, which you have to sometimes anyways. Just passing Ben, going the other way. So he hasn't made a huge dent on Ben yet, but that's the thing about Patrick. He's just got magnificent pacing and really is good on that second half. But coming back to the stride and stride length, it's something that as an iron distance athlete, you have to adapt all the time. I'll never forget my first full distance experience. I had a cramp, my first cramp, jumping off the bike. You know, and you just have to shorten your stride so much until your muscles no longer cramp, and then slowly you can try and extend
it again.
And that's the kind of thing, like here on surfaces, you just, you know, you have to adapt, and that's something that comes with experience. You know, also that you don't get panic when you get a little cramp or the start of a cramp. You can work through it. Yeah, you can work through it. You just have to adapt your stride a little bit and keep on keeping on. But yeah, Magnus definitely showing that he's done some great pace work here. I mean, let's be honest, there's not too many guys in the world that can ride a 3:57 and say they've paced it. Which he probably wouldn't do, but he's moving magnificently. It's only 10 seconds, but it's, of course, come within a very short time. And again, it doesn't necessarily look like an acceleration on Magnus's behalf. You know, he's still got that slight
and it happened
inclination.
last year. Jan, when I looked at him running, he looks like he's running slower than what he actually is. So you look at him running.
195 does to you.
Exactly, exactly. And that long, slow stride of his, and it's not till you get the pacing up on screen that you realise, whew, actually he's moving. He just looks slow. Whereas you look at someone like Patrick Lange, who he's got that quick turnover, and he looks fast. He is fast, but he also looks fast. Whereas looks can be deceiving with this young man. He always looks like he's running slower than what he actually is.
Yeah, it's definitely got something to do with stride length. But then there are also different philosophies of running, you know. Someone who we've mentioned a lot is Brett Sutton, and he was very much always about cadence, at least so my wife tells me in all her run trainings, Emma was always about, you know, getting the cadence up and, you know, making ground rather than trying to extend your stride. And in the end, you also have to deal with the genetics you're dealt with. You know, if you've got 195 of body length to deal with, well then, you know, it's going to be a lot harder to lift those legs than
a shorter person
at a cadence of 100 versus, you know, whatever he's running at here. I never really got into that debate and found it too technical to actually change my own cadence and look at it, unless, you know, you're obviously running at a hill. But he's still looking around a little bit in disbelief and just.
And I really can't. I cannot see Sam in the background. Could you see him then? I could only see Magnus obviously on screen, and I was trying to look back for Sam. This is when they come back through the Lange. So remember I was talking about the Lange. So he'll run through the Lange now like he's done, and now the longest section of the course. So he'll make his way down to the far turn. This is a lot longer to get down to this next turn than it was for the previous. He'll make that turn right down the far end, and then once he makes his way back up here, he'll exit the canal at the Lange and make his way back into town. But looking fantastic so far, still nice and relaxed in the upper body. Breathing looks controlled, arms are nice and relaxed.
Yeah, taking on his nutrition. And, you know, I think what we can tell from the tiny little ripples on the canal is that there's an ever so slight breeze. We can actually just feel it here.
at the finish line, and it's just sort of come up. And he'd probably be appreciating that because the temperatures are rising now. And, you know, on the marathon, that's the first part where you actually feel, like the heat is getting to you. And our first shots of the female leader, Daniela, in her customary Ironman shuffle. She gets along. Just really, getting her rhythm and finding her rhythm. She's obviously recently changed run shoe sponsors as well, and seems to be very happy with her choice. And I think, let's wait and see if it reflects on her marathon time today.
Well, she's already caught 2 of the backmarker pros. So as she ran out of transition and started making her way up onto the canal.
Did you just call them backmarker pros?
Well, they are now. They've been overtaken by Danny. Remember, she started 3 minutes behind them. So incredible racing from Daniela. She's running at about 4:10 pace, so per kilometre. So just keeping it well within herself, not doing anything silly. She doesn't need to do anything stupid here. I'm sure she realises the lead she has, but she's going to play it safe for now. But I would love to see her right on target to definitely. I think she only has to run a 3:01 to break Chrissy's long-standing record from 2011, as does this young man here on screen.
Yeah,
if he
he
keeps
has to
going,
run.
what does he need to run?
He doesn't need to run much because he's got a predicted finish of 7:22. So that is looking very, very fast. And I'll tell you what, within 1.5K, Sam has lost a minute. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
He's started going backwards a little bit. We're still waiting on the next split of
32 seconds. Yep.
Patrick to see where that is relatively, because maybe we do have the cards set for a podium challenge, and Patrick certainly being so consistent and so very quick and within a shot of making that current silver medal.
Absolutely, and I think with Patrick Lange too, as soon as he gets a little bit of a sniff, as soon as he knows that someone up front is starting to hurt just that little bit too much, and I think now obviously also seeing that separation has taken place between Magnus Ditlev and Sam Laidlow, that's just going to add fuel to the fire for Patrick Lange, and it would not surprise me at all if he starts to take big chunks of time out of Sam Laidlow. But Patrick Lange, we know he's the fastest on course. He holds the record here. He wants to run fast today. Ben Canute, I know he would love nothing more, after talking to his coach Jim Vance, nothing more than to get a podium. That's what they said. Jim said, I think you're capable of a podium. I can't tell you what spot on the podium, but you are for sure capable of a podium position. And, he hasn't lost a lot of time to Patrick as yet. He's still doing very, very well. I think it was around a minute, just up of a minute. I'm not sure of the new split. It could be...
It was actually even less.
Even less.
It was around about 40 seconds
wow, so Ben Canute
earlier.
Really running well. But, on screen now, Daniela Ryf, I shake my head. I don't have enough words, enough adjectives to describe how amazing this woman is, but she's... Really, this is the Dani Ryf that we all know and love, just looking absolutely faultless. And she, as well as I do, she's such a clever, such a smart, such a strategic racer. She won't do anything silly now. She'll just play her cards safe. And I think once we get to that back half of the marathon, I think probably around Buchenbach, when she's on her way back, we may see her start to try and do something even more special. But she knows that she doesn't need to do anything too dramatic to break that record.
No, absolutely, and it's I'm very certain that Daniela is not focused on the record.
No,
it's something that she might care about in hindsight, but she's just out there to.
I agree.
Quite honestly, I sometimes think she just wants to make it as tough as she can for herself.
And for her competitors.
Yeah.
And for everyone else racing.
I don't know. When Daniela's on, then, we tend to run out of superlatives. But the thing is, she's just on a mission, and she's got the blinkers on, and that's generally the moment when she doesn't really have to worry about anyone else coming.
No, she doesn't.
We do have a first split on the run start for Lisa Norden, who is 13 minutes behind. So she lost another 3 minutes in the last, few kilometers, handful of kilometers, and we have a first split of Patrick Lange in from, this is kilometer 10.3, so 10k in, and at that stage he was 10:40 behind,
Right.
which sounds like a lot, but it means he's made up a minute and a half, 1:29 to be exact, and he's made up more to Sam. So, you know,
So, as
that's
we
a
said-
quarter of the run course done. But again, you know, the quick tend to get relatively quicker and the slow tend to
Get slower.
go backwards
Yes.
more. So it's a big chunk of time, but definitely could be heading towards a bit of a nail-biter of a finish. And here we have Ben, who has indeed, as you predicted, he's now lost a minute.
Okay.
Which
is not surprising. That's not to say that he's not running well. He's just not running as well as Patrick Lange, which is pretty normal when you get into a race. Patrick Lange is more often than not the greatest runner or the fastest runner in the field. So the fact that Ben Kanute has lost a minute doesn't really mean anything. It does not mean that he's running poorly. It's just that Patrick Lange is running
he's
very,
probably
very well.
running well and probably running smart. You know, Patrick's probably going out at 1:15 half marathon times. And also we have the next run start times from the girls. Laura Philipp has caught Fenella Langridge. So they are together now almost 18 minutes back.
Wow.
That is...
Who would have thought at the beginning of this day, who would have thought that Daniela Riff would have 18 minutes over Laura and Annie Haug? Well, even more.
No, Anna hasn't
come
started
in
the run
yet,
yet,
so
so
that's-
we'll see. But yeah, I hear Freddie Funk is waiting somewhere. I don't see him.
Oh, Freddie's here.
Oh,
Freddie.
there he is. Come
We've
on,
got
mate. Come up here.
Another superstar to add to our list of guests here today.
He's got a bunch of band-aids. I haven't heard the story yet.
Oh, what? Freddie! Freddie, what
Jesus,
happened?
mate. Come on.
I got knocked down by a cat.
By a cat?
By a cat?
Yes.
Were you on the bike, obviously?
Yeah, I was on the bike and
Oh,
she like
no.
ran into my front wheel. and
Oh,
knocked me down.
hey, I hate to ask, but how's the cat?
She ran off.
She ran off, so it's okay.
So, still alive.
You poor thing. So, Freddie Funk, thank you for joining us here today. Obviously part of the Earning a Team along with Patrick Lange, Andi Dreitz, and a host of others. It's a great team. We've just been talking about Patrick Lange. He's running very, very well, but he's got a lot of real estate to make up to hit the front.
Yeah, I think so too. I think to win this race, the gap is definitely too big. So I'm excited if he still will be able to catch Sam Lalo, but I think Magnus, the race is his.
Yeah, I do too. And what is it with you
Jeez,
young
guys,
guns?
thanks for keeping the suspense. Seriously, I'm doing all I can here, and you're just shutting it down. Come on, guys, seriously. A little bit of suspense, at least sell it.
And what is it with you young guns? I mean, you're 24 years of age, Freddie?
24, 25, yeah.
25, same as Magnus, 25. We've got Sam Laidlow, 24. Clement Mignon, 23. All these young men coming up and absolutely starting to dominate in the world of long-distance triathlon. Is it something in the water? What's going on?
Yeah, I think you definitely see like some generation change here, and yeah, as the sport is growing, yeah, the younger guys are coming through, and some of them like Sam Lalo, Magnus Ditlev already racing the full distance. I'm gonna take my time with that yet.
Good boy. This is what I like to hear. Good boy.
Yeah, following a bit different tactic in terms of my career there, but yeah, I think it was the question I really got asked the most here in the last 2 days when I finally
When are you doing your first
racing here. So I'm almost a bit annoyed by it. So yeah, definitely feeling the pressure there.
So tell us, when are you doing your first lap?
Jan!
Well, I don't want to make any false promises, of course. Especially right now, I think it's a really good time to race the half distance and the 100k distance also by the PTO. But yeah, I think in latest in 2 years I'm gonna do my full long distance. But maybe I'm already eyeing on next year.
Yeah, well, take your time. I think honestly, I think you've done really, really well. I mean, you had a spectacular season last year. So just, if you want any advice, not that you may or may not, but take your time. Honestly, it's like you say, it's an exciting time to be in the sport across most distances. And yeah, I think the Paris Olympics is definitely providing for a spectacle on French ground where you just see the overall level going up through all distances. So yeah, I think you can't really make a mistake as to when and where you start.
Now let's talk about your past, because I obviously used to race your mum and dad back in the day. Well, not your dad, but raced with your dad. But, you know, I had a lot of fantastic battles with your mother. We've spoken about it many, many times. They were both phenomenal athletes, but both phenomenal bike riders. I think it was in your genes to be a fantastic bike rider. You're one of the strongest over the middle distance. Do you think mum and dad have helped play a part there? I mean, you've obviously started following triathlon from a very, very young age, watching them race around the world, and they're still racing as well, aren't they? They're still racing to this day.
Yeah, they usually try to do the races where I'm racing as well. So because when they're like only watching and cheering on me, they usually get even more nervous. So they're more calm when they're racing as well. But yeah, of course, I think there is some bike talent I got from them, but also just like how they taught me the sport from a very young age, how they taught me having fun in the sport, and yeah, just took me along this journey in triathlon, and yeah, I think that definitely they helped a lot, like for my performance now as well.
Now, an interesting point you just brought up then. You're a young man, 25 years of age, training full time. How hard is it for you to find that balance? Because most 25-year-old men and women, you know, they're going out, they're socialising, they're having fun, you know, there's parties. And these are things that I'm not saying you can't do, but obviously you have to pick and choose your poison here. You can't be going out every weekend. And has it been difficult? I mean, it's easy for me to sit here now as a 50-year-old and say, oh, it's worth it, don't worry.
What?
But, you know...
Are you serious?
Shh.
I don't believe it.
I'm only
I don't
saying
believe
it
it
once.
for 1 second.
It doesn't go outside these four walls, okay?
All right.
But what's it like? I mean, there are a lot of sacrifices to become a professional athlete, and a lot of things that you have to give up. And some people say, well, when you're doing something you love, it's not a sacrifice. But obviously, you've got lots of friends that are going out that saying, no, Freddie, come on, just this once. How hard is it to find that balance, Fred?
Actually, it's not as hard as you think, because like I'm not really like taking any sacrifices there, like because I really grew up in the sport. Yeah. I honestly don't know how it is to do anything else. All my friends are in the sport as well, so obviously they're also not going out every weekend. I mean, of course, I know it's important to also like have fun here and then, and just keep a healthy lifestyle, especially for the mental aspect. But yeah, as I grew up with this and always kind of did triathlon my whole life, I really don't know how to do anything else.
No, and I know that you're very, very serious, but I also know that when it's time to let your hair down, you also allow yourself to do that. And I think for longevity in the sport, I think it's important. I see so many people or so many athletes that just focus purely on that and not allowing themselves that downtime or that time off, like you spoke about before, about having 2, 3, 4 weeks off after a big race. And if you don't allow yourself that time, I think somewhere along the line it's going to catch up with you, and you'll either have some sort of a breakdown, either physically or mentally.
Yes, of course, and it's also the same reason why I also take my time to move up to long distance. I mean, my goal is really like a long-term career, at least as long as Jan.
As Jan Frodeno
for sure.
here.
And I don't want to go all in too early. Just really build over the years, and yeah, for that this mental aspect is definitely really, really important as well.
Are you not all in though? Like, if you're honest,
I am all in, of course, like believing in myself and with my mind. But I know, like, I have I'm trying to keep myself potential, so I can still improve over the years for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're trained by Dan. Obviously, we share the same coach, and he's very smart in terms of long-term build-up and everything. But I don't believe you get to your level and the kind of races you've shown and the kind of performances, even though they're not. It's not every weekend, but you've had those performances that just show you can't do that if you're half-assing it. So I definitely think this.
He's in. He's all in.
It's all in, and that doesn't limit your potential in the future. But you have to be all in this game, because otherwise there's no hope of.
I think
of winning.
particularly now, Jan, as we've continued to see our sport over the years, just continue to step it up a level. But what I love here is that sitting in the middle of you two men from Germany. We've got the greatest the world's ever seen, and we've got maybe the next greatest the world's seen. So for me, it's fantastic. We've got you're at the end of your career, and you're just beginning your career. And what is it with Germany? You've produced so many incredible athletes. You're just so tough, and I mean, I know there are other athletes around the world that are incredible, but Germany has continued to produce phenomenal athletes year in, year out.
Well, I mean, from my point of view, I think it's the generation before me, you know, was kind of Hellriegel later.
Exactly.
We have Ralph Eggert here as a world championship medalist. And then I sort of came through with, well, in that time when Norman Stadler was there, then Daniel Lange winning 2007 world champs. And you have to be really good if you want to make a mark in Germany. That's just the way it is. And, you know, the knowledge is there, and I think we have that more protected approach that that other nations perhaps don't have, like exactly what Freddie was just talking about, that you're building up over a long time and having the long-term goals. But look at Patrick on screen here. The first time I raced him was in 2005.
Wow.
Duathlon.
Wow.
You know, and he's quite a bit younger than me, but he was already, you know, he was mountain biking before then and trying around. It's just something that, you know, is kind of ingrained in the club culture that you have in Germany. So in German triathlon very much, or sport in general, works through clubs, and you kind of have the older generation passing on their knowledge to the younger, and like everything has its pros and cons, but that's definitely a uniqueness that you say wouldn't find in the US, where it's just every man for himself, and maybe you know, have a swim club or the universities, but that's where they're going to be making a big mark, because triathlon has just become a university-funded sport. So people are now on scholarships, and that can see some good talent come through, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, as Jan said, and triathlon is just really growing in Germany. I mean, he had Thomas Hellriegel, Norman Stadler. I have Jan Frodeno, Sebastian Kienle, and yeah, it goes on like that. And of course, when you have this this people in the sport in Germany, you just have much more younger athletes coming through, and working really hard. And then you've got races like here in Roth, which are obviously really supported by the German crowd as well. And you've got great sponsors in Germany as well, so you can finance the sport, which is obviously really important for us as well. And it's a great time right now.
Actually, it's interesting you bring that up, because this is one race that I come to that normally with professional athletes, they only come to this race if they're racing. But you've got so many professional athletes that have come to this race. They're not racing, but they come here to support their sponsors, to support the race. That's almost unheard of in other races around the world.
Yeah, true. I mean, like myself, I came this weekend basically only to meet my sponsors, meet a lot of fans, and I was also a chaperone for the junior race here, where I did my first triathlon actually exactly 20 years ago with the age of 5, and it was just great to see all the kids racing there yesterday. And of course the weekend's been great as well, just to see all the sponsors. And today is obviously a bit more chill for me, and I can just enjoy watching the race.
Yeah, honestly. And what is the, sorry Jan, no. What's the next race after here for you?
I'm planning to race next week at Challenge Roth in Austria.
I hope so. You're my bet for the win, so you've got to race. And look, honestly, you look after yourself now. They look like they're fairly surfer. Look at me talking it up. He's got a race. Yeah, Challenge Walshy, I'm obviously heading there too, first time. That's one of the most beautiful races I've ever seen. I mean, I've never been there physically, but in the pictures, looks like one of the most beautiful races in the world.
Yeah, I love the race. It's definitely one of my favorite ones on the circuit. I mean, I grew up not too far away from it, so it's basically my home race. I could win the race already 2 times, and when I will be fit next Sunday, I try to go for the hat trick there.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly put in a magnificent bike performance, and just quickly. Before we wrap it up, just going back to the women's race, where we've got some splits, and that was pretty amazing. Close to 20 minutes was Daniela's lead on Laura Philipp at the end. I think Chelsea's still a minute ahead, and it's certainly a dominating performance that she's put on here on the bike, and now, well, like we kind of said, is holding on to more or less on the run.
Yeah, she really is. Lisa Norton still in second, but 13:51 behind Danny at about the 6 kilometre mark. So there's Fenella Langridge on screen.
Crowd and camera favourite today, without a doubt. We've seen lots of her, and I hope she can put it together, that we continue to, and yeah, she can crown her courageous effort today, because yeah, she's taken it by the horns, and of course the way she is lapping up the crowds would absolutely be quite an atmosphere buster if she walks in here.
She looks fantastic.
Makes
she
it
does. She
onto
still
the
looks great.
podium.
And you know, while I don't think the run is her weakness, it's not her strength, but it's improved greatly over the last couple of seasons. So still looking strong out there. But we know that Fenella in fourth, Laura Philipp now moved her way up into third. She's 17.5 minutes down. But Chelsea Sodaro back in fifth, 18:25 down, and Annie Haug almost at that 19-minute mark. So we're moving up. We're trying to see. We've got Daniela Riff now through the 8 kilometre mark. But it's going to be very interesting to see if Annie Haug is able to make any inroads. Obviously, Danny Reef very, very safe, but let's see for those final 2 podium positions whether Annie Haug is able to make her way through the field. She was phenomenal here last year. Obviously, Fenella Langridge led for such a long time and was only overtaken by Annie at about the 21-22 kilometre mark. Now, what do you think of this young man? So obviously Sam Laidlow, he was up running with Magnus Ditlev. We know that elastic band eventually broke, and he's now running in second. He's not looking that comfortable. He's not looking bad, but he's not looking as comfortable as he did when he was running with Magnus Ditlev. We know he's had some issues in the past with his stomach. We know that he's had a bit of an infection that he's had to get rid of before he came into this race. But do you think we're going to see the best of Sam Laidlow here today, or you think it's going to be a bit of a rocky marathon for him?
He's 3 minutes down currently.
3 minutes down.
FYI.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look as good as it looked in Kona last year. I would say. To be honest, I didn't guess. My personal guess wasn't for him to be on the podium. But yeah, he showed a really great race until now. So I definitely hope he can keep that podium spot there.
I think he should write a book on how to be the underdog. Like he's just,
I do too.
He shouts so loud, and nobody like how can you not have him on your list? Like it's phenomenal. And guys done really well, and you know, okay, fair enough. It wasn't the deepest field or toughest field, but he's beaten Patrick this year. Challenge Gran Canaria. You know, how does a guy like that just keep floating under the radar? Like.
He doesn't float under my radar. I know. I always have him as a potential, because, you know, I think the thing with Sam Laidlow right now is he just lacks that consistency in his racing, whereas someone like Magnus Ditlev now is so consistent. Every time he turns up, you know you're going to get the best version of Magnus. Whereas with someone like Sam Laidlow, he wears his heart on his sleeve a little bit. I think Sam moving forward, as I said, he's still quite young. He needs to learn to shut out the noise. I think sometimes he lets his personal life and emotions run into his sporting life. And I know it's easy for me to sit here and say, well, you know, separate them, and it's not so easy to do that in mainstream life, to separate those two. And for someone like Sam, he's an emotional guy, and I think he just needs to learn how to control them a little bit more. And as soon as he can have that little bit of segregation, I think we will start to see a more consistent Sam Laidlow, because the talent is absolutely there. You do not come second in Kona if you do not have the talent. It just doesn't happen. You do not fluke it. So we know that the man is very, very talented. I think he just needs to work out how he can separate certain things from his life so that when he gets to a race course, we always see the best version of Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's just more the emotional kind of racing. You know, you see it a lot even in the Tour de France. You know, the
yes.
French riders,
yes.
They're just famous for just, you know, almost throwing their power meter into the grass when they feel at their worst, and just attacking with all they've got, and then seeing what comes out. So yeah, it's.
Yeah, and look at this woman. I mean, Danny Reef, we've spoken about her a lot today, Jan and I, and obviously we know she's one of the greatest that the sport has ever seen, particularly long distance. We just had Chrissy Wellington on before, who said that she thinks Danny Reef is the greatest triathlete that we've ever seen. What are your thoughts on Dani? And I mean, she's 36 years of age. She's done just about everything. And look at her here having one of the greatest races I've seen her have in a long, long time.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I mean, we have such a strong field of women racing here today, and Dani is just...
She's making them look ordinary, let's be honest. I mean, that's
Exactly.
a horrible thing to say, but it's the truth. She's making these others athletes who we know are incredible, but she's making them look ordinary.
Yeah, she's really on a completely different world, and now she's still looking really good on the run, so it doesn't look like she pushed too hard or anything on the bike. And I mean, she knows how to pace these races. She's not doing it
She's done it a few times.
She's not doing it the first time, so she's a very experienced athlete, and and looking really great out there.
Oh, look, yeah, she's incredible athlete.
I mean, it's pretty crazy. You're just looking at the splits, and Philipp is the one who's making up a bit of time on her, or the most time on her. Chelsea's made up about a minute, but Laura was behind her off the bike, if I remember correctly. Yeah, she was. So Philipp is now in third. We've still got Lisa Norden in second. She is 13:50 behind. This was... significant time back because Daniela's that far ahead that the first joint split we've got is already 4 Ks behind.
That's unreal.
But Laura is 17 minutes now, so she's what's that? That's less than 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes to Lisa Norden. So that is a tough position for Lisa to be in because she's got 3 all-star runners coming from behind. Fenella Langridge is just 15 seconds behind Laura. And then it's Chelsea, another 50 seconds back, so almost a minute. And Anne Haug, 1:30 back on Laura. Lots of racing to go. Here we have her on screen. Also, just looking smooth.
Just such a beautiful runner.
Yeah.
She's one of the most beautiful. Along with Annie Haug, I just love watching these two women run because it looks so effortless.
It does, distinctly different, but
yes, absolutely.
but
Both different, but
light.
both beautiful.
Yeah.
Marinda Carfrey, another runner, I used to love watching her run. It just looks like, I know they are putting the effort in, but it just doesn't look it. It just looks like it comes so incredibly naturally to them both, all 3 of them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the only thing. Like, and you compare that in the men's field, you see Patrick running, and it's that kind of thing. He always looks like he's putting in a surge, but he's putting in a 42K surge. And,
a non-stop.
A non-stop effort, but yeah, Laura definitely. Really nice to see her in this kind of field as well. Just giving it all, and we'll wait to see what she can close the gap to. But as we said, at the moment between those 3 runners, it's really to see who can get on the podium still.
And all right, before we let you go, Freddie, we're going to put you on the spot because that's what we do to people that we interview. I want you to give us your top 3 for the men and top 3 for the women at this point in time.
At this point, Magnus Ditlev and Daniela Ruth for the win. For second, I hope Sam Lalo keeps the second spot, and then Patrick on third. And for the woman, I guess it's Laura for second and Chelsea for third.
Nice choices.
No love lost between teammates here. But you have my vote, my friend.
The young guns. He's all about the young guns. I can understand it. Oh, look, Freddie, it's been a pleasure having you on. I really hope that we see you fit and healthy next week on the start line for Valsy. I mean, you're young. You youngsters heal in days.
It's gonna be fine, yeah. It looks worse
you
than
look
it.
like a big boy. I can't believe a little pussycat took you down. Seriously, man.
It was actually a really small cat.
We're not in Africa. You can't tell us it's a lion. Like, honestly, I'm not buying this story.
I'm gonna be fine. Yeah, it looks worse than it is.
It is, and it's going to be a great race. We've got a great field assembled for Valsy next week as well, with Tom Bishop and Jan Stratman, I think, is also racing, and quite a few others. So, really great time. I will see you there. I'm sure I'll see you later on today as well. But thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Freddie, send it. Good luck for the rest of the season, and maybe see you in America.
See you in America, yeah. I'll be there as well.
Milwaukee? Beautiful.
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Love it.
We'll have a quiet moment at the anthem and then grip it and rip it.
Rip it and rip it. I love it.
It's still one of those strange things in America. Every time you have to pause for the national anthem before they go.
I know. I don't. Yeah.
Patriotism is off the charts
It
over
is.
there.
It really is. No,
Anyway.
that should be a great race. I'm looking forward to that one as well. But thank you very much, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
See you, Freddie.
See you.
All right, that was Freddie Funk. I think he's got the coolest name in triathlon.
Yeah.
I always said he should be a Formula One driver, Freddie Funk. It's just
Or a DJ.
Or a DJ.
I mean,
this is
that's
true.
honestly, I mean-
A DJ in Ibiza. I could see Freddie doing that after his triathlon career. I'm sure he'd be awesome. But yeah, Freddie Funk, he's one of the good guys in the sport. Such an incredible, not just bike rider. I mean, we talk about Freddie Funk as being just strong on the bike, but he's strong across all three, let's be honest. And yeah, I've known his mum and dad, Heike and Harold Funk, for many, many years. Had many the great battle with Heike Funk in the past, but yeah, they're a great family.
Yeah, he certainly made a name for himself, and he's certainly someone who's worked on his weaknesses and, you know, yeah, consistently just kept chipping away, and that's something what I guess makes the sport. You know, in the end you have the three disciplines to combine, and it used to be a lot about, you know, putting in individual blocks. If you listen to Sebastian Kienle's early training, he used to go to Mallorca and basically just cycle for 3 weeks to have that Uber biker kind of performance. Whereas these days, you know, everything's become more calculated and everything's become more tactical as well. If you look at the kind of running, the pacing, yeah, it's more calculated and definitely more tactical.
Yeah, I agree. And as you said, while we're talking about run tactics, back in the day, Sebastian was never renowned for his running. But when he realised that, you know what, I can't just be an Uber biker, I need to be an Uber biker and runner, he worked on his run, and now he's one of the great. He was for a while there one of the fastest runners in the sport as well. But while we're speaking about running, let's go to a short clip that we've got on run tactics.
The canal is for sure something for itself, but I remember last year was actually good for me because it has been so many impressions in the race so far. So once I hit the canal, it was not many spectators, and it was actually nice for me to get out there and get into my own mind and get some more relaxed atmosphere. And then when you go back into the city, that's pretty much where it really starts to get tough. Then it's really nice to get the lift from the spectators again. But on the canal, it was nice to be able to focus on my own thoughts there for a moment.
The run, I would say there's not a specific thing, but the second part of the run, like in every marathon, is pretty tough, but especially here in Roth with the newer run course, it's really a hard and a leg breaker if you're tired to run down these last hills and also run up them. So yeah, that's where the race is gonna decide it.
The marathon in Ironman is always like, you get off the bike with 10k, you feel like Superman. You're just sure that you're going to smash this marathon. And then for 20k, it's kind of just normal pain. And then the last 10k, you realize what this Ironman thing is about, you know, and that's what can make you or break you. And I've had my fair share of blow-ups in the marathons. So yeah, I think I need to keep that in the back of my mind in them first few k.
Actually, I'm not a guy who has like a mental game strategy. I think that I'm more like a friendly person and don't want to get into any heads or something like that. So I'm focusing on my own head and try to have my race strategy in place, just race as hard as I can.
All right, and that was Patrick Lange there, talking about a race strategy on the run. He is definitely the fastest on field at the moment, but he is so far behind that young man. Magnus Ditlev was basically had the swim of his life today to come out in that lead pack. And as I said, I'm still, that's got to be the biggest when we talk about this race after it's one and done. That swim was really what set himself up for where we see him now. I mean, to be able to stay on the back of that lead group and not just be content with staying on the back of it, actually towards the end working his way through it so that he came out of the water in the pointy end of the pack. Whoever would have thought a year ago that Magnus Ditlev would be getting out in the lead pack up the front?
Well, yeah, you know, I think he's somebody who attacks it very strategically, and he looks at his weakness and he knows he's got a winter to do it. And, you know, you can tell, like, if you're missing a minute on a half distance, which is what it was in Ibiza, or just a touch over, you know, oh, here we go. Sam coming to a halt. There's something in his calf or something.
Yeah, it looks like he's stretching his hamstring or his calf.
Does not look good. That does not look good. Oh gosh, this is heartbreaking to see. Come on, buddy. Shake it out. Shake it out.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's of course.
Come on,
that's
come
all
on.
right. It looks like he's just got a cramp.
Yep.
For sure, he's suffering and he's dying. And I really, really, really hope that he embraces the suck. You know, as we used to say.
And he needs to.
He needs to, because the problem is when you pull out of these races and you do it too often. Unfortunately,
it's a slippery slope. It
it's a
becomes
slippery slope.
very easy to do it again.
It just becomes too easy, and unfortunately, and we talked about it earlier, that in an iron distance, something's always going to go wrong, and you can never know what happens at the end of a race.
No.
You know, and it's never over. You can be passed in the last 200 meters, but you can also be passing in the last 200 meters. So there's always a value to keeping on going, and especially this kind of race, I feel like, it's so traditional and it's such a heavy weight amongst the races that, yeah, I really do hope he finds something to dig deep. Of course, he pulls up with a little calf niggle and straight away we're talking about pulling out. That's also probably not quite fair. But
I mean, we're just because that's the way he's been racing of late. He's either on or he's off. There doesn't seem to be any grey area with Sam Laidlaw at the moment. I think he needs to find that, and we've seen it with quite a few athletes over the years. I know Peter Heimrich, who's also racing, he had a period of about a year and a half where that was becoming the norm. He was pulling out of too many races, and I spoke about it with him, and now he's back on a roll. But it does, once you pull out of your first race, it's very, very easy to keep that trend going, and it makes it every time it just gets that little bit easier to step off the course. And I think it needs to come to a point in time where, you know what, I'm just going to finish it off. Even if it means I have to walk half the marathon, I need to get that bear off my back and just finish the race. And with Sam Laidlaw, I think he's still trying to find the perfect nutrition plan. You can see now he's cramping. Maybe he hasn't got enough electrolyte in. We know, we spoke before, he has a very, very high sweat rate, so maybe he hasn't quite found that happy place for him so that he can get through this. But I've seen him cramp like this before. In one of the PTO events, I've seen him cramp, and he still came back at the end. And I know that's a lot different, an 18-kilometre run as compared to 42.2 kilometres. But let's hope that he can get to that next aid station, get in a little bit of more electrolytes, get that salt back in his system so that he can make it through. But I think it's important that he try and finish this off here today.
Well, the thing is also, let's not make the common mistake of thinking that cramps are necessarily always a lack of salt.
No, they're not,
cramps
and they're not.
Can also very easily just be a form of exhaustion of your muscles, just being at their limit and being empty. So those are the kind of two big pillars of cramping. But interesting enough, we've got the next split in just before the halfway mark, and Sam Laidlaw is now exactly halfway between Patrick and Magnus Ditlev.
Ooh.
So Patrick has made up another good chunk of time. He's now 9.5 minutes down on Magnus. But who is moving really well is Ben Canute. He has only lost 1.5 minutes to Patrick.
Wow.
So, Sam, either way, has to keep on trucking on because that podium is yet to be confirmed.
And isn't it interesting, in both our men's and women's race, we obviously know that Danny Reef and Magnus Ditlev have all but got it in the bag as long as they continue doing what they are doing right now. And they are both looking faultless. But second and third for both our women's race and men's race is totally up for grabs. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to come right down to the wire before we see who can take those last two spots on the podium for both races here today. We know that if both of our current leaders keep on doing what they're doing, those records, those world best times in both the men's and women's race will be taken here today. Jan, I think if we are going to get you down on ground to put that finisher's medal around Magnus's neck, it's going to be a cool sight to see. We've got Chrissy Wellington here to do it in the women's race, and I think that's what I love about triathlon, that we've got so many generations here from over the years, so many world champions with, I think we said 7 world champions, 9 athletes that have stepped on the top spot of the race here in Roth. I mean, there's not many races around the world apart from world championship events where you get that quality field.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you include me, we've got Lothar and Nicole Leder just behind us on the TV there. So you've got a few more Roth titles.
Wow, we certainly do.
And, you know, some legendary performances here. And, yeah, that's the cool thing about this event, you know, that it manages to bring everybody together. And that's why, yeah, it's nice to be here, even though not in an active form. Just watching greatness unfold on our screens, you know, as a fan of the sport. But I do have to, oh my gosh, I swear to God after this I'm finished. But did you see how Daniela has tied a little elastic shoestring around her waist to hold her number, and she didn't even bother cutting the ends off?
No.
Like, she goes to the wind tunnel testing. I don't know how many thousands of euros it costs to run a single one of those tests, plus development, plus this and that.
Everything that goes with it.
Going into aerodynamics, and then you take a shoelace and tie it around it. Yeah. Certainly quite something.
It's
but
always,
here he is, the Diesel.
Look at him, he just keeps chugging along. He looks great, still looking nice and relaxed in the upper body. Hasn't got that head tilt, you know, we often see towards the end of the marathon, you start to get that head tilt just when the body's just starting to tighten up slightly. But
He's through halfway.
He is through halfway. He's through 21.1. We know when he makes his way off the canal, he'll be at about the 25-kilometre mark.
Oh, it's 22.7, so we know where he is.
He is heading back to the Lange. Great thing about that, it is a great shot of the canal, that Danube. So the main Danube canal, the body of water that they swam in at 6:30 this morning. As Magnus is now making his way, we've got Daniela making her way down one end of the canal as we've got Magnus, you can see them crossing. So Daniela making her way down to the far end of the canal while Magnus Ditlev is about to exit the canal. So not too long before we see Magnus make his way back to the Lange. He'll then turn right, and it's a nice couple of K downhill. Although what we often forget with this run is before they actually make their way back into town, there's that rotten dog leg. It's just before. Yes, you always forget about it, Jan. And you go down the hill as if you're heading back to transition, and then they make you veer right, and it's about 800 metres there and back, so about 400 each way. This rotten dog leg, and you often forget about it. It's more of a pest or a pain than it is anything else. It's dead flat, but you've got to do it before you come back out onto the course proper and make your way into town and out the other side of Roth. But right now you can see Sam Laidlow, 7:45 back, so he is really in a bit of trouble.
Yeah,
right now
he's going backwards, whereas Magnus is actually increased his pace to now be predicted for under 7:22.
Wow!
I mean, that is pretty mind-boggling indeed for an accurate course, and you know, fair conditions and just good running. But yeah, Sam's definitely struggling. He's poor guy. I mean, yeah, certainly know the feeling, and it's tough. You know, you just need to go through, and just remember that things don't always go worse.
So can I talk to you quite candidly about it? Obviously this time last year you were leading the race. Look, we can see him again. It's that calf, you're dead right. It's that calf muscle that just keeps tightening up on him. For someone like Sam Laidlow, obviously not having the day that we know he's capable of, when you get home, when it's all run and done, when the crowds are gone and you're at home on your own, in your own thoughts, honestly, Jan, how do you deal with this? How do you move on? How do you say, okay, tomorrow's another day. I need to put this behind me and I move on to the next race? I mean, it sounds so easy for me to sit here and say it, but you know yourself, it is not that easy.
Well, you've been there yourself, and the thing is, I mean, I think people take it very differently. I mean, for me, it helps a lot just dealing with it. You got to get through, and unfortunately, they're the cards you were dealt with at the time, and that's just what happens, you know. And many times, I've been fortunate enough to go through moments like that and still have it be enough for a win. In this day and age, it certainly isn't.
No.
That depth has just changed, and somebody's just on, and it becomes harder and harder to fake it. But nothing is worse for me personally than stopping.
Yep.
Because it ends your pain right there, but the journey in your head of going through hell only just starts. And that's one of the things I think that, you know, successful athletes
for lack of a better word, that champions probably have, is we don't have an off button.
No.
And it just, for me personally, it just ate away from me. And it's a point, where, self-hate definitely comes into it. Like it's amazing how many sessions afterwards it fuels. I mean, that's the one positive you take from it, is that eventually, you just kind of take the motivation and take the fight for it, and you learn from what you've done. But it's the same thing with my race recently in Hamburg. Oh man, I just wanted to get back on the horse, and I just really needed to get going again to try and improve and to try and get better and close that gap. And to some extent, it really is something that you can then look forward to, because, well, some days you win and some days you learn, as they say. But definitely, it's a toxic thing, and here
there's the pass. We have the pass. So Patrick Lange has now passed Sam Laidlow. We know that Sam Laidlow's been struggling now for the last few kilometres with cramps in his calf. He's walked several times, but he's always managed to get himself going again. And of course now Patrick Lange, who is running very, very well on course, has now made up all that time, has made the pass on Sam Laidlow, and is now up into second place. But good to see Sam Laidlow still at least running. He's still moving forward.
Crikey, and here we are talking about 40 less motorbikes. And just as we see the pass, Patrick almost runs onto the back of a motorbike. But that's just, I mean, they were obviously dedicated cameras. And Patrick just flying along here, like absolutely making it look like child's play. And I mean, he has to. He's made up 12 minutes and a half marathon. That is flying along and moving quickly. But as you say, this is a tough moment where Sam is realizing, okay, the podium's starting to slip away. Ben isn't far behind. And they're the mental moments that make, break, and define you as an athlete, I believe. It's something where, you have to make sure that you actively also try and influence what you want to be remembered for. It's one of those things for yourself, for your team. Everybody's out here, and in the end, you have bad days, and being able to push through those can also have a reward. I'm not one of the fans who says, okay, well, just give it your best, and if you give it your best, that's great.
That's good enough. No.
I don't believe that. I could possibly be judged for parenting my children differently and telling them that winning does matter. But that's an attitude. You always have to go for it. You have to reach high, and I think that's what's gotten this man to the front. He just wants to win, and he's seen Rasmus Henning, who, in his era and his time for Denmark was a dominating athlete who put out some breathtaking performances. Also extremely strong bike rider, and striving for the top and striving for the top step is what gets him to where he is, and that's where hopefully Sam is aiming his mark at.
I've actually been in this position in Roth before, where Sam Laidlow is now. Maybe not as bad, and I certainly wasn't suffering cramps, but I was suffering mentally. So I got off the bike in, I think, first position, thinking I was going to at least hold on for a podium. Running was never my strength, and I remember getting down to the far end of the canal, and the wheels started to fall off, more mentally than physically. And I distinctly remember on my way back stopping, because I was having a pity party and I was feeling sorry for myself, and there really was no reason for me to be feeling that. I let emotions get the better of me. And I remember stopping at one point and pulling over to the side of the canal and actually screaming to myself, if this is what we're going to be doing today, pull off the course now, because this is it. You either make a decision to give it everything, to stop feeling sorry for yourself and to run like you know you can run, or you walk off the course, because I'm not dealing with anything in between. And it was like I was giving myself a little bit of a, this is it. This is the ultimatum. You either decide to go for it or you walk off. And of course, walking off was never an option for me, particularly here. I'd been coming for many, many years, never had a DNF. And so I completely changed my attitude. And no, I'm not going to tell you that I came back and won the race or even finished on the podium. But I think I was 6th or 7th that day. And I finished it off, and I pushed through it mentally. And I think that's what Sam needs to do now. I know he's struggling. But it's very, very easy when you start to struggle physically that the mental demons start to really take over, and all of a sudden it's a lot worse than it might actually be. And so I really hope that Sam can come through with the goods. I don't know how severe his cramping is, of course, but he's still got a long way to go. As I said, he's not even through 25 kilometres yet here, so it's a tough decision, and it's a decision that all athletes have to make. We know that his most important race this year is probably later on in September. Is he doing damage now by finishing it off? I mean, these are the questions you have to ask yourself right now.
No, definitely not. Honestly, like, these guys, they're all so fit. You know, at this pace, your body is simply not giving you the access to the resources to do damage. Right? If you go out and completely blow up, that's one thing, you know, but at this pace, this is a long day for him.
Yep, it's just a long training day.
Let's put it into perspective. There are currently 3 guys looking to go under the old course record, right? 3 guys, and he's struggling, and he's currently paced 2 minutes above it. He's currently looking for 7:37.
Which is insane.
And we were just talking about celebrating Sebastian as a sub-8-hour rookie, and that feels like it was just a few years ago. So the level today is absolutely tremendous. And that's one of the things, you know, you have to realize, like, he's actually still going bloody quick.
And that's what I think
and
he
the
needs
pacing,
needs to really just turn that head around. And there's a knack to doing it, and I used to do it by a lot of self-talk out loud on course, and it worked for me. Everyone's got their different ways of dealing with it. But I think it's a real knack that you need to be able to give yourself some really good self-talk and just change that entire attitude that you have, that, you know, I can't do this, it's all over, I'm walking, and just try and change it. Concentrate on things you can do. Dani Reif, of course, doing everything right. No problems for her. So her mental attitude right now would be just, what can't I do? And the same with Magnus Ditlev. And it's.
You'll be surprised. Honestly, I think there is a struggle to it, even if you're winning.
Even when you're winning, well, you've still got to get through the 42.2 kilometres. That doesn't change. That's the same for everyone.
Exactly, and keeping up your mental guard when your lead is that much, that's certainly something quite challenging at the time, because you're like, okay, well, why can't the finish line just be here? This is kind of, you know, where it's happening.
That's Lisa Norden right there now. So Lisa Norden
is Lisa, yeah.
Looking, and you can see the difference in cadence between herself and Dani Reif. So Lisa Norden with a much slower running cadence than Daniela Reif. And of course, when we had footage up of Laura Philipp and also Chelsea Sodaro. So I dare say that it won't be long. Oh, you can see behind now, I think was that Chelsea Sodaro that I just saw behind in the white win? The white win suit. Is that Chelsea? It is. I think it is. It looks like Chelsea Sodaro is coming for Lisa Norden.
Motor train, but yeah, that means that she was 19 minutes behind. Lisa was 13, so she's made up 6 minutes.
Wow.
In about 15k.
Wow.
That is moving, and
well, it's what we expect. That's a world champ. That's what a world champion does.
You know, Lisa, hats off to her, because that's what she did. She threw her hat in the ring, and you know, came off the bike second, and now, yeah, of course, it's a struggle street, but that's, you know, what for many this game is about. So let's see where she can hold it off, and what the other super runners are doing. I'd love to get some splits, but
I think that
for now I have to head off and have a chat to our colleagues. But you know what? They don't seem too phased. So just because I care, I just want to quickly see the splits.
Well, I'm not sure if the tracker. I think the tracker might be a little frozen at the moment. So we're trying to wait and see if we can get that updated. But
so,
right now,
well, last split I saw, I can see is Lisa just a touch under 16, Chelsea just a touch over 16. So they've now met, which means that Chelsea would have put 3 minutes into Daniela. Laura Philipp is in fourth, but of course she was in third. So Chelsea's actually caught up to her. She
Chelsea
had
is
a more
running exceptionally well.
start.
So Chelsea having a very, very good run out there right now, and she is currently in second place on course.
Chelsea, yes, if she would have passed Lisa, then
she
she's
has
second.
Passed Lisa, that's
and
right.
Lisa's in third, Laura Philipp in fourth, Fenella still in
5th.
And then it should be...
no, Andi would have passed
Andi
her
would
by
have
now.
passed her by now. Yep.
Because they were just 2 seconds apart at the 11.7 mark. And we can see here now, Daniela is already at 16.4K. So it's a little bit behind, but calling it as we see it.
Yep. All right, well, Jan, we will see you shortly. You go and do your thing, and we'll get you back in about 15, 20 minutes' time.
Alrighty.
Be fantastic to see you. Thank you very much. And so while we've had an update on our women's race, back to our men's race, and a little bit of movement there too. So we do know that Ben Canute from the US has now overtaken Sam Laidlow. We know Sam Laidlow's having all sorts of issues out there on the run today with his calf. Magnus Ditlev, of course, still leading the way. He looks fantastic. Don't be fooled by that long loping stride of Magnus Ditlev. He is still moving very, very well. We know Patrick Lange from Germany is in second, and now Ben Canute from the US in third. It would be so good to see a US athlete being able to take that last spot up on the podium. We've also been told that Daniel Bakkegaard, who had lots of issues with his shifters, he was unable to shift for quite some time. So Daniel Bakkegaard, we know that he is in 5th place and looking, our spotters have been saying, quite a lot, 1,000 times better is the exact words our spotters have used, better than Sam Laidlow. So Daniel Bakkegaard, so good to see him rally and get back into this race. It's always so hard when you get a mechanical and you've dropped so much time just mentally to get yourself back in the game. But hats off to Daniel Bakkegaard because he has done just that. And I dare say it will not be long before we see Daniel Bakkegaard make his way into 4th place in this men's race here today in Roth. Beautiful day. We've been told all of our swimmers are out of the water, so every single one of our swimmers, our athletes today have made it out of the water and now on to the 180-kilometre canyon bike ride. And so while our professional athletes are making their way, our men are through halfway on the run and our women are almost at the halfway mark. We've got our age group athletes making their way around the bike course. We know Dan Plews, coach of Chelsea Sodaro, is out there somewhere trying to win the amateur race today. I'm sure he will be very, very happy with how his young athlete is going. Chelsea Sodaro, having made her way up now into 2nd place. There's a shot of her right now. She looks fantastic. Just what we expected. Beautiful, relaxed. Look at those arms. She comes from a running background. She was an elite runner for many, many years. She crossed over to triathlon. She's our current Ironman World Champion, and she looks fantastic. And joining, speaking of Ironman World Champions, past and present, Chrissy, thank you for joining me back in the studio.
Great to be back.
Wow, there's been a little bit of movement since you were last on. Not with our 1st place. 1st place is set in stone. I think we've got Magnus Ditlev still in the lead for our men, and of course, Daniela Riff for our women. But this young woman on screen now, Chelsea Sodaro, what a run she is happening. Now up into 2nd position. Not really unexpected, but in saying that, when you've got the likes of Annie Haug and Laura Philipp there with you, and of course we know that Laura Philipp was in front of her for a little while there, and Chelsea has also obviously taken that 2nd place now with Laura Philipp behind. Any surprises so far for you?
I think the extent of Daniela's lead.
Yes.
I'm still blown away.
Yeah.
It's just such a phenomenal performance. But it's great to see Chelsea there fighting for the podium. You never know what's going to happen. And we you can't predict what is going to happen, a kilometre down the road, let alone 10 kilometres down the road. So I think there's everything still to fight for. And I think that's really, really important. And she's a tenacious racer. And she knows that you can't predict what's going to happen to the athletes in front or behind you, and so she's going to give it absolutely everything. But her form looks phenomenal. She does, like you said, look really, really relaxed. It's a really exposed section going along the canal there. It's really exposed. You've got a gravel track that is maybe more gentle on the legs, but yeah, it is exposed. If there's any breeze, any headwind, you feel that really, really acutely. And I just stepped outside of the shade today, and it's really hot. So they'll be feeling that heat running along the canal. But as we spoke about earlier, they're used to racing in the heat, and Chelsea especially has shown herself
She doesn't have too many issues in the heat.
She doesn't. But all the same, it is hot out there, and they'll want to factor that in to their nutrition, hydration strategy, and not only that, plan to maybe take on some ice. Through the aid stations, I always used to like to hold some ice, put it on my wrists, just to try and keep your core body temperature
down.
low.
And even if it's more of a mental thing, even if physically it's not really doing anything, I think mentally just feeling cold. Great shot now, overhead shot of Laura Philipp. She's here for the first time. Obviously, we know that she's an incredibly fast athlete. She came oh so close to breaking that magical 8:18 last year in Hamburg.
My nails have just recovered.
And so, we know that Laura Philipp's got the goods to go fast. She's having a solid race here today. First time in Roth. She was up there in second position. She's now fallen back into third behind Chelsea Sodaro. But, honestly, hats off. Brilliant racing from these women. We know that they're a long way away from Danny Reef, but to finish on the podium here at this race is still such an incredible a goal.
It's such an achievement, and it's so incredibly special. And they'll be still fighting for that victory. Not, like I said, not knowing what might happen, but like you said, to finish on the podium is incredibly special, and given the strength and the depth of the field, it's such a phenomenal achievement to do so. And I don't want to say if the record is broken, but when the record is broken, today it will be broken by one person, but it could very well be broken by 2 or 3. So they have everything to fight for, and a really good chance of breaking their own personal best times over this distance.
And while you're out on the canal, like obviously you've been here, you've done this, you know what it's like, and would you cut this run up into different sections, because we've got the section up on the canal which is very exposed to the wind, to the sun, to the elements. They run back through town. I know you haven't experienced this part of the course yet. They go straight through the centre of town. It's packed full of people on either side. It's on cobblestone, so it's very uneven. It's only a short section of the run, but sometimes the whole thing when you're doing a marathon in a long-distance triathlon is trying to get into that rhythm and hold it as long as possible. But here, when you're changing surfaces so much, it's very, very difficult to hold that rhythm. So I think for our pure runners, it can be a little difficult. For someone like yourself who loved, obviously you love the trail running, you love the off-road running, it wasn't such a problem, but how difficult is it to mentally prepare, and cut it down into sections? Is that the best way to do it, or did you used to see it as a whole, like just get through the 42K?
I think different athletes use different psychological strategies when they're racing. One that was very important for me was to segment the race, not just the run, but the whole race. I call it chunking. So when I, started the swim, I never, thought about the entirety of the swim. I broke it down as, you get the first 200 meters and you get to the first buoy, and it's the same with the bike. And like you implied, it's the same with the run. So however they want to break it down, it could be aid station to aid station, it could be to your next competitor, or like you said, it could be transitioning from one surface to another. I would imagine that break from gravel to tarmac will be quite welcome. Some of them have much more of a strength on road, but I do believe that many athletes benefit from that slightly softer surface earlier on in the run, and it helps them in the latter stages to finish much more strongly. But like you said, we never had to race on or over the cobbles. But whilst that might be more challenging, hopefully the crowd will be incredibly uplifting.
So that'll sort of evens it out. I like the way you think. Great shot here of the fastest on course right now. He's in second position, Patrick Lange. He's about 8:52 or just under 8:50 down on our leader Magnus Ditlev. Ben Canute having such a great race here for the first time ever. 10:45 back, so really great racing from Ben Canute. That's our podium for now. Daniel Bakkegaard, well, we know he has now moved his way up into fourth place, so he has also overtaken Sam Laidlow. So Dan Bakkegaard, he was up there right at the pointy end of the field at the beginning of the bike, but unfortunately suffered a few mechanical issues with his shifter, but so fantastic to see him back in the game now and running very, very well. He's at about 14:34 back, but you can see now they make their way back into town. They do have to do this little dogleg, so very, very shortly Patrick Lange will veer right and he'll do an out and back section of about 800 metres. But Chrissy, look at this aerial shot right now of the canal. It's fantastic. But you can see from this shot just how exposed it can be along the canal with little or very little shade and also the wind. And the wind is starting to pick up. It's definitely a lot windier now than it was this morning. But it's this woman. This woman has absolutely stolen the show here today. Daniela Riff from Switzerland spends most of her time in St. Moritz training there with her coach. But
she looks really relaxed.
She really does.
And very, very, very focused. You can never tell from that game face what's going through her head. But she looks comfortable. I'm still thinking back to that bike split, and it's absolutely mind blowing. And to be able to run off that is a phenomenal talent, isn't it? That's, as a triathlete, that's what you need to be able to do, not just post the fastest swim or bike split, but be able to run really strongly off it and not compromise that run by trying to go even faster on the bike. So she looks as though she's got the balance exactly right,
exactly where she needs it.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but she's I guess using that welcome shade while she's got it going through the woods there.
Absolutely. And look, Chrissy, I want you to stay on with me for a little bit longer. We do have another guest to bring up into the studio. It's Philipp Rauscher, who's a nutrition expert from Powerbar, because we all know that you can be as fit as you need to be to get through this distance, but without proper nutrition, without proper fueling, it doesn't matter how good you are, you will not make it through the race. So I would like to see, I think pretty soon, Philipp will be making his way up here and into our studio.
But the nutrition will be so important to these athletes, won't it? And we
Absolutely.
were speaking before about how, the advances that have been made technologically, and that's also the case with nutrition, not just the products that they're taking on, but the science behind that and the techniques and the strategies they're using to optimize not only their nutrition but their hydration, which is incredibly important. And these athletes would have developed strategies that have tailored very much to them and their own kind of physiology. And it's not just about what works for you physically, it's also about what's palatable. So it's finding out all of those things. And for me, when I raced, it was a learning experience. And I, for me, racing was also a testing ground. And sometimes you go into a race wanting that perfect strategy, but you are constantly learning about, what's palatable, what delivers the correct amount of energy, the correct amount of electrolytes, and also supports, good gut health, because we all know that can,
play a huge part.
A huge part, especially in the run, and has affected many a race. So I think it's those three things: that palatability, what is digestible and works with your own gut health, but also what gives you the energy that you need. But all these athletes would have invested a considerable amount of time testing different products.
Absolutely, Chrissy, I totally agree. And while we are talking about nutrition, thank you so much for joining us. You can sit here, I'll move over here.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, no, absolute pleasure. I mean, obviously we can see on screen right now, we've got a great shot of Daniela Riff, who has absolutely dominated.
Yes.
Obviously not having any issues with her nutrition today, I have to say.
Yes.
Well, not so far.
No, not, yes.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Running like clockwork, so everything done perfectly awesome. Incredible race day today.
It really is. Now, obviously you can get it right, you can be in the shape of your life, but if you do not have a proper nutrition plan when it comes to racing this distance, no amount of training is going to get you to the finish line.
Yes. If you're guessing out in this position, you have no chance to reinvent that. So it's very important for all the athletes today to have a proper nutrition, enough sodium, and especially a good carb management, because the hotter the environment, the slower the fat metabolism, the more important the carb metabolism. So I think that's a very, very important part of the race today.
Now, we've seen Sam Laidlow out on course, and he looks like he's struggling. I mean, you've probably seen the coverage. It looks like he is struggling with cramps. Now, I know it doesn't always mean that you haven't got enough electrolytes in, but often it does. Let's be honest, often it does.
Often
and I
it
think
does.
it's starting to warm out here. The canal is very exposed to wind and sun. Could it be that Sam just hasn't quite worked out what works for him over this distance?
Yes, maybe. So I think it's very important to have enough electrolytes even before the race.
So leading in?
Yes. And if you're guessing out on electrolytes and you start to cramp, then game over.
Game over.
Yes, absolutely. So that's so important. And Sam really did a great race until then. And yes, that's.
Unfortunately,
So
I mean,
maybe we don't know.
We don't know what can happen,
But
that's right.
but it could be yes.
and we can see here now Magnus Ditlev making his way back into Roth. What a race he has had. Just like our women's race, Magnus Ditlev has been just as impressive in the men's race, doing everything right here as he makes his way through Roth. But Powerbar was one of my longest standing sponsors.
Yes, I know.
Back
so
in the day
I'm so happy to be here with you.
Many moons ago, I'd like to say, but you know, it's been around as a nutrition company. It's been around for so long. You've sponsored Sebastian Kienle, I think, has to be your greatest athlete that you've ever had, and he's been so loyal. I think it's been an incredible working relationship between the two of you.
Yes, I think around 15 years
Wow,
now, and
that's impressive.
He's so nice guy, and awesome. And I think he's 25 minutes back at the moment, so I think he's on 16th was my last information, but yes, on his last run, I think the crowd will be.
We'll get him home.
Yes. We'll
look,
get a moment. It will be awesome for him.
It will. And what I've been told is he's out on course. He's been cheering other athletes on.
Okay.
When he's in good spirits. He's obviously not having the greatest race, but it's not a bad race, but he's enjoying every second of it. I got told that when he was crossing with Chrissy Wellington, he was screaming at her, go as hard as you can, this is yours, you're amazing. I mean, this is typical Sebastian Kienle.
Yes.
You know, he's just,
100%.
I think for this last year, he's not leaving any stone unturned, and he's as he should, he's milking it for everything it's worth. And I think you're right, when he comes into this stadium later today, he is going to get the loudest cheer of any athlete.
I think so. It was this morning during swimming. It was the same. So yes.
The same at the pasta party on Friday night.
Friday night. Yes.
Yeah, well, you were there, Chrissy.
Great,
it was crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
We thought there was already a lot of cheering when they got Patrick Lange up, and they got Magnus Ditlev and Andi Haug, both defending champions. But then I thought, oh, this is great. And then all of a sudden, we invite Sebastian up. I thought the tent was going to fall down. It was like moving.
Yeah, he's loved, and it's just testament to what he's achieved in the sport. He's a phenomenal athlete and phenomenal person.
Absolutely. Now, with the athletes now, obviously for our professional athletes, they're going to be finished before it really starts to heat up. We know it's going to get to a high of about 27, 28 degrees Celsius. And I used to find back in the day in the warmer weather, it was so much harder for me to get my calories in with solids. It had to be liquids.
It had to be liquids, especially during running. So it's harder to chew during running. So I think gels are the number one supplement you can take now, because it's not that big from volume side, and you don't have to chew it. And even the harder the environment, the harder to chew, the harder to have solid foods and so on. So the better go to drinks and gels.
And tell me, what about, I used to always, when I was racing, I try and get through the first half of the marathon with just plain gels, so no Coke, no caffeine, caffeine I should say.
Yes.
So Coca-Cola, no caffeine. But then towards the second half of the marathon, I used to take gels with caffeine along with Coke from the aid stations. Is it ever a point where it's too early to start on the caffeine, or should you really try and keep that to the latter phases?
I would keep it until the end of the run, so to the end of biking, I think for the last 20 to 30 kilometers, and then from 30 to 32 kilometers on marathon, and then you have that last kick that brings you to the finish line. So that's a good idea. But especially during that hot environment, it's also a little bit risky to work with too much caffeine. So you should have trained that, and don't overdo it if you didn't train. Yeah, if you didn't train it.
I still think that's the number one piece of advice that you can give to any age group athlete out there is do not change things for race day. I think often you come to big expos like this, they see the pros, they see what the pros use, and they think, oh, well, if it works for them, it'll work for me. And they change things that they haven't trained with, that they haven't tried before, and then they wonder why the wheels fall off on race day.
Yes, absolutely. So the number one rule is train your nutrition like you do your running, your swimming, and your cycling, because don't do any experiments during the last week, during the last day before the competition, and especially not on race day.
Yep, I agree.
Yes.
Well, listen, thank you so much for joining us. Absolute pleasure.
It was an absolute honor for me.
Powerbar has been such a wonderful supporter of the sport of triathlon, and I'm so glad that you're still so deeply entrenched in the sport, because it's great to have you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Have
a nice day.
Thank you. It's fantastic. Philipp Rauscher, one of the nutrition experts from Powerbar. Great to have him here. Great to have so many experts here giving us so much wealthy little bits of knowledge. But we can see Patrick Lange now, second place, running very, very well as he makes his way into the old town, the old part of Roth. So they will run through the main old square of Roth. That's when they'll hit the cobblestones. That's when it gets a little tricky. But we've got so many people. It is absolutely lined. So the entire way through there is just lined with people.
And that's so uplifting at that stage in the race. You have the kind of solitude along the canal, which I always found quite welcome after, the noise of the bike along a lot of the bike course. And then you have the solitude on the canal, but then you're ready to be uplifted by the crowd. So it comes at a really nice time.
In fact, you did right, because as I said, by the time they hit town, they've probably done around 30 kilometers. So, and you always say, I remember our old coach used to always say, the marathon does not start till the 30-kilometer mark. So it's that last 12K where you can be feeling incredible for 30 kilometers, and all of a sudden, at around that 30, 32K mark, the wheels start to fall off. So I think it's a really nice time for them to go through town to reset, and then to just get that last half of the course done, where you can see Magnus Ditlev is now. So he's on the last 10 to 12 kilometres of the marathon here today. This is the out and back section. They will go out all the way to Buchenbach. You can see, Chrissy, the greatest part of this course is that there's a lot of foliage, so there's a lot of coverage. So they get that reprieve from the sun. We know it is heating up. It's about 25 degrees Celsius out there right now. If you think about, we started in, I think, 10 or 12 degrees. So it's climbed pretty quickly. So it does start to get a bit hot. Once they get into Buchenbach, they do a lap round the town of Buchenbach, and then they'll make their way straight back into the town of Roth and to the finish line here. It's not flat, so while they were doing the canal, which is deadpan flat, this is not flat. It's actually quite undulating, so can be quite nice, Chrissy, because they start to use different muscle groups, which can be quite a relief.
Yeah, it's really important. We saw it on the bike. You get a slight incline, you get out of the saddle just to recruit different muscle groups and give some respite to the ones that you've been using, maybe your lower back from being in the time trial position. So it's the same with the run. So it is nice to have that slight, shift in terrain. But for some athletes, it's not. They like to get in, into their rhythm, and then hold it. I mean, he looked a little laboured there, but he's so tall, and if that was a slight incline, then it is going to affect his form slightly. But he's, for such a tall guy to be running so quickly, it's phenomenal. But Patrick Lange definitely looked the more kind of bouncy.
He always does. Yep.
Of the two. But yeah, I absolutely agree that the marathon really doesn't start. And so whilst we're all getting carried away thinking,
it's all done and dusted.
It's all sewn up. In your head as an athlete, you're thinking, but I know I have 12K to go, and I know that so much can happen in that period of time. And we've seen it historically, haven't we?
Many times. Yep.
Some of the most surprising of victories come because things happen in the closing stages of the marathon. So I imagine that these athletes are still very much focusing on the here and now and maximizing their form, thinking about what they can control. We spoke about the nutrition, the hydration, their form, how they're carrying their hands.
Great view now of exactly what you're just saying. He still looks nice. Look, looks can be deceiving with Magnus because we know he's the tallest in the field. He's a monster. He's not a big monster. He's a slight monster, but he's very, very tall, and he's got that long loping stride, and it often looks like he's running a lot slower than what he actually is. Now he's got just shy of 9 kilometers left to run, and we're at 6 hours 51 minutes on the dot. It's going to be unbelievable to see
the
what time.
The excitement is palpable. Like we're sitting here at the finish line, and you can already feel.
Well, it's starting to feel
the energy. Yeah.
And you know, I look behind me now in the stadium, as you can see, great shot of Patrick Lange. He's just gone through town. You can see it is lined with spectators, about 4, 5, 6 deep, all the way through town. So look at them. They just love him, screaming for him as he makes his way out of town and towards the town of Buchenbach. But Patrick Lange really looking very, very smooth right now on the run course. He's still about 8 minutes or just over 8 minutes down on Magnus Ditlev. But Ben Canute from the USA, we haven't seen him lately, but we know he is not that far behind Patrick Lange. He's running very, very well in third place with Daniel Beckegaard in fourth. But the big mover that we haven't spoken about much at all is Joe Skipper.
I wondered whether you were going to mention.
We did
Joe.
make a little mention about him. It was just to see whether he was going to go the wrong way on the course. But of course we knew he wasn't. It was just a joke. But Joe Skipper doing what he does best. He's a very strong bike runner, and he's done really, really well. He's now also overtaken Sam Laidlow. So good old Joe.
Well, we've seen that in Hawaii, haven't we?
Of course we have. Yep.
You know, you almost feel like writing him off, and then through he comes like a train. So it's a great example of someone that can make up a phenomenal amount of time. And for me, Daniel, I mean, that's another race of the day, to have been kind of derailed with a mechanical.
To get your head back in the game.
Your head back into the game and realise that it's actually not over. And sometimes, you know, that adversity that you encounter, he might have got a bit of rest on the side of the road, but he's come back, and you know he's in fourth place, and to have that mental fortitude is a real credit to him. So
absolutely.
It's great that he's got that fighting spirit.
As has this man on your TV right now, Ben Canute, currently in third place from the US. It would be fantastic to see Ben Canute hold that place on the podium, but we do know that Joe Skipper is running very, very well. And there's only about a minute 20 difference between Daniel Beckegaard and Joe Skipper. Sam Laidlow now down into sixth with Bradley Weiss in seventh and Andreas Dreitz in eighth. So great to see Andi Dreitz, who's had a really tumultuous year after that horrific crash in America. It's taken so long to get him back. But eighth place for Andi right now.
And the great thing about the course in Roth, the athletes will be getting a lot of feedback as to where their competitors are. They've all got, you know, teams around them that can provide them with accurate splits, which are really, really important. So I'm sure that Joe will know just how much time he needs to make up. He'll know how much ground he's got, and he'll be able to do those calculations in his head. And it can be really useful to know.
Absolutely.
What those splits are.
Oh, well, they feed you, don't they? I mean, when you can get a sniff that that time is coming down and coming down quite significantly, all of a sudden you get wings. And you know, look at this, look at the stride on Patrick Lange now. He's got such a quick stride when you compare it to the likes of Magnus Ditlev, who's got that long loping stride. And speaking of splits, right now, with about 6 kilometers left to run for Magnus and a little longer for Patrick. Patrick's on target to run a 2:32 marathon, while Magnus is on target to run a 2:37. That will be the fastest time that Magnus has ever run if he is able to keep this up for the last 6 or 7 kilometers that he has left to run. So. But look at the difference in run technique and run form between Magnus Ditlev and Patrick Lange. It's quite significant, isn't it?
Yeah, when I look back when I used to race, you know, the difference between my run form, yours, and say Marinda Carfrey, phenomenal runner. You know, I had quite the shuffle. She had a phenomenal leg lift. and you just play to your strengths, your physiology. But obviously he's an incredibly tall guy, and that will affect his stride, his leg lift. And we are at the final stages of a marathon. So everyone's form is going to be impacted by that fatigue out there. And the road surface, of course, like we spoke about before, very, very different running on the kind of hard packed trail to the cobbles to the road. But Patrick definitely does look incredibly kind of light on his feet. I don't know if he's going downhill slightly there, but yeah, he looks really, really relaxed and very, very, very bouncy.
We do know that he's wearing a prototype super shoe today from his sponsor Adidas, so be very interesting to see and talk to him afterwards about that. We know that this shoe will become available to the public towards the end of the year, but it'll be interesting to see how he thinks it's gone. I mean, obviously now being such a spongy shoe, it'll be great on this section of the course, but it'll be interesting to see his feedback on the canal, which is that hard-packed dirt that I was talking about earlier on with Jan, and how you can often lose a little bit of traction. And I think we were saying for runners like Marinda, who has that big kickback, and the likes of Braden Curry, it can actually be not detrimental, but it just feels like you are losing energy over the canal. Whereas someone like you, as you called yourself a shuffler, you don't get that. So I think that's why you were able to move so quickly over that canal surface.
And I wonder with these shoes whether they suit a specific style of runner.
Yep.
Obviously they've been engineered with Patrick and runners like Patrick in mind.
And Gustav Eden, of course,
with a specific running style. And I'd be interested to know what the other athletes are using, because some of them are 4-foot runners, so they run right on their toes. Others more on the midfoot. Some have a leg lift. Some
like myself, they strike on the heel striker, which was me.
But when we were racing, the lighter was better.
No padding.
No padding.
Now, Chrissy, isn't it funny how things go full circle? We've gone from way back in the day with I think the Nike waffle. This is going way back, which was basically just a piece of cloth with a tiny piece of rubber underneath. And now and then we went to, you had to use the lightest shoe known to mankind. Now we've gone back full circle. And we want the shoe with the most cushioning, with the biggest drop. And I think sometimes now it's like this big. So it's interesting to see how things come full circle. And again, it'll be interesting to get some feedback from Patrick once this run is over. But it's this woman on screen now, Daniela Riff, the angry bird. Not looking angry today, just looking like she's doing what she does best. But what a lead. You can see now on screen just where our top 3 men are. We've got Magnus Ditlev in the lead. He has made his way into the town of Buchenbach. And he is on his way back into town, so he will be able to see exactly...
Oh, so they'll cross each other.
Absolutely, they do. So he will be able to see. So you can see now this is the town of Buchenbach. Fantastic hotspot on the course. You'll see this line with people.
Phenomenal. Look at that.
It is. Look how many people there are, Chrissy. This is unbelievable.
I would imagine about 300,000 have turned out today.
The thing is, they're all over the course, not just in sections. This entire course is lined. And you can see now he hasn't even actually made it into the town of Buchenbach proper. He gets right in there into the town square. He'll do a loop around town and then he'll make his way back. And that's when he'll get to see for the very last time exactly where Patrick Lange is. And then Patrick will be able to see exactly where Ben Knut and Daniel Bakkegaard are. So it's really their last opportunity to get their eyes on these athletes. And then from this turnaround, we literally only have about 5 or 6 kilometres to go. So
what a wonderful addition to the course, though.
It really is,
isn't
it?
Really is. A slight change from when we used to race it, but yeah, it's phenomenal to have, like I said, have that crowd support at this stage in the race. Incredibly uplifting.
And now I think it just sets you up. It gives you a chance to reset. You're taking that crowd, the cheering from the crowd, and now he knows this is a great point of the run with Magnus Ditlev. He knows he is on the way home. And I think mentally, even though he's got, what do we got up there? We've got 36 kilometres, so we've still got 7 kilometres to go. He knows that he is on his way home, while the rest of his competition still have to make it out. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see when he gets to cross with Patrick Lange, but whether he looks to the side, whether he has a little sneaky look to see how Patrick is looking. But knowing Magnus Ditlev, he's such a professional for such a young athlete. He's so mentally strong. That I don't.
They won't give much away, even if they're struggling.
No, they won't.
They won't give much away. The shoulders will go back.
I used to always try and do it. I mean, honestly, as soon as I'd go past them, I'd fall in a heap again. But you know, for that, I'd be like, oh yeah, fantastic, that's good.
Yeah.
You'd keep the mouth closed to show them you're breathing through your nose. But all the tricks that you play, all the mental tricks, and look, what a race this young Dane has had. I've just seen him improve year after year. I remember when I very first met him it was Challenge Daytona back then, it's now Clash Daytona. And we remembered that seeing him perform and thinking this young kid just blew past everyone on the bike. I'm like, who is this young man and where did he come from? And so obviously since then I've been following his career, and he's just improved to now being one of the best middle distance to long distance athletes in the world.
But what's interesting, though, is the way in which he's coped with the pressure, because undoubtedly there would have been a significant amount of pressure going in, both that he imposes on himself, but that there's that broader and wider expectation. And for him to come into this race to perform under pressure and under that weight of expectation is really impressive, especially for someone, I don't want to sound patronising, but a younger athlete who isn't necessarily used to that weight of expectation is, real credit to him as an athlete.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And while we've got great footage here of Daniela Ryf leading the race, we have been told that she has slowed down slightly, and at that last aid station, she actually slowed right down almost to a walk just to get enough hydration in. But that to me is smart racing, Chrissy. I mean, she knows she's not under pressure now. Second and third are a long, long way behind. It's all about preservation and making it to that finish line. She knows she's under the world best time right now, but she has definitely slowed down. Behind her we have Chelsea Sodaro. Now, fun fact, thanks to Luke McKenzie, who is following from America, we know that Chelsea is on target right now for an 8:15:39. I mean, that's insane. But the interesting fact with that, her coach, Dan Plews, who was racing in the amateur race, is on for an 8:15:07.
Oh,
that's insane.
I did speak to her about it on Friday. And she was just hoping to pip him.
That's unreal.
Pip him at the line.
Right now,
what a
it's
great story.
So incredibly close. That's amazing. But those times, Chrissy, 8:15. Come on.
No, I mean, I would have predicted going into this race that the record would be broken. I didn't necessarily know who would break it. I would have imagined that Annie Haug would have been, up there.
The most likely.
But yeah, just the bike splits especially are just mind-blowing to me. But, you know, as an athlete that's had the privilege of holding a world record, you know that you just hold them.
Yep.
You don't own them. No. They're not yours to keep. You hold them for a little while. I've held mine for probably longer than I would have expected.
You've got a lot of bang for your buck. Let's be honest. 2011, you've got it longer than most.
And
so
you hand it over, and you hope that you've elevated the performance of the next generation of athletes. And sport has to be iterative. You have to pass that baton on, and that includes the world record. So, however hard it is, admittedly, to see it fall, it's really important that it does.
Absolutely.
Because you want I don't really like the term legacy, but you want your legacy to have raised that bar and given someone else something to aim for, men and women. And I think that's incredibly important. So for that record to be broken, not just broken, but smashed, by the looks of it, is really important to the sport.
Absolutely. And I think at the likes, when I go back now, Paula Newby-Fraser, Natasha Badman, Chrissy Wellington, Daniela Ryf, and now we have the new generation.
Daniela's still there, though.
She's still there, absolutely.
Honestly, I keep thinking, maybe this year's her last year, and then she comes back and she's more phenomenal than ever, and she uses her wealth of learning and experience at this distance to continue to perform. But then again, like Daniel today, she doesn't let kind of problematic races derail her.
No.
I don't want to say
I think,
failures,
if anything,
but
she
problems.
learns from them.
She learns from them. She comes back stronger, and that is admirable. You know, that's really admirable. With, again, speaking about pressure, but she's under a considerable amount of pressure.
Well, you know what it is, Chrissy? It's a true champion. An
Absolutely,
absolute true
and that's
champion,
why
true
she's
professional.
the best in the world, and I think the best of all time. And I don't use those words lightly, but you know, for her to bounce back and to cope with the pressure, but to cope when things don't go according to plan, is
pretty
impressive. Yeah.
Well, Chrissy, we have loved having you on here today.
Oh, thank you.
We're going to get Jan back in because we know it's not too long away before our professional men make their way towards this incredible finish line. Looking behind me now, the stadium is starting to fill up. We have room for 10,000 spectators. We know that there will not be a seat left here in the house over the next 30 minutes. But it's a beautiful day. The sun is shining. Chrissy, you're an absolute legend, and I do not use that word lightly. You have definitely helped shape the sport to what it is today. I have no doubt that when you were racing, you raised the bar not just up one slot, but I think about a half a dozen slots when you raced. And it's the reason that we've got these phenomenal women out there today doing what they're doing what 3 or 4 years ago we would have thought was impossible. And you've just proven that nothing is impossible. And it's been an absolute honour. I know I'm going to be partying with you later on the finish line, so I'm looking forward to that.
I'll be there till midnight.
Yeah,
I might not have the swim, bike, run endurance, but I've got the,
you're like
the disco
me.
dancing
You've got the party endurance. That's what I'm world best at now. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're
Thanks,
amazing.
Belinda.
Absolutely
Thank
amazing. Chrissy Wellington, she really is an absolute champion. She was so many years ahead of her time. And it's just so apt to have her here today as we are watching history being made in both the men's and women's race here in Roth, with Magnus Ditlev looking to set a new world best time. He's going to be breaking Jan Frodeno's course record time here in Roth, as is Daniela Ryf. With our women, a new world best time in the making for Daniela Ryf. In fact, I think we're going to see several of our women go under that record. Ben Kanute, what a race he is happening here today. He still looks really good. You can see that tri-suit's unzipped. You know that it's getting hot out there. We know it's about 25, 26 degrees Celsius. It's really starting to heat up. Greatest part about this section of the run that they do get a little bit of reprieve because there is quite a bit of shelter from the foliage on both sides of the road. But look at that, he looks so comfortable as he makes his way into Buchenbach. But Daniela Ryf, oh, and finally, look at this. Well, oh, wow. So we've got a change here. Now, this is interesting. Annie Haug now overtaking Laura Philipp up on the canal. So we've got the two Germans, Annie Haug, the defending champion, Laura Philipp here for the very first time. We know that Chelsea Sodaro is up ahead, so this is now Annie Haug in third place, and Laura Philipp back in fourth place, with Fenella Langridge in fifth, and Lisa Norden now slipping back to sixth place. So big changes in our women's race here today. But Annie Haug, look, she just looks absolutely stealth as she's gone past Laura Philipp. Laura Philipp, that head starting to move around a little bit. She's got to just stay under control. Jan, thanks for joining me back here now. Wow, some movement in our women's race.
Yeah, wouldn't want to miss it. It's certainly all happening and chopping and changing. And that's what we want to see, the stadium here slowly filling up. We've got a chance to mix and mingle for a bit there. And it is heating up. Last few Ks. Exciting time of the race.
Honestly, I knew there'd be a few changes, but this is what I love about long distance racing. And we always say it's never over till the fat lady sings, and I think that's what we're going to see here today. We just saw footage before of Ben Kanute. He still looks really, really good, as does Patrick Lange.
Yeah.
Daniel Beckergaard, surprise packet, because I thought after he had those problems on the bike that would be it. It's so hard to mentally get yourself back in the game when something goes wrong, but he's just showing the class athlete that he is, so he's having a really good race. Another mover, Joe Skipper. So he's doing very, very well. So Joe Skipper just behind Daniel Beckergaard. And then we've got Sam Laidlow. I don't think it's going to be long before Bradley Weiss and Andy Dreitz overtake Sam Laidlow. I'm hoping that Sam Laidlow's able to hold it together. Big thing is, great to see Sam still out there on the course. moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we were talking earlier about the mind game. Less for anything except for his own attitude and his getting together for future races. And yeah, step away for 20-30 minutes and you miss all the action.
This is what, and you know what? That's what you expect when you have racing, when you have racing of this quality. You know, you cannot afford to step away even for 5 minutes. And look at that. Ben Canute is absolutely flying. Now, this is testament to the training that he's done, because I think with Ben, he's never really had a really good block of full distance training. He told me that during COVID, him and his coach, Jim Vance, really worked on his run. And wow, aren't we seeing the proof in the pudding right now? Because I thought if there was ever going to be anything go wrong with Ben, it would be the back half of his marathon. But as he wakes his way into Buchenbach now, he looks like he's actually faster now than he was when we saw him up on the canal.
Well, I was about to say he looks the same as he did at kilometer 2.
Yep.
He's definitely clicking in, and he was also, you know, probably the second fastest mover. He only lost 90 seconds to Patrick in the first half marathon. And, you know, that's generally a sign that, you know, you're moving well.
And I'd just like to say that we've got Laura Siddle join us now as well in studio. So, Laura, thank you very much. Now, firstly, Laura, as much as I love having you here in studio with us, I would much prefer to have you out on course racing, because you've had some incredible races here over the years. You are the darling of Roth. I think I passed on that baton when I retired, and you've taken it. But look, you've been out on course, you've been in the VIP bus following the race around. Give us your thoughts on, firstly, the women's race and then on the men's race. But what a spectacular day we're having.
I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. I think when we saw Daniela Ryf come out the water with Fenella, I thought, oh, if this is her form, this is on, and I think she's going to be in another postcode. And the atmosphere out on course has been amazing. I was out at Sodaro Berg Hill, actually able to be in the crowd this year, and just watching how Daniela rode up there and what she's doing to the rest, to the course, to the record, to the rest of the field. But I think it's fantastic. We've now seen Annie move up into third, Chelsea's in second. You know, the three past world champion, well, current world champion and previous world champions. Obviously, Daniela and Annie have won here before, and it's fantastic to actually see those all at the front of the race as well.
Oh, look, I agree. And our men's race, obviously exciting racing, but isn't it interesting that both our men's and women's race, same sort of scenario. We've had both Danny Ryf and Magnus Ditlev take control very early on and not look back, and really their leads are incredible, even more than I thought that they would be able to achieve. But behind both those two, that's when the action's really starting to play out.
Again, I think, you know, when we saw Magnus come out with that front pack on the swim, it was kind of the warning shots. I think everyone expected him to be a little bit behind and to be chasing, and so then he just took control straight away and went to the front and has absolutely destroyed it. And, you know, it's fantastic to see him come here as a defending champion with so much pressure on and so young age. I mean, last year it was his second long distance race ever. He did race a lot then last year, but to come here defending and put on a performance like this, it's just been simply magnificent. But as you said, like the Ben Canute now coming through at the hat, Patrick Lange's running fantastic. They're just trying to chase and running out of space.
Oh, look on screen right now, Laura, we've got Laura Philipp here for the very first time. Annie Haug having just overtaken it, but Laura's not giving up. We just saw that shot then, and she is really trying to hold on. And amazing racing from both these Germans.
I mean, I think if you look at the splits, they're all running so fast. I mean, Laura's a fantastic runner as well, and he's just running that little bit faster at the moment. But look, and you know, Chelsea as well, and even Daniela's still looking so strong. She's got a very different technique to, I guess, what you might call the pure runners of Annie and Chelsea and Laura. But it's just fantastic to see such a good battle between all the women and all trying to close down and pull back in Daniela Ryf.
Well, just to give you some perspective, there's only about 2.5 minutes between Chelsea Sodaro and Laura Philipp now. So those three women are still very close together, and they've still got a good chunk of the marathon left to run. So all three are going to have to run their hearts out to hold on.
That's it, and you know, as we always say, it's not over till the finish line, and we've seen races and athletes deteriorate and things unravel in spectacular style within the last couple of kilometres of a race. So I don't think we can say it's... Daniela looks pretty comfortable in the lead, and obviously Magnus the same. He's coming back through town, so he's only a few minutes away. But yeah, I don't think you can kind of truly say it's over until we see them in the stadium.
And you can see Magnus Ditlev now making his way back through the old town, back through the town square. Look at the people, the crowds. The entire part of this course will be absolutely chock-a-block, full of people. You've been out on course today. You've seen it all. The crowds are insane.
This year it is absolutely, it feels bigger and better than ever. I think obviously the last couple of years we're probably still the first year definitely affected still by COVID, and even last year was kind of probably like that half feel of Roth. But this year it feels bigger, back to its best, but bigger and better than ever. And I think, the athletes, the start field we've got, I think people have just embraced this race, and and you can see it in the crowds out there.
Wow.
Hand in his medal. I have the honor, so I'll leave you.
You're going down? Beautiful. I love it.
These two ladies.
I love it.
And I'll get to shake this man's hand and congratulate him on a truly mind-blowing performance.
This bit's a really cruel part of the course because you can almost hear the finish line and you know you're coming back, but those cobbles, it's slight uphill. And you've actually, I think, like the last couple of kilometres along the back streets of Roth really kind of, they seem to last forever because you know the finish line's there, you can hear the stadium, you know you're getting close, but it's just not quite close enough at that stage.
The young Dane, the 25-year-old from Denmark. Oh, so close to the finish line. 40.2 kilometers, so he has exactly 2 kilometers left to run. He now makes his way out of town and he is on his way fast track back to the finish line here to the finish line stadium. Jan Frodeno, the GOAT himself, has made his way down to the finish. He will be the man to pass that baton on, to put that finisher's medal around Magnus Ditlev's neck and pass that baton on, because Magnus Ditlev is about to set the new world best time over an official full distance race here in Roth.
In spectacular style
Laura.
as well. I don't think, I think we knew both the fact that records were on to be broken, but I think, like you were saying with Chrissy earlier, and I'm sure with the other guests, to be broken it by such style and by such a huge amount, I think, it's fantastic to see the athletes on the men and the women's side. They've really raised their game today.
Oh, they really have. And look, I'd love to get your opinion. I think I know the answer, but this young man, is he the future of long distance racing in the world? Will we see him become a world champion, Roth champion several times over? I mean, he's going to win it for a second time here today. I mean, this is a man that could dominate for years to come.
It could. I think we're at a fantastic stage in our sport where there's so much evolving and everyone is raising the game, and the athletes, the men and the women, are jumping onto the back of that, and everyone is trying to step up. And Magnus is certainly leading that. He won here last year in his second full distance ever. He did race a lot last year, I think 4 or 5 full distances, so obviously learned a lot in that process. He is still so young, and actually what is good about Magnus, he's actually really good over the half distance as well, but I think his true strength does lie over this full distance, and I do think we're going to see him around for a lot of years to come, pushing the sport and hopefully dragging everyone with him.
And just to let our audience know, prize money today, €125,000. That's around 135,000 US dollars, with the winner taking home €25,000. We do know that Ekoi fastest bike split of 1500 will go to Magnus Ditlev today. It is a platinum PTO tier event. And of course, also big points on offer for the end of year World Bonus, Challenge Family World Bonus. Wow, look at this crowd. It is absolutely packed. I looked behind here 30 minutes ago and there were people here and there. I look back 30 minutes later, it is now packed solid.
Yeah, it's it's just slowly been, well, not slowly, actually rapidly been filling up over the last 20 minutes as obviously as the men were getting closer and they realised they're about to witness something spectacular. So it's fantastic to see. I really do believe it's one of the best finish lines in the world. Just the stadium atmosphere really just makes it this cauldron of energy, and you know, we're going to see something special when Magnus crosses the line, and I think that energy will just actually continue to build over the night as we welcome home all the other finishers as well.
Oh, look, I absolutely agree. Look at this shot of Ben Canute. Honestly, it's only his second ever full distance race. Yep. We know the first one he didn't really specifically train for it. He's come out this time. He's been in Roth since 2 Wednesdays ago. He's taken it very, very seriously. He sent me an email asking me, I think there was like 24 questions on different aspects of the course.
Funny that, because he asked me a load of questions as well, he certainly did his homework.
Yeah, he's left no stone unturned. Yep. His coach is here with him. He'll be absolutely over the moon. We had Jim Vance in earlier. I think they were just gunning for a podium position. I don't think they cared at the end of the day what one it was going to be, but Ben Canute looks absolutely terrific right now, and you know, he's running almost, if not just as well as Patrick Lange. He just lost that time early, but now it looks like they're actually holding very, very similar pace.
Yeah, and it's funny because Ben's an athlete who, over the past few years, has tried to go the short course and the long course, tried to qualify for the Olympics, and then, you know, yeah, as you said, this is only his second full distance race, and I really think he's found his form and he's found his feet. And you talk about athletes for the future, I think, like, watch out for Ben Canute, because
another
I think,
athlete.
and, you know, it's fantastic. It's another US athlete, and I hope he comes back and I hope he challenges for that win, and we have that American male winner.
Well, the one thing that I loved that Jim Vance, his coach, said to us earlier was that Ben's not interested in just doing these small races here and there. When he races and when he chooses his races, he wants to race the absolute best. Hence why he is here in Roth. He knew it would be a competitive field. I remember when I got the email from Ben asking, and I was just over the moon, because I would love nothing more than to see an American on the podium. It's been far too long, and great to see him. And we are going to get an American woman on the podium as well. So we get the double whammy in one race, which is amazing.
It's fantastic. It really is fantastic to see Ben coming through. As you said, like, he does pick those championship races, hence why he wanted to try for the Olympics. Like, he's a big race day performer. I think this performance today in his second long distance race, you know, it's really actually impressive. Like, if you think about it, that learning and the long distance, so much can happen. It's it's an incredible performance by Ben as well, even and to get on the podium.
I totally agree, and he showed long course racing maturity beyond his long course racing years. I know he's been a professional triathlete for a long, long time now.
It's a very different game.
It's a very different ball game, absolutely, Laura, you know. But it's only a matter of time before we see Magnus Ditlev, the 25-year-old from Denmark. His coach, Jens Patterson Back, is here. His girlfriend, Sif Madsen, is here. And his best buddy, Kasper Pedersen, is also here. Supporting him, I'm sure they are down there. Look at this.
I don't know where to look. I want to look at the screen that we're meant to be watching, and then I want to look behind us at the stadium. And then the overhead, it's just insane.
It is, and he's on his way in now. You can see that stadium in the background. So he will make his way under that arch and into the stadium. Wait till you hear it. It is absolutely going off here in the stadium. So he is about to go under the last arch, which will take him into the stadium. Look at that shot, Laura. It is just unbelievable. And look at that time. We are at 7 hours, 24 minutes and 29 seconds. Here he comes, folks.
Can legitimately enjoy the high five.
Yep, absolutely. Well, there you go. The winner of the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP for 2023, being embraced by no other than himself, the GOAT himself, Jan Frodeno, down on the finish line. A new world best time. Felix Wolstoffer also down on the finish line. Felix will be absolutely over the moon. And honestly, can we say enough good words about Felix? He's been everywhere today, everywhere on the bike, on the run, and now here at the finish line to congratulate Magnus.
I know, I've been out and about with some of the buses and the VIPs, and Felix was out. You could see him all over the course, and He's such a big part, obviously a big part of this race, but he gives so much on race day and always wants to be, he goes and shakes all the hands of the volunteers around the whole course, and yeah, no surprise that he's there at the finish line as well. The whole family, to be fair.
And that's his girlfriend down on ground, Sif Madsen, fantastic short course athlete herself. But Magnus, he's given it his all. There you go, Felix Volshofer congratulating our new champion. He's done it again. He was our defending champion from 2022. He is now our champion of 2023 with a new world best time of 7:24.40. Incredible.
I think let's also see if he's perfected his beer pour, because I know that was one of the things he didn't quite get right last year. Brought it over the back of the head. Let's see. Come on, Magnus, you can do it. You can get it right this time. That's a bit better.
Hey,
there we go.
There you go, Sid. He's been practicing. He's had a bit of practice. Oh, look, that was incredible racing. What an athlete.
I hope he just takes those moments to appreciate this as well and what he's just achieved in such style. You know, obviously the record is incredible at the amount of time he's taken off, but coming back as a defending champion,
not always
there's a lot
easy.
of pressure, and he is still so young. And yeah, I just hope that he takes those moments to make it sink in.
All right, so while our professional men's race here, we have our winner across the finish line in a new world best time of 7:24.40. We've got Patrick Lange making his way back to the finish line right now. So while the crowd is still cheering our champ, it will not be too long before we see Patrick Lange also make his way through as we go down to the finish line.
What you have done today.
So amazing scenes down here in the stadium. It is packed solid with 10,000 spectators from all over the region. As I said earlier, these people, these Germans, come from all over Germany. They take holidays just so they can come and watch the race, just so they can volunteer at this race. That is how special this race is here in Roth. Patrick Lange on screen now. He was second last year to the young man down there at the finish line. He's going to be second again this year. Amazing racing from both these men.
Also going to go faster than the previous world best time, which I think is impressive. Testament to the racing today.
And absolutely, and Laura, as we said, you've been out on course. The conditions were just about perfect. The wind is starting to pick up now, but I think that's actually going to be good for a lot of the athletes come the run, just to keep them a little cooler.
It is. I mean, it was fantastic. This morning, the race start was absolutely incredible. I don't think you could have asked for more perfect conditions. Obviously, a fast bike course as well. I mean, I was a little bit worried with the heat, perhaps on the run, and it may be causing some issues if they hadn't looked after themselves well enough. But, you know, they're professional athletes. They know how to manage it. And yeah, we've just seen those performances come through.
And here he comes, Patrick Lange of Germany, one of the crowd favourites. He is definitely the hometown favourite here today. He was second last year to Magnus Ditlev. He will be second again this year as he makes his way around the stadium. He had one of his signature runs yet again. He's one of the best, if not the best, marathon runner in the sport. He's cheering up the crowd, telling them to cheer a little bit more as he crosses the finish line in 7:30 and change. So 7 hours and 30 minutes. Fantastic race from Patrick. Felix Volshofer down there on the finish line.
And I think he's just seen his run time.
Oh, look
he
at
was
that.
wanting to run sub 2:30,
Wow.
and I think he's just seen the 27 seconds. I was about to comment on that, and I think he saw it.
He was so close.
2:30.
So we know that he's run 2:30 before in Israel. He really wanted to crack that 2:30. But honestly, that would have been the icing on the cake for him, let's be honest. But wow, let's not take away from what he's just done here today. Now we know that Patrick Lange won't get this wrong. He's done this many, many times. I love it, Laura.
An Erdinger athlete as well. He should be well hurt reverse.
He's been an Erdinger athlete for many, many years.
What a fantastic performance by those two men. And I'm just trying to check, I was trying to work out how far behind Ben Canute was to see. He's going to be pretty close to that time as well. I'm not sure he's going to quite, I don't think we're going to quite have the full podium under the previous fastest time, but definitely the first two has been pretty impressive. Actually, you can see now this is Ben coming through town, so he's oh so close, and he's got, what, 4 minutes or so to get to the stadium. Still running really well, Ben. As we said, like his second full distance race.
But really great to see Ben Canute. He had a very, very intelligent race today. Out with the lead group. He stuck with Patrick on the bike. He knew that Patrick was the experienced athlete here. He said, I'm just going to do exactly what Patrick does. That they came into T2 together. And now Ben running his way home for that final spot on the podium. Back to our women's race, Daniela Riff making her way out to the town of Buchenbach. She doesn't need to do anything silly, Laura. This is just effortless. I'm sure it isn't if we were to ask her right now, but
sure she would say
looking on the screen, it's just, she is fully in control of this race. We know that she's still got around 14 minutes over Chelsea Sodaro.
The interesting thing, and just looking on the splits, is that Annie Haug has made up quite a bit of ground to Chelsea Sodaro now.
Oh,
so
I'm telling you, it is not going to be over till it's over. And when you're talking about Anne Haug here, nothing is set in stone until we cross the finish line.
And I mean, although like Daniela's got a 15-minute lead at the moment and looks pretty comfortable, she's probably not looking as you would expect. It's, 30 kilometers into the marathon. She's probably not looking quite as good as she did when she starts, but she has got quite a big buffer to relax. She doesn't need to panic. She does just need to keep moving forward, that one foot in front of the other. It's up to the women behind to chase her. So hopefully she can, if she is going through a rough patch, as can be at this 30-kilometer mark as they head out to Buchenbach. Hopefully the crowds at Buchenbach will spur her on.
Oh, the crowds are huge.
She'll be able, it's a bit like I always used to call Buchenbach when they put it in. It's like the Solara of the run course.
It is, absolutely, that's what it is.
Fantastic. So
that's wonderful. Oh, and here she is herself.
Yeah.
Our defending champion from 2022, Annie Haug, running very, very well now in second place. So look at that, there you go, Chelsea Sodaro and Haug, 54 seconds, Laura. Oh my gosh, we have got a race on our hands between these two women.
That's right, it's going to be, and I mean, Laura Phillips not that far behind, but I think Annie is the one moving through, and when she comes up on Chelsea, I'll be really interested to see what she does, whether she surges past or and Chelsea tries to go, or she well and truly takes it.
And we have third place now, making his way into the stadium, Ben Canute from the USA. Fantastic race that Ben has had here in what is only his second ever going over this distance, so his second time racing the full distance. I've been so impressed with the way this man has raced all day long. Checking the watch for one last time. We know his coach Jim Vance will be out there
I think we saw him looking over his shoulder earlier as well, and I was like, it's okay, Ben. I think you've got a buffer.
Just to make sure you do panic. You're
not convinced.
Your brain plays tricks with you. All the blood's rushed from the brain. It's down in the muscles, down doing the work that's needed. And so look at this. He's not far. It's only at least, I think, 200 meters before he makes his way onto the green carpet here at the stadium.
You can see, I think that's a smile. I think we're getting a smile from Ben.
Oh yeah, it's a smile.
He's been so pumped by this whole experience all week. Sort of his first time here, he's had a fantastic home stay. He's just been soaking it in, and like you said, so from what he's heard about the race before, now just to come and experience it, and then now he's going to finish on the podium in third.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's one thing to talk about it, but to actually experience it for yourself, I don't think we can do it justice. I know you and I have tried over the years.
I try and tell everybody.
Now look at this. Oh, I can't wait to see his face when he comes into this stadium and sees the sea of people on both sides. But Ben Canute from the USA coming home in third place here today. He entered T2 with Patrick Lange. He's run so very, very well.
He's pumped.
Did you see he looked around one more time then?
I think he was surprised actually about the balloon kids following him. I thought I think he thought that was somebody else.
What's this?
But I saw him do a fist pump, so here we go.
And look at that time, Laura.
I know.
7:36. Oh, right on. 7:37.
Absolutely fantastic.
And he's given it everything. Look, he's got absolutely nothing left. Jan Frodeno down there to give him a handshake and a congratulations. Patrick Lange also there. Look, the camaraderie amongst these athletes is absolutely amazing.
And we did just see there on screen that I think that was Annie Haug making the pass on Chelsea Sodaro. So hopefully we'll catch that again.
We'll go back to there very, very shortly. But just to recap here, right now, Magnus Ditlev coming home in first place in a new record of 7:24.40. Patrick Lange coming home in second in a time of 7:30.04. And now
Ben nailed it. He nailed it on his first.
Top three men. We will go back to our women's race. Sid, you picked it up because you've got such a keen eye. You saw that Annie Haug had made that pass on Chelsea Sodaro. So our last split was about 54 seconds. Of course, the splits we're getting are a little delayed, but you spotted it.
And and looking at Daniela, I think she's probably just going through I would say I call it a rough patch, and that's all relative in how they're racing. I mean, she's 30 plus kilometers in, and she is on a tough bit of the course out to Buchenbach, and she does have a laboured run style to start with. She is just looking so strong, so it's really hard sometimes to tell if she is actually suffering or if it is just her running style. If you look comparatively to then Annie Haug, Chelsea, Laura Philipp, who just seem to float
Three
through.
of the most beautiful runners we've got in our sport. So yeah, tough ask when you've got three of the runners of that caliber, but Annie Haug, honestly, she was so far behind Laura when they came into T2. I remember seeing the split and going, ooh, even for someone of the caliber of Annie, the greatest runner in the sport right now, without a doubt. And you know, we know Chelsea Sodaro is also an exceptional runner, but Annie Haug, and Annie having such a great year so far this year, I just thought, even for Annie, this is going to be just, it's impossible. But look at her now, unbelievable. She looks so comfortable. I could watch her run all day long.
And this is the thing, they're not giving up. Like, she knew she'd got a Daniela swim and bike, I think, just, you know, put it out of touch early on. We'll hopefully see again. It's not over till it's over. I remember plenty of races passing people in the last little section and things falling apart for people. But it was a big ask. But Annie's trying to reel her in and trying to pull it back and trying to, as she would. She's a champion racer. She's a big game day performer. So she's doing her best and wants still probably a fast run time to put down as well.
And when you think about it, the two women up the pointy end of the field, so Danny Reef and Annie Haug, more experience than anyone on course. I mean, Chelsea Sodaro really hasn't been in the sport that long, and Laura Philipp as well. So we've got two of the most experienced females going 1-2 right now. And then obviously Chelsea Sodaro still having a fantastic day, as is Laura Philipp. Both women here for the first time, whereas we know Daniela and Annie have been here many times. Annie was going for the hat trick. Very, very difficult, and hats off to Daniela Reef for making it looking now virtually impossible for Annie Haug to do, but we've still got a little bit of running left to go here.
What I think is going to be really spectacular, if it stays as it does at the moment, is seeing the three world champions on the podium together.
Far out.
I think that's going to be pretty special. You know, Daniela Reef 5 times, Annie's one, you know, Chelsea, the reigning champion, to have them all battling out at the front.
It's insane.
It's insane.
Honestly, we could not have asked for more, and it's just, we've been talking about it all day, Laura, the calibre of athletes that we have at this race this year. I've been here for 18 years now. I've never seen anything like it. And honestly, look at, I keep getting goosebumps. It's ridiculous. I can't help myself. Oh, it's fantastic. And you know, to top it off with such superb weather, the crowds are just, they're on fire. And we know, even once it's all run and done, we get to the end of the night, it's not over here. We've got that spectacular laser show that everyone comes back for. There's going to be tears. We know we've got a special farewell for Sebastian Kienle that he doesn't know about, but we all do. I've told the world that we're putting on for Sebastian, and I don't think there's going to be a dry eye in the house.
I mean, I think...
And we can hear now the emotion in Ben Knut's voice. So Ben Knut is down on ground giving... Daniel Beckegaard is down on ground. 4th place. We didn't even see him pass because we were looking at the women, so just to update you, 4th place, Daniel Beckegaard is now across the finish line. He is quite emotional and totally understand why. If you had have asked me at about halfway through the bike ride here today, he had really nasty mechanicals where he had absolutely no shifting. He was stuck in one gear. I thought his race was done and dusted. For him to fight back and to finish in 4th place is true testament not only to the caliber athlete that he is, but to this Laura, to holding it together. Unbelievable. So hats off to Daniel Beckegaard, 4th place, unbelievable.
It's still exactly, and it's testament to him and who he is as an athlete to pull that back. And like you said, anything happens, so he's kept himself in the race, and he's kept running through to the end in case, you know, to take every opportunity if it threw itself at it.
And honestly, Laura, 7:39.59 was Daniel Beckegaard's time with a mechanical, where there was, I think, a good almost an hour or more where he was stuck in the same gear. I think he was eventually able to get it fixed, but you know, to go from leading the race, being in that front group with the likes of Magnus and Sam, and then all of a sudden he'd lost 15 minutes. Now, to turn your head around on that, I mean, I thought I was pretty tough back in the day, but that would have been a tough ask.
And then, you know, if you've been stuck in one gear, that can have such an impact on your legs when you come to the marathon. I'm not sure what time he ran for the marathon, but I think it was pretty swift from what we can tell if he's finished in 4th with that time.
Unbelievable, and he should be exceptionally proud of his performance here today. So while we are down here on ground doing the podium, so our 1st, 2nd and 3rd places in our professional men's race, we are back with our women's race. Daniela Reef leading as she's heading out to Buchenbach. We know we have Annie Haug in 2nd, Chelsea Sodaro in 3rd, Laura Philipp in 4th. And we are down on ground for our top 3 men. Ben Knut in 3rd.
Second place today, here in Roth from Germany, Lange.
Again, such great camaraderie amongst these men. And here he is, the Great Dane, winning it for a 2nd time. New world best time. Patrick Lange bowing. I love it. Next generation. Right in front of our eyes here. So both Magnus Ditlev and Patrick Lange going under the previous world best time over this distance. Ben Canute with an enormous PB over the distance.
Yes, in his second race.
In what was only his second long distance race. So our top three men.
I think we're seeing some new stars of the sport.
I certainly do. So our results here today, Magnus Ditlev 7:24.40, Patrick Lange 7:30.04, and Ben Canute in third 7:37.01.
Time to listen for the national anthem, die Siegerhymne, die Nationalhymne für Magnus Ditlev. Hier ist die dänische Nationalhymne.
Finisher coming across the line. Trying to get a good look. We haven't got him up on screen quite yet. It looks like it is Jason Pohl. What an incredible race. I was just waiting to get a look at his number, and it looks like it is number 22.
Bradley Weiss, I think, also finished.
Bradley Weiss in front of him. So we are waiting for our timing to catch up. These men are just too fast for us today. And I think Joe Skipper has also finished. So just to update, behind Daniel Bakkegaard in fourth, we had Joe Skipper in fifth, Bradley Weiss in sixth, and now Jason Pohl home in seventh. So Joe Skipper with a fantastic run. Signature run from Joe, as we expect.
I mean, it's crazy. All these we're still in the top 10, and they've all put fantastic times, all so close to that incredible time that was set previously by Jan. And there's Sam Laidlow. Give full credit to him for finishing that race.
Hats off to Sam. There was a time there up on the canal, I thought he was going to pull the pin. He was walking. It was obvious he was in all sorts of trouble. He was in pain. His calf was giving him so much grief, but he battled on. So hats off to Sam Laidlow from France, coming home in 8th place. So amazing racing from our professional men here today.
Sam on that one, because I think I was with you. I saw him on the canal and wasn't sure he was going to be making it to the finish line, but hopefully he'd heard so much about the finish line and wanted to do the race and it justice. And obviously, as long as he's okay and not hurt himself or injured himself for the future, it's great to see him finish. Obviously, back on screen we have Daniela Rief. She is through 35 kilometers now on the run. 36 kilometers. She's well and truly back on her way back to town. She'll be able to see as well. She'll go past Annie Haug soon and see how much of that buffer she still has.
And we were talking, Sid, earlier about that with the men. This is the last opportunity that Danny Reef gets to see her competition. And it's a very nice feeling, because once you make that turn in Buchenbach, you meant that mental change where you know I am finally on my way home to the finish line while my competition is still making their way to that last turn. She's going to see how big the gap is, and even though I'm sure she is suffering, I think you just get wings, don't you? You know that, okay, I just need to put one foot in front of the other, hold it together, and I've got this. This is mine.
It is. You definitely use, as you do you go around the pond or the lake at Buchenbach, and as you start running back towards the finish, your eyes are up the road going, where's that next athlete? Where's that next athlete? And waiting to see where she is. I mean, as we said, Daniela's got sort of 15 minutes on Annie. Annie's going through the woods now. Daniela's already out pretty much, on the edge of the town of Roth. I think The other update that we're seeing on the tracker actually is now that Laura Philipp has actually re-overtaken Chelsea Sodaro and moved into third. So, and it looks like, so we've now got Daniela Rief in first with that 15 minutes over Annie Haug. Laura Philipp has now moved into third, about 30 or 20 seconds in front of Chelsea Sodaro, and Fenella Langridge in fifth, 22 minutes back. That's going through the 36-kilometre mark for the women.
So lots of changes in our women's race. We do need to head to a very short commercial, but we will be back with you shortly.
AG1 for a new routine. No path is straight. The important thing is to keep at it. AG1 with valuable micronutrients. Supports mental fitness, immune system, muscle recovery, energy metabolism, so that you keep at it. Start your new routine with AG1 and 90-day money-back guarantee.
So Daniela Rief doing it in style here today. It will not be long before. Yeah, absolutely. It will not be long before we see her cross paths with Annie Haug, who is in second. There she is. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Oh, don't you love it when that happens in television, Laura? You know what? It never, ever happens with me.
That's quite impressive. I actually thought they'd already crossed.
This team we work with here is the absolute best. So there we saw it. That's the last time that these two women will cross paths. Annie Haug making her way towards Buchenbach, while Dani Rief making her way towards the finish line. We are going to head down towards the finish line because Jan Frodeno, we do believe, is going to be down there interviewing our winner. If you can get in, there's about 500,000 people down there trying to interview our winner. But we do have Jan Frodeno down on ground trying to get an interview with Magnus Ditlev. We're not quite sure. I can see Magnus Ditlev down there. Here we go. Oh, he's with Patrick Lange. Oh, and Ben Canute.
Sebastian Kienle, but here we welcome from the Netherlands.
Here we are with the runner-up, the fastest runner in the sport. 2:30.27, absolutely awesome. I do have a feeling you were looking for those 28 seconds. Yeah, but you know what? If you wouldn't have celebrated so long along the lines there. No, in all seriousness, that was pretty epic run to watch. How are you feeling?
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, it was again an epic day in Roth. All in all, like
thanks to you guys.
I think thanks to the crowd, it's like amazing. Every year they seem to put on an even better show. Like you wouldn't expect. It's just mind blowing. And yeah, to be fair, like you said, like I would love to have this 28-second cutoff of the time, but I needed to have a little Dixie break. Maybe that's also a good excuse.
No, 2:30 with a Dixie break, man, that is mind blowing.
Thanks. Yeah, no, was all in all was a good day. Had a good swim, like really solid swim with the boys. So the tough work worked, and then joined forces with Ben right here, and we did I think a good job together. And I mean, what the guys in front had pulled off, especially Magnus, is just amazing. He's just the beast, like, honestly. And yeah, the runner gave it all. It's never boring when I'm when my feet touch the ground, I think. So yeah, made the most out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying around kilometer 2, you looked like you were putting in a real surge. Then I looked at kilometer 22 and you were still putting in the surge, and at 38 you were still surging. So in fact, I think you just had a friggin' blistering run. 300,000 people along the course today, they reckon. You riding with obviously one of the local heroes, Patrick. Your coach Jim called it early. He said you guys are not going to part ways. How did it feel out there?
I mean, that first bike loop was incredibly hard, but the crowds were incredible. I've never had experienced anything like Solar Hill, and to ride around the course with a German star was the right idea. The crowds were just that much better. It was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they put on a good show, but as did you. You know, I think it was worthwhile and seeing you guys. We really enjoyed seeing your run. You know, it was kind of, you're a bit of a rookie to the longer distance. You must have put in a lot of work on that run. You were bleeding very little time to Patrick, especially in the beginning. Pull up with a podium spot. What dreams are made of?
Yeah, I mean, a podium at Roth is just incredible. The run, I've really put in a lot of work. The long distance seems to agree with me. I maybe was regretting it a little bit with 5 miles to go. That was probably some of the darkest 5 miles I've ever been in, but the crowds kept me going, and I just kept putting one foot in front of the other and managed to have a really solid run time. So it's just an awesome day.
Cool, guys. Well, before we wrap it up, I mean, of course, now it's time to recover and put the feet up for a little bit, but what everyone wants to know is what's next.
Honestly, I think the next race will be Nice. I'm going to be in altitude camp and focus on training. So
where are you going?
Going to St. Moritz, perhaps in the mountains for this mountain race. I think it seems like a good idea.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, you're a lightweight rider, so hopefully that course will suit you. But to be honest, I'll be there, so hopefully it doesn't suit you too much. How about you, buddy?
Yeah, I've got the PTR races and the half Ironman World Champs, so the busy August for me.
Yeah, all right. Well then, we are off and out of here with our 2 champions. Awesome racing. Thanks very much for switching on, and it's time to watch the women and the magic they get up to.
So that was our 2nd and 3rd place here today. Patrick Lange from Germany and, of course, Ben Knut from the US. We will be going back down with Jan shortly with our winner and our new world best time record holder, Magnus Ditlev. But some incredible racing here today. We've got some incredible racing yet to come. The women, that's honestly behind Danny Reef on our screen now. It just keeps chopping and changing. We had Chelsea in 2nd, then we've got Annie in 2nd. Now we've got Laura Philipp in 3rd. Chelsea's fallen back to 4th. We've got Fenella Langridge overtaking Lisa Norden. It's just all happening.
It also looks like from the tracker, and I'll say that that actually Fenella's moved up into 4th now.
Stop it.
She had quite a decent gap behind Chelsea, so I wonder if something's happened. I really hope it hasn't. I hope Chelsea's all right, but and carrying on. But just to go back to Daniela at the front of the race, we said she went through a bit, or she looked like she was going through a bit of a dark patch. She certainly doesn't look like it now, but I think, like you said, she's gone around that turn at Buchenbach. She knows
she's on the
finish
home
line
stretch.
is in the stretch. Much like this lady, still looking absolutely fantastic.
Faultless.
Running.
And, you know, it's exactly what we expected from Annie Haug now, our defending champion. And so, while we watch Annie Haug making her way into Buchenbach, we are going to go back down on ground with the one and only Jan Frodeno. He has our winner, our champion from today, our new record holder here, Magnus Ditlev. So down to you, Jan. Oh, so it looks like we're not quite ready to go down to Jan just yet. We are waiting, so that's okay. I don't mind. More on the women, the better. So it's great. And, you know, when you're watching this woman run, as I said earlier, I could watch her run all day long as she makes her way around the town of Buchenbach. I mean, Laura, you've done this part before. Does it give you a bit of a pick-me-up? Because, honestly, at this point in the marathon, you are exhausted. It doesn't matter how well you've been looking after yourself. You just want to get to that finish line. Does this give you that pick-me-up you need to carry you home?
Oh, it definitely does. I mean, I love running around the pond or the lake at Buchenbach. I feel like it's a bit like the Solaraberg of the run course. I think I've said that, and it just gives you that added boost to, you know, once you're around that, you know you're on that home stretch. It's still 5K to go, I think, or 6K. It's still go over those rolling hills and through the woods. It's not quite there yet, but yeah, you know you're certainly on the home stretch, that's for sure.
Fantastic overhead shot of Daniela Riff.
Just entering the outskirts of Roth now. she's only, I think if we look at the time, only sort of 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes or so away from the finish.
And look at that time, Laura. We're at 7:57. We haven't even cracked 8 hours yet.
And she's 10 minutes away.
I remember back in the day when if the males cracked 8 and the women cracked 9, that was like, woo, unbelievable. Now, you crack 9 now, it's nothing.
You're not going
it doesn't
anywhere.
mean anything.
It's certainly a new era of racing, which is fantastic.
Absolutely.
We need to move the sport on, and I think we have to put a lot of credit on that to Daniela Ryf, who we're seeing on the screen, and her dominance a few years ago, so let's say pre-COVID, was just incredible. And she has maybe a little bit more up and down now. She certainly hasn't won every race, but when she's on form and she's on fire, she is the best in the world and in a different postcode.
When we had Chrissy on, we spoke about this briefly. There's been just a handful of women. There's been some amazing women, let's get that straight, but there's been a handful of women that have really made a difference to long-distance racing. We started with Paula Newby-Fraser. We went on to Natasha Badman. We talked about Chrissy Wellington and Daniela Ryf. And to me, in the time I've been in sport, they have been the real movers and shakers. They have been the ones that have really raised the bar for the rest of us to try and follow. And Daniela's still continuing to be that athlete that raises the bar and forces the rest of the athletes to follow. And at 36 years of age, to still be raising that bar, it's testament to just how talented she is.
It is. It's so impressive. And I think we are seeing, though, there's a whole bunch of women queuing up, lining up. They want to challenge her. They've seen she is beatable. If she has a slight off day, she's not quite on form. They've seen she's beatable. People have been beating her. I think about, the likes of Kat Matthews as an up-and-coming and other athletes. Chelsea Sodaro here today, but Daniela just keeps saying, don't write me off yet.
Yeah, hold on.
Do not write me off yet.
On.
I'm still here and I can raise my game and take it to another level.
I'm not going anywhere.
You've got to chase me a little bit harder.
Exactly. And you know what? I get kicked, I get down, and then I'll just come back bigger and better.
Body core temperature coming down. Have you had an ice cream yet?
I haven't looked at it, but I would like an ice cream for sure.
I'm sure, but that'll fake with a number, so you got to unfortunately wait another 20 minutes. Seriously, I think where you surprised us early on was that swim. What have you been doing to get your swim up there? I mean, that was impressive to see.
Yeah, I think my swim level has actually been quite good for a long time, but just haven't showed it in the races yet. This year we've made a big effort and hired a technical coach that only focuses on me for a lot of the training. So I've had a big technical focus, and I'm really pleased to see that I was able to hit the front deck today. I think it made a big difference to the race dynamic.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it just seems like you're saving that much more energy. But I have a feeling Sebastian Kienle is coming close. Is he here? Is he here? Sorry, buddy. We're off to see Sebastian.
Sebastian, schau dich um und genieße es. Die letzten Meter auf deutschen Boden bei einem Triathlon.
Absolutely. Sebastian Kienle. I promised myself I would not lose control. I'm not looking at you, Laura. I'm not going to look. I mean, this man, what can I say? Absolute superstar. Yep. And even Felix Vossefer down, bowing to one of the greatest athletes that's ever come out of Germany, one of the greatest long-distance athletes we've ever seen in the world. He's down there with his little boy, Nino, and his wife, Tina.
He's such a crowd favourite as well. Not just a crowd favourite, I think athlete favourite. I think, one of the consummate professionals. All of us respect him as an athlete and what he's achieved over the years. And yeah, this is truly special. Don't do it, don't go. If you break, I'm going to break.
He truly is not just an incredible human being when it comes to racing, but incredible human being in general. He was down in New Zealand in February this year. He raced Challenge Roth. It was so amazing to have him there on the South Island. There you go, even Jan Frodeno down on his knees. Oh, look at that. Three of the greatest athletes to come out of Germany. Jan Frodeno, Patrick Lange, and Sebastian Kienle. Just incredible scenes here in Roth, in the stadium, for the 21st edition of the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. And this is going to be a collector's item, this photo.
It certainly is, isn't it?
Look at that.
Look at that.
Wow.
There's a few titles between those three.
Just a few. Showing a gold medal at the Olympics as well, just for good measure. But amazing racing so far today. Our professional men. And while we are still down on the finish line with Sebastian Kienle, fairly soon we will take it back to our women's race.
We know that, yeah, Daniela is through 40 kilometers, so
very, very soon.
Only 4 or 5 minutes to go before she's going to be through the stadium. Here she is.
Oh, Laura, this is incredible. 40.9 kilometers.
Well, there's a smile. I don't think I've ever seen her smile at this far in, you know, at the couple of 1 kilometer to go or something, realizing what she's achieved.
You know, Chrissy Wellington nailed it when we were talking earlier. You know, Dani Reif, she left her coach. She wanted to go it alone. She tried something different. I think she just needed to find herself again. I think she got to the point in the sport where she was just a little bit stale. I don't think she was seeing any movement either way. She needed to take herself out of the situation. She needed to be happy again. And now she's come back with this refreshed, invigorated, new Dani Reif. And we are reaping the benefits of that right now. We are seeing just what she's capable of.
I know, it's absolutely fantastic to see. I think also maybe the Swissness of her, as she's always been that very stealth mode, but I think as she has got older and matured in the sport and what she's achieved, you have seen her sort of relax and mellow into that, and yeah, it's going to be pretty special when she crosses the line with Chrissy here as well in such a fantastic time.
Unbelievable. And we've got Sebastian Kienle down here giving a farewell speech. It will be the very last time that he races over this distance in his home country of Germany. We've got Dani Reif making her way back. 1 kilometer left to go for Dani Reif. 1 kilometer. Look at the crowds. They are cheering her on. Look at that time. We're at 8:04, 8:04.43.
She could walk the last bit and soak in all the crowds and still go under that 8:18.
She's going to obliterate this record here today. Now, we know we've had fast conditions. We know we've had great conditions. It's warm out there now. It's about 25, 26 degrees Celsius. But it is not stopping Daniela Reif, who is going to come home with a new world best time. A great overshot head view of the town of Roth. This triathlon, crazy town of Roth.
That for 50 weeks of the year is so quiet and calm, and no one would think that sport exists or triathlon exists, and then for 2 weeks of the year, every June and July, it just goes absolutely
madness.
mental.
Madness. But what I love the most about that, Laura, is every single local embraces it. They don't dislike it, they don't leave, they take us all in with open arms, and they absolutely love it, as they should be. Yeah. As they should be. It's their race. The Welshers have made it abundantly clear that it's not just their race, it is the entire town of Roth and the surrounding areas. The race belongs to them.
And you do, you definitely feel that. You know, I've been with my homestay family for 7 years, and I think she would probably disown or kill me if I thought about staying anywhere else.
Someone else.
You know, I've been to their son's graduation. You know, you get really welcomed and embraced in the community and the family, and you do, when you arrive, it's always that sense. It's everybody wants you to be here, from, you know, anyone you meet in the street, out riding, in the shops, in the regions, when the bike course goes out to, you know, out to grading, and they're still so happy that you're here and you're racing, and it's just a really special environment.
Well, I've had the same homestay family, the Hales, since 2004. When I first got there, their son was 1 year of age. He's now 19. So unbelievable, the homestay program that they have here. But Dani Reif,
I don't think I've seen her
smile and so
relaxed coming into the finish.
But I've never seen her smash a record quite so severely in my life as well. So Dani Reif really lapping it up. This is a more relaxed, a more grounded, a happier Dani Reif. And what a race. I've got no words, to be honest, which is quite surprising because, you know, I've always got words, Laura.
I mean, I think she won twice here, hasn't been here for a while, saw what Annie Haug did in the last 2 years' performance and thought, I can have a bit of that.
I can do this. Hold on a second, I'm coming back.
Here she is, about to enter the stadium
And
soon.
I think it's all about her racing, doing races that make her happy, doing races that she has an emotional attachment to, and I think Roth is that race, and we've seen it today. That is why we've seen the best out of it. That is why she's performed at the level that she's performed today. And she is literally about to make her way. Here she comes. Here she comes.
Chrissy Wellington there, ready to be the first to congratulate her.
Look at it, Chrissy getting the crowd going. Oh, and look at the emotion. It's unreal.
I think she's sped up. I think she's sprinting around the finish.
And here she comes, everyone. The bird, and she is flying today. So we don't have an angry bird today. We have got a flying bird today. Daniela Ryf, your 2023 DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP, champion in a time, Laura, of 8:08:21. That is ridiculous.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. And, you know, I think Chrissy just showed it, bowing down to
absolute greatness.
It is, yeah. One legend of the sport to the next. I think I've got more goosebumps now than with what Magnus achieved. I think just with what Daniela's done in the sport over the years, and then, you know, the last couple of years, like you said, sort of moving away, trying to do stuff on her own, trying to find herself, and then come back. And you know that when she's on her day,
she's unbeatable.
She's unbeatable. She's in a different postcode. We saw that today.
And look at that. This is what I love more than anything, because Dani Ryf was quoted as saying earlier today that Chrissy Wellington was someone that she looked up to, aspired to be like. And then we had Chrissy in studio saying that she thought Dani Ryf was the greatest athlete of all time. So such mutual respect between two absolute champions. Her best friend Maddie down on the line with her. Incredible.
We have just witnessed something very, very special.
I dare say Laura, her coach, will be incredibly proud right now. Maybe not shocked, but incredibly proud. And just to put it in perspective, we've got professional men now still finishing.
Yeah.
Behind our first female as she tries to pour beer over Maddie and Chrissy.
I mean, that was the thing, seeing her come in to T2 off the bike. She was ahead of some of the professional men in the race. It was just an absolute spectacular performance on the bike, and then she finished it off with a fantastic run.
So that official time for Daniela Ryf today, 8:08:21.
What was her run split in the end? Did she let's find out. But here we see second place at the moment, another absolute legend of the sport, Annie Haug, is on her way back to Roth, just entering the town. She's going to be crossing the line in the next 10 minutes or so. Still an absolutely fantastic run by Annie. I think when she came off the bike, it was going to be a tall order to close down Daniela Ryf. Something would have had to go drastically wrong for Daniela for Annie, which could have happened. It could have been there, but she's 13 minutes behind now, and I think it was 20 minutes at the start of the bike, so it's still an absolutely impressive
What we haven't spoken about, that she was behind off the bike from the likes of Chelsea Sodaro, Laura Philipp, Fenella Langridge, so she's run all these women down. Lisa Norden was another. So it just, honestly, yes, it's second to Dani Ryf, but look at the time that Dani Ryf has had to do to stay in front, and I can't wait to see what time that Annie Haug is going to do, because it's going to be under as well. Should be close. I think
it's going to be close. I think
very
she
close.
might just miss.
I'm getting updates now. We know that the marathon for Dani Reef was 2:51.54. So a huge new run PR for Dani Reef.
And whilst we see the women on screen, I do just want to acknowledge the athlete in the finish shoot at the moment in the stadium, Nils Frommhold. Again,
previous champion.
Another final finish line for him. Very emotional.
And a previous champion of this race as well.
That's right. Ending his career, another athlete who's chosen to end his career here in Roth. I think that shows testament to this race, testament to the team, what it means to so many athletes.
So, interesting fact, Anne is currently projected to run the same time that Chrissy Wellington ran when she broke that record, when she went 8:18, 2:44.35. So that gives you some indication on just how well Annie Haug is running now.
And she still looks so good. I mean, she never seems to, you know, a lot of people by the time they get to the end of the marathon, as you can expect, it's a long day and that, you know, their form starts to break down and it starts to become a little bit of a slog just to get to the finish line. Annie Haug just has such mechanical strength in her run form and holds it together so well. I mean, it's what makes her a fantastic runner, but she looks as good now as she did in the first kilometre of the run.
Absolutely. And we are going to go back down with Jan Frodeno. He does have the one, the only Sebastian Kienle down on the finish line.
Very strange to be talking English to you, but this is the international feed. Awesome last day. The atmosphere, obviously something really special, but must be quite emotional. How are you feeling?
I'm just happy that you're not talking Catalan or one of the other 8 languages you are able to speak. Yeah, definitely emotional day. Obviously, I would have mixed in some emotions that come from success. Success would have been a podium, but that was definitely not in the books, even without any mishaps that I had today. The guys are just on another level. It's the next generation. I'm happy that I retire.
I mean, they are certainly moving quick. During the live feed, we had a chance to look back at your first race here. You know, sleeveless racing, back on the old super tune. I mean, you are one of the pioneers of aerodynamics per se. Now it feels like everybody's got their own CFD calculator, and you know, I guess we have kids. That's also not a bad option, I think.
You had them much longer than I, and I think the wins against me, they count double, because now that I know what it means, and not to mention we were running in wooden shoes back then. No, I was actually quite happy. I think the super soft shoes were the only reason why I wasn't walking the marathon today, because when you start to run slow, it actually feels even worse than running fast. I would say if I do another one, I'll better run fast again.
It feels a little bit like walking on a trampoline, but just quickly take us through it a little bit, because on the bike we saw you had some difficulties. You mentioned you had a flat or a slow flat. Your tire sort of almost came off. A little Portaloo. I mean, it's a story of fighting your demons in the last race.
Yeah, it was. I actually felt okay. It wasn't $1 million, but you know how it is, like racing on a bike that you just get like 6 days before the race, and I wanted to do something special, and you know how it is, you plan like a whole 8 months ahead, and then obviously, of course, it's always in the last 10 hours where you get everything dialed, and maybe that was a mistake. I mean, I have to touch my own nose, how we say in Germany. About the tires, I think there wasn't a puncture really or something. It was just because they were too fresh on the rim or something. I had to stop twice and my CO2 exploded on me. I was like, do I throw away another bike now or? But yeah, fuck. I mean, of course, this race, it's definitely no option to DNF that. So I decided to try this enjoying. I don't know if that is possible, to be honest.
No, I think there are other races. I mean, thanks for your explanation, 101 of German proverbs. But just while we're on the bike, I mean, it's a really cool design. I thought the idea behind it, charity and auctioning it off for education, something that's close to your heart, but not the first thing you think about triathlon. And I think shows all of us there's more to you than just the athlete. Tell us a little bit more what guys and girls can do to get your bike for a good cause.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah. The main thing was I'm racing 5 big races this year. This is the second one, and we're raffling off 5 bikes so that not just rich dude can buy all 5. Everybody can participate. You can go to viprice.org/Sebi. You find all the information, and the bike I'm racing in Roth. All the donations go to Stiftung Bildung, which is actually, like you said, heavily involved in children education nationwide, to give children and young adults the same opportunities when it comes to education. And I think this is the source and the cure of most of our problems, actually.
There you go, what a legend. I mean, the guy is thinking about education, whereas everybody would paint their own awesomeness on their bike and how many races they've won. Maybe we see that.
All right, we are back. Great interview with Jan and Sebi Kienle. We are back with the women's race. We are waiting for Andi Haug. She's our defending champion from last year. Safely in second place. It will not be long before we see her make her turn into the stadium. You can see there now. Now, of course, we know that she will not go under Chrissy's previous best time, but there is still a chance that she will run a faster marathon time than Chrissy Wellington's 2:44.35. So Chrissy Wellington set that time back in 2011 when she broke the original record. That record, of course, has now been obliterated by the Swiss Miss Daniela Riff. But Sid, behind Andi Haug, there's been a few.
I knew it's going to be now or never. I mean, this record has been up for so long and the concurrence is so good, and I just wanted to go for it. And I don't know, I don't even know how it was possible, because I didn't really train for full Ironman, and I was so scared to blow up in the run, and I was just hoping not to. And
Blow up with a 4:25 bike, what are you worried about?
I don't know, I just hoped to make it to the finish line. I'm so happy.
Backing it up with a 2:51 marathon, especially here, that last bit on the cobbles,
Yeah.
that must have hurt.
These shoes help a lot, they bounce like... It's my fastest marathon, so yeah, that's incredible. I mean, it did hurt, the crowd was amazing, and to be honest, you're an inspiration. I had you in my mind. I remember 2017 that you broke the record, I think so. And then Chrissy was kind of my shadow, you know, I thought she was catching me in my head. And it's probably my best race ever, so it's most surprising to me as well.
It certainly never looked like you looked back.
It's absolutely incredible, the aerial shots. So you really get an appreciation of the last few kilometres, and that finish line that they come down the chute before they actually enter the stadium is pretty fantastic. And here she comes.
And that stadium that you're talking about, Laura, is absolutely packed, jam-packed solid.
10,000, I think, isn't it?
10,000 people, that's right. Here she comes. Andi Haug, our defending champion. She's fought so hard today. She's brought out her trademark marathon, and she's coming home in the second place today, the time of 8:21.08. She has given it absolutely everything on that marathon. We've got Chrissy Wellington down there, placing that finisher's medal around her neck, but look at that. And he really did give it everything that she had today. Then you've got Felix Volstoffer down there, giving her a hug. We'll get you an update very, very shortly on her marathon time. All right, it was a 2:44.45. She's missed it by 10 seconds. So Andi Haug, 2:44.45 marathon for an 8:21.09 overall. Finished in second place.
I mean, I think when they came off the bike, we knew that Annie, Laura, Philipp, those sort of athletes were going to have to run a 2:40 to potentially have a chance of catching Dani, but Dani was just in a league of her own today, but still super impressive performance by Annie.
And look at her, you can see she's given it absolutely everything. It's not often you see Annie on the finish line down on the ground, but these women have battled all day long. You know, it kept changing. Annie got off the bike quite a ways behind. She ran her way up to third. She then overtook Laura Philipp. They both overtook Chelsea Sodaro. It was cat and mouse for a while there, but
it was funny. I was with some of the guests from DATEV today, and they were asking about what is it like when, you know, the feeling that when you cross the finish line, are you spent, are you collapsing? And I said, yeah, these professional athletes will give every ounce of energy and will probably very likely see their last few steps over the finish line, and then
boom, they can hold it together for so long. And how many times have we seen that, particularly this day in racing, when you have the depth and the caliber athletes that we see here today, where these men and women, their hands are forced, and it's either keep it going or fall behind, and you just see each of them getting just that little bit, like squeezing that little bit extra out of themselves.
And for a lot of these big races, it's a mental energy as well, like the build-up they've had for so many weeks and the preparation and the emotions you go through the day, not just the physical, like I said, the mental, that actually when you cross the line, just everything just seems to like sort of emotionally collapse
straight down on top of you.
Implode.
So while our men's race here is almost done, our female race, we've got first and second across the line. We are expecting Laura Philipp, also from Germany, to come home in third.
I think she's only a couple of minutes away. She should be entering the stadium very soon. And what a fantastic performance for Laura. Debut in Roth, rookie Roth. I think Laura, for me, she's had so many incredible results. She's yet to win that really big race, but I think a third on the podium here today, behind the likes of Daniela and Annie Haug. I hope she's really proud of her performance today.
As she should be, and of course, I love Laura Philipp, faster with cake. And of course, here for Roth, it wasn't faster with cake, it was faster with gelato.
That's right.
She had the homemade gelato. I went and had one the other day, I think it was mango, and it was delicious, so at her stand, so I love that. Faster with cake, faster with gelato. And hey, you've got to agree with that, don't you?
I'm quite happy. They do fantastic cake here in Roth. The Germans are very well known for their bakeries, so I've tried out a few.
I've visited far too many in my lifetime. Of course, Schmidt Bakery being one of my favourite bakeries in the world.
Here we go, and getting ready for our third place finisher on the women's field, Laura Philipp.
And here she comes, Laura.
Why do I get goosebumps with all the women as they enter the stadium?
Well, we've just... Oh, hello. Oh, that is Felix Wolfsoffer. Come up to give me a kiss. Hello, my love. Felix.
I have to go over there.
We will see you. Absolutely, we'll see you soon. So that was Felix Wolfsoffer. As we see Laura Philipp also across the finish line. She's here, of course, with her husband and coach, Philipp Seep. He will be down there. He will be so incredibly proud of what his wife has just done here today. I'll have to be honest, there was a point in time on the marathon up on the canal where she did look like she was faltering ever so slightly, Laura. To see her pull it back together and to come home finishing in third, true testament to just how tough this young woman is.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we have to remember the marathon at the end of a full distance, it's still a long way to run, and that canal can be brutal. If you go through a rough patch, it's flat, it's straight, there's no shade, it's very exposed. It's a horrible place to be not feeling great, but I think you have to remember, and perhaps Laura, that you go through ups and downs throughout the whole day. There's still a lot of running left in the race as she's done, and you can still pull it back and you still can have an incredible performance.
And the lessons that she's going to take from this and from exactly what you've said and then take it into her next race.
She just did a rookie beer pour.
Straight
I just called it. Over the head, over the back of the head.
All the first timers do it, Sid.
They
got to come back again. But how incredible to see our top three women on screen right now. Third place, Laura Philipp from Germany. In second place, we had Annie Haug, also from Germany. And of course, our number one rock star of the day, Daniela, the flying bird from Switzerland.
I definitely don't think you can call her the Angry Bird anymore.
No.
Maybe on the swim and the bike, but
not on the run.
Not on the
she
run.
was way too happy those last few kilometres.
Maybe this is it. Maybe it's the new
it's
the new way
bird.
to go.
The happy bird.
Chrissy smiles. Chrissy it always worked for Chrissy Wellington.
All right, we can rename her. We'll tell her later tonight it's the happy bird from now on. Oh, it's been so much fun here today. I just love it. To think that we started the day back at 6:30 at the main Danube Canal to beautiful conditions, pristine conditions on the canal. Amazing conditions for the ride. It just started to pick up that wind ever so slightly for the back half of the second half of the bike, and then onto the run. And while we've got our top 3 women and we're waiting for more of our professional women to come across that finish line, our age group athletes are out there in force. Most still out on the bike, some lucky enough to be onto that marathon. It is warming up. We expect to get to a high of about 27, 28 degrees Celsius here today, so we know it is going to be very, very warm for our age groupers come the marathon.
And it will certainly feel hotter than that when you're running, and by that stage in the race, I think there's definitely a few additional degrees that are added on, so there'll be dousing with water, ice, whatever they can get, finding those bits of shade in the run, but hopefully, again, soaking up the atmosphere, watching the incredible athletes coming the other direction, and it'll get them, and then waiting, we're all here to welcome them home at the finish line.
And of course you and I will be here till the death, as we always are. Tell you what I'm going to have to do, when I get off screen, I'm going to give my cheeks a massage because I'm starting to cramp. You know, we saw Sam Laidlow cramping in his calves. I'm cramping in my cheeks from smiling too much. It's killing me.
It's been like that all day. It's just been such an incredible experience to be part of.
I absolutely love it. So, down on ground, of course, Jan Frodeno doing his thing. He's had an absolute ball. It's been the longest day of Jan Frodeno's career, longest endurance event he's ever had to do, but he's done it in style. I think every one of you out there that's been watching will agree that he's been incredible all day long. Some of the insight that he's been able to give that, you know, even I've been in the sport longer than Jan, but I couldn't give such insight because I haven't been at the top of my game like the Jan Frodeno. He's accomplished so much in his career. It's been absolutely eye-opening, and he's been amazing. So I think he's lapping it up. I think he's enjoying himself down there on the finish line. I'm not sure we're going to get him back. You might be stuck with me till the death now, Laura, because I don't know if he's coming back up here.
I think he's seen an escape route down to there to the party on the finish line, and he's taken it.
Belinda,
I've done enough.
Whatever. Well, I'm quite happy for you to stay as long as you can, Sid, so that's great. We are waiting for our 4th placed female. We do know it is it is Fenella Langridge. We're going to try and get you an update with Chelsea Sodaro. She has not come up on our screen for quite some time. We don't know officially if she's still on course or whether she has decided to walk off course. We will give you that update as soon as we can, but for now we know Fenella Langridge should be the next one home in 4th place, followed by Lisa Norden from Sweden.
And again, what fantastic performances by both, Fenella and Lisa. Lisa, again, a rookie here, great bike, came off in 2nd. Needed a good run, and she's always going to put together a solid run, Lisa, I think, and be that contender. Fenella, I think Fenella would have been quite surprised when Daniela Rief was on her feet out the water, but potentially quite excited as well at the opportunity to potentially ride with Daniela. I mean, Daniela was in another league, as we've said, but Fenella, she's had 3rd here, she's had 2nd here. I know she wanted that win, but it was always going to be super tough against this caliber of women. So I don't think there's any. She shouldn't be.
There's no shame in coming home in. That's exactly right. In 4th, it's a brilliant result.
Finished 4th a few times. It's okay.
You have. You know what it's like. You're very experienced.
Just off the podium.
No, just amazing racing by both our professional men and our professional women today. We've got lots more racing yet to come. We talk about the 3,500 age group athletes that are currently out on course. We've still got our relay teams out on course. It's unbelievable the amount of people that flocked to Roth on this long weekend. Of course, it hasn't just been about today's race. Of course, this is the main event, but we've had the Bambini run. You were there on Thursday night. We've had the Challenge Women's 5K run, something that we always do. And even though you weren't supposed to, you walked the event this time. You were still a part of it. You're very sensible. We've had the Challenge for All as well, and the Junior Challenge on Saturday morning. So it's been an event-packed long weekend. The expo here is one of the best expos I've ever come across. It's got absolutely everything. It's been fantastic. And of course, the big event for us, we've got the laser show tonight, which is unbelievable. And then, of course, the volunteers party and after party tomorrow night.
And that's, one of the other special things about Roth is the fact that they really value, the pasta party that was on Friday night where all the pros get up on stage. So, the athletes can get that interaction with them. And then, but the main event for them, obviously after the race, is that volunteers party on Monday night. The volunteers, they've seen you on the race day and they've helped you go through those highs and lows, but that actual opportunity to be in that
to
tent,
touch you, to meet you.
I hope they do it this year, that autograph signing, because the volunteers just they get so excited, they're queuing up around the tent, and it's really special. And it's, again, like I said, one of the other things that makes this race so unique and so special is just what they do to embrace the community, to thank the volunteers. We can talk about it, and we always talk about it and say how special it is, but I think when you have to come and experience it for sure.
Yourself. And the one thing I always love is for our rookies, our first timers here, you see when they go to the volunteers party and they're like, oh, why are we here? They get them up on stage and you see their eyes, they're like, saucepans. They're just like, what is going on here? I don't think they realise just how much they are loved and adored and treated like absolute rock stars.
I mean, Magnus has said it all week. He obviously winning last year as sort of the underdog, but coming back and
as defending champ,
but he's really been embraced by the community, and they've also almost taken him as their own. And he said the reception that he had has been amazing. And I just want to cut. This is we've now got Fenella Langridge, fourth place female, coming round now. She'll be having a party.
We do not want to miss her finish, because she is one woman that we know will always get the best out of herself, will enjoy every single minute. Fenella Langridge, as she goes through that finish arch.
8:33. She's got to be. That's still an incredible time.
Unbelievable. It's definitely a PB day for Fenella here. Her partner and coach, Billy Harris, will be somewhere down there. She's given a hug from Jan Frodeno. Fenella Langridge, one of my absolute favourite athletes, because I just love her attitude.
She has fun.
She has fun, and we saw it again today. She was geeing up the crowd up Sodaro Berg. She embraces the entire, and it's not for everyone. We talked about this. It's not in everyone's personality to race like that. But for Fenella, she races best when she's happy, when she's emotionally invested, and that's what we see on course.
That's it. She gives the energy and then feeds off the energy that she gets in return.
Absolutely.
And it's a fantastic way to race.
I love it. So our top four women home right now. Fenella Langridge from Great Britain, home in fourth. She was second here last year. Fourth this year, but the three women who are in front of her, all incredible athletes.
And here we go, Dan Plews.
Dan Plews, and that
is crossing the line.
And that is our first amateur athlete across the line, I do believe.
Yep, that's Chelsea Sodaro's coach. I know they were going to have a bet on, which I'd been asking them about all week, what the handicap in the bet was.
Well, they were on target to come home in almost identical times. I think a few seconds separating them.
Yeah, 8:18.01 for Dan Plews.
Wow, he'll be happy with that.
Yep.
This is the German ladies. I'm not quite sandwiched between them, but these absolute speedsters out there, it looks like you've given your all. What a day. 300,000 people came out to see you guys, girls, and you delivered an awesome race out there. Beautiful to watch from start to finish. How are you feeling?
Tired, really, really tired, but I mean the race is just amazing. Like you said, so many people, so many people everywhere in Sodaro Berg. I mean, that's just, you can't describe it. You get like, you call it, how do you call it? Amazing, yeah.
Very cool. The whole back and forth out there, the dynamic on the marathon. I mean, wow, that was it was properly exciting out there to watch. And what's your takeaway from especially the marathon?
Well, I think today was another example of never giving up. First, I thought, okay, I have a fourth place today. I mean, with Chelsea and Andi running so strong. But yeah, it shows that at the end you have to keep it together for the whole marathon. And I think at the end I paced myself a little better than Chelsea, unfortunately. But still, she really pushed it on the run. And it was good fun. But I was also very happy that I'm yeah, made it to the finish line now. This run course is actually pretty brutal with all the uphill and downhill. The last part is quite nice because you have some shadow, but on the canal I think it was really, really tough.
Yeah, it certainly looked it, and temperatures creeping in. Sitting here, we're all asking for a little bit of shade, but how was it out there? I mean, the problem is 40 less motorbikes also meant that we couldn't get all the coverage all the time. We got the splits, but anything out there that you really noticed or that was particular on the bike or the swim?
So on the bike I think it was great. Actually I didn't see many motorbikes at all, so I had a referee motorbike following me behind. So I think in this case, at least for me, it was a very honest time trial. And yeah, that was good. I don't know how it was for the rest of the field, but yeah, it looked like yeah, the improvements worked, and I think yeah, Daniela's time, especially with that, is out of this world.
Yeah, that was certainly quite something to watch, because we know, I mean, you girls are world class. You are the best the sport has to offer. And Daniela, on the swim, we weren't quite sure if we were seeing correct because there were 2 green caps. What did you think of it when you came out the water?
Yeah, I didn't know her time, but I mean, I got some split times and she was already 15 minutes gone, so I assumed she had a damn good swim as well. So in T2 it's just 20 minutes, so I knew, okay, she's out of the world today. So for me it's fighting for the second, and it feels like a win because she was like out of the world today.
All right, from a personal perspective, I have one last question to both of you. How on earth do you look so good, fluent and easy when you're running? Please, I need the tips. Anyone?
I don't think we can give you any tips, but yeah, I guess it's hard work and never stop improving, working on run technique, and especially on a course like this where you have rolling hills. It pays off if you know how to use your center of gravity. But yeah,
both of you don't really have to worry about gravity too much. I think that's also a tip.
yeah, thank you.
Well, here we are with the ladies kicking ass and rounding off the podium today. Absolutely phenomenal performances. Get some rest and some shade and maybe a massage.
So, I love that. Big thanks to the Challenge Roth crew. Big thank you to all of you out there watching online today. We appreciate it more than you can know. We love having people from all around the world watching us live. It's been a long day, but it's been a highly satisfying day, an emotional day, an incredible day.
I'm exhausted.
And I tell you, I have to take a break. I won't be getting out of bed tomorrow till at least 10 o'clock. And then I'm going straight to the bakery.
Yeah, that's true. We'll meet for breakfast.
I've done so much today sitting here. No, it's been an incredible day. And of course, we are waiting now for our 5th place female. We know it is Lisa Norden from Sweden. This is Lisa, what can you say? She's an incredible athlete. She's done all distances, silver medal at the Olympics. Now racing over the longer distances. She's here with her partner, Callie. She's an incredible woman. I've known her since she was a baby when she came to Australia all those years ago.
We had the same coach.
Of course you did. Spud Anderson, you did too.
At different times.
I
Her
keep
career went
that.
slightly differently. She went to the Olympics and is now an incredible long distance
But
athlete.
what a career she has had as well, and still having, mind you, just incredible athlete. I love having her in long course now. She's such an amazing bike rider, and she's, yeah, you know, the marathon is something that she hasn't quite perfected yet, but you know, she's getting there, and she's hung tough today, and it's great to see.
Yeah, I think you know, her cycling pedigree, and this was a course I think that suited her very well. She's Swedish national time trial champion in the past. Like you, I think it's fantastic that she's in long course. I think she's still finding her way a little bit on the run, but she's had some great performances at the World Championships last year, and I think she came to this race again, like, you know, many of the athletes, they saw at the start list, they wanted to race against the best. Lisa is one of those athletes that wants to pitch herself against the best athletes in the world. And so, yeah, I think when she comes home in 5th, it's going to be hopefully a special day for her as well.
I love that. Yes, I agree with you. He has been the highlight of this show. That's why I chose him. So
I can see Jan's face behind.
Oh, hello. Oh, don't give him a big head. No, honestly, it was interesting. When we were not sure who I was going to be able to get to do the commentary with me this year, obviously we thought long and hard, and there were a couple of suggestions given, and I kept kabushing them. No, no. And then Jan's name popped up. And I remember contacting Jan's manager, Felix, thinking he is going to just say, no way, not a chance, he's not interested. But then I got an email back saying, give me some time to think about it. And then the next thing I know, jackpot. Jackpot. And of course...
It's been great fun. I hope you enjoyed it. And I guess we'll see you for the evening show.
You're hanging around? Well, we're going to go to the VIP tent first, and have a little bit of a feed.
I think I'll try to get. Actually, I'm not saying where I'm going, but I'm going to try and cool off for a bit.
I know, it's very hot in here.
Here she comes. We've been waiting for her. Lisa Norden of Sweden making her way around the green carpet. She's cheering the crowd. Home in 5th place here today. Brilliant race, strong race from Lisa. Well, Jan, come on, what a race.
No, absolutely. The way she paced herself on the bike, that was really good. You could see her second lap was so much stronger, and she made up good time, actually. Or should I say, lost very little to Daniela. And yeah, well done to her. I mean, we know that she's been trying to figure the long distance game out for a while, but absolutely amazing to see her have a great day. These kind of conditions. I mean, it's getting hot now.
Oh, it is.
I don't want to whinge because I'm standing here.
I know. But
I was happy to get a few of those cold water showers.
And what I love about this sport is I just received a WhatsApp from your wife, Emma Fredino, back home in Andorra with your 2 kids. I mean, for those of you watching, I've got a picture of Jan's 2 children watching myself and Laura. So proud of their dad. But this is what I love about the sport of triathlon, the camaraderie. We saw it today on the finish line with the athletes, but also the friendships that we've all made. I mean, I've known you since 2009 now, Sid. I've known you since...
I spend most of my time in his cafe.
Yeah, in Girona. But don't you find that is something so special about the sport of triathlon?
Yeah, there's certainly a unique element, a unique craziness that probably combines us all. You know, we're all a little bit of endurance nutters and have that type 2 fun we spoke about, that most people look at and like, what are you talking about? And it's something that, allows us all to more or less travel around the world together, be in the most amazing sceneries, suffer through winter. Well, you can't really suffer through winter in Noosa, but most of us in Europe.
Never suffered through winter.
And just mentally, it's something where we do like to push and support each other to get the very best performances, and genuinely can say that, personally, I'm happy for Magnus, but I'm also happy for myself because it gives me another target, it gives me another guy to aim for.
And Jan, to know that you were part of the process, you were a huge part of the process. You set the bar. We said this with Chrissy Wellington. We say it with you. They don't call you the goat they call you the goat for a reason. You don't just get that, and you set the bar.
Dairy. Let's give the girls a little round of applause here as they round up the podium, finishing off their day. Haug was not in a good way after the race. Oh, she's been struggling, so I'm quite amazed that she's back up there.
She missed Chrissy Wellington's record time here by 10 seconds.
For the run.
Well,
for the run.
Yeah, but that time is...
It's very impressive.
Let's be very frank. Today it was all the Daniela show. She was out there and just... she has that... the last time I saw it in 2018 when she won the world title afterwards, she has this pumped up energy about her that's almost like, whoa, okay, everybody's breaking down on the floor. What is going on? Yeah, she's ready for the dance floor, and all she's talking about is the after party. So let's honor a champion for what she's done today. That was extraterrestrial, I think.
Yeah, it truly was incredible. 2 new world best records in both our men's and women's races. Magnus Ditlev defending his title. Honestly, I have not commentated a more action-packed race ever, I do believe, ever. Or with more magnificent human beings, that as well. But truly incredible spectacle right here, and we know it's going to keep going. Our age group athletes are still out on course. They will be out there all day and all night. We do finish tonight with one of the most spectacular laser shows you will ever see. Fireworks, laser show. But we will be, while we are going to stay through now to the end of the podium for our women. After that, we will be ending the live production, but we will be back online at 8 o'clock, so everyone can join back in then. But, you know, honestly, while we look at our top 3 women on the dais now, by the way, it's not the Angry Bird anymore, it's the Happy Bird. It's not the Angry Bird anymore, it's the Happy Bird. We've renamed it.
That sounds a lot better. I mean, it doesn't really match with her spirit, but indeed today, either way, the bird was flying.
She absolutely was. Amazing day, amazing scenes all day long. That's Felix Volseffer down on the finish line. Felix and his sister Catherine and mother Alice, Queen Alice of Roth, and their incredible team. What an event they have put on here today. I would like to thank Jan Frodeno, the one and only. Laura Siddle, thank you for being here in studio with me today. You've been amazing to work with. As I said, we are ending now, but it will be back tonight at 8 o'clock. But until then, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having and guiding us, BG. It's been an amazing race to watch, 2 races to watch. I feel like they were, super exciting. Despite actually knowing kind of, the first place fairly early on, there was still so much action going on in the next places that, it really has been a pleasure. So thanks again for your guidance, and we'll chat later on.
Can I convince you next year? Next year? Come
to race.
Yeah.
Both racing.
All right. And that's all for us. See you again soon. Thank you.
Und keine Bange, Freunde, die Party geht hier weiter im Stadion. Bis 23 Uhr wollen wir hier alle feiern. Und Julian, wir haben die Nächsten, die reinlaufen ins Ziel.
Das ist Michael und Philipp Wittmann. Mit und will, Moralleistung, Glückwunsch!
Warte, ich steck mal weg.
We welcome from Great Britain, William Cohen and Zach Cooper.